Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. My name is L. Lauren, and I am the author of the story you're about to listen to. So, this week's story is the second to last in the fake relationship series. There is one more after this one, and it's the first original one, like the very, very first one. And I wasn't intending to release it, but I think I might, just because, I don't know, why not? This one is called, well, this one's original title was Ride or Die, but the new title that I'm changing it to is going to be The Biker's Baby. I think that's what I called it. Yeah, The Biker's Baby. This one was written in 2018. It's basically about a guy who kind of inherits a baby and then has to get a caretaker for said baby. This one is also back when I didn't do chapters, so I'm really sorry about that, but there's just like 4 big chunks of time. Um, Truly sorry. I regret everything that I did when I was younger. Well, not everything, but in this particular sense, I definitely regret not doing chapters. So, yeah. I don't remember what the tropes are besides the baby, the caretaker, the biker. Those are the tropes I remember. It's been 6 years, guys, so I don't remember. Anyway, I will let you guys get into it, and I hope you enjoy the story.
The Biker's Baby. A Gay Romance. Fake It Till You Make It Book 2, by L. Lauren, copyright 2018 L. Lauren. Part 1. Vano Loveridge adored the smell of hot asphalt and burning rubber because it signified freedom. He had bought his first bike at 16, after saving every penny from working 2 part-time jobs. After school one Friday evening, he took a lunchbox full of cash and his pride down to the local used car lot and picked the only bike in his price range, the rusted 5-year-old bike in the back. Shades of burnt orange replaced what used to be chrome and blue. The plump salesman rubbed his beard, circling the bike as Vano shifted from one foot to the other, jaws clenched together. After a long once-over, the salesman gravelled out a price. Vano frowned and suggested a lower one. The back and forth continued 3 more times before they agreed on a price, leaving the boy with $150 left in his lunchbox, enough to buy a burger and motorcycle insurance. 2 hours later, he drove his motorcycle home with a previously purchased helmet on his head and worn gloves on his fingers. He kicked out the stand and marched inside to a shrill mother, an approving father, and an adoring little sister. 8 years later, Vano stepped on a professional motorcycle track for the first time. He took deep breaths of the sense of lush grass and the steaming racetrack, heart pounding in his chest. He made 5th place, but he gained a sponsor, a manager, and a handful of phone numbers. Robert Jones, or Bobby as Vano called him, was new to the scene too, and they hit it off. Sharing the same dark hair and hazel eyes, they looked like brothers and were often mistaken for twins. Bobby secured all manner of sponsors for him, so he could enjoy racing and meeting fans. When Vano started racing, he raced all the time, but as sponsors and events filled his schedule, racing became a treat more than a job. Vano stepped onto the racetrack before the race, taking a deep breath of the fresh-cut lawn. He had his own ritual of centering himself and mentally preparing for the race. He took a moment to remember those who had lost their lives on the track. With his manager yammering in his ear, he suited up, slipping the tight padded suit over his thighs and on his arms, zipping himself up and shrugging, adjusting himself under the fitted leather. He affixed his helmet to his head, tucking wavy black hair away and shielding hazel eyes from the elements. Bobby screamed last-minute reminders as Vano slipped into racing zone, his own reminders playing through his mind. He parted ways with Bobby after he grabbed his custom-built bike, mounted her, and rolled her to the racetrack, weaving around the other racers. He dropped his visor and leaned forward, twisting his gloved hands, and took off when signaled. They started out as a pack, a mass of white noise and energy. Vano hugged the inside, taking the curves with grace as the collection of riders stretched into a line. Some men pushed in the beginning, while others maintained the middle, the rest having the misfortune of bringing up the rear. Vano lost himself in the adrenaline of riding, staying near the front of the group, but pacing himself. He leaned into each curve, trusting his motorcycle to work with him like a longtime partner, even though they were relative strangers, having received the custom-built bike only weeks before the race. The intoxicating scent of burnt rubber, his lover's signature smell, filled his nose, promising him a memorable race. The first laps were a blink of an eye on a bike, and when Vano came out of his zone on the last couple laps, he found himself ahead of the crowd with 3 riders on his tail, weaving behind him like sharks. Like synchronized swimmers, they traded places, one rider in white taking a sharp curve and floating in front of Vano. He gained his lead back on the next curve, padded knee almost kissing the hot track. They dropped off as the race continued, until he was alone with his bike and nature, and it became difficult to tell standing. Bikers dropped like flies from mechanical problems, miscalculations, and other bouts of bad judgments. Winning was an expert combination of luck and driving. To see the last couple miles was an accomplishment, but Vano continued, hitting the last 7 laps. Exhaustion crept into his muscles, the smell of rubber shifting from a pleasant smell to a nauseating one. He stamped anxiety from his mind as he rode. Lap 55. 56. 57. The checkered flag. All the tension melted from his body, his back straightened up, and he looked around. He finished with all his limbs, a feat in itself, and finished with first place. Vano jerked his motorcycle into a wheel stand and slowed, fist pumping and pulling off to the side. The aftermath blurred together, victory laps with the other finishers, more motorcycle tricks including kicking up smoke. He took his victory lap with the black and white checkered flag. When he jumped off his bike, Bobby clapped him on the back, filling his ear with excited yammering all over again. He caught words, reminding him to mention his sponsors when he went for the brief after-race interview, growling his thanks to his fans, his sponsors, his manager, and the whole team who kept him safe and on the track. Back in the pit, his fellow racers surrounded themselves with family members bussed in from all over the country. Vano only had Bobby and his pit crew, and he promised them beers for an awesome ride. Little things extended his day: the after-race interview, a surprise conversation with a small motor oil company, a quick passing of words with a large soda company. Bobby's words played in his head, telling him to be nice and personable to everyone despite exhaustion, frustrations, or even having to take a good bowel movement. When he was finally unzipping his suit, Bobby came with a cold beer. "Your sister called to say her water broke. She went to the hospital, but she told me not to worry you before your race." Bobby opened both beers, passing one to Vano. "Yeah? Oh shit, awesome. I'm going to be an uncle. It's a girl, you know." Vano clanked his beer against Bobby's before tipping it to his lips, Adam's apple dancing as he guzzled the amber liquid. "Yeah, I do. You've been talking about it for 8 months, Bobby chuckled, a grin tugging his lips. "Here, let me call her and then we can take the crew for drinks and dinner or something." Vano finished the last of his beer, exchanging it with a modest cell phone and stepping away to call his sister. She had text messaged him with the room number before the race, but he stored his phone away to avoid the distraction. He had a series of missed calls and text messages, some from women he'd met over the years, promising they'd watch his race today. He had a few peculiar messages from unrecognizable numbers, but he called the hospital first. He dialed the direct number to her room and waited. 5 rings later, he killed the call and dialed the hospital's main number. "St. Anne's, how may I direct your call?" A generic nurse's voice filtered through the phone. Hi. Yeah, I'm looking for Queenie Loveridge. She should have been admitted earlier today?" "Queenie Loveridge. May I place you on a brief hold, sir?" "Yeah, that's fine." Vano paced as the soft classical music played instead of the bustling noises of the hospital. Bobby finished his beer and busied himself with his own phone as they waited. "Hello, Mr. Loveridge." The female voice on the other end was different. "Yeah?" Vano grunted. "There was a complication with the birth. Is there any way you can come down to the hospital, or perhaps send another family member?" What kind of complication?" "Dr. Baines would prefer to speak with you directly." Okay. Well, no other family members. I'll be there. It'll be a few hours. Okay, thank you. Hey, wait. Did she have the baby already? Oh yes. It's a girl. Cool, Vano whispered, squeezing the phone as pride swelled in his chest. I'll be there. He ended the call and jumped into another whirlwind. Bobby booked him an immediate flight home. He packed the book he'd been reading a chapter at a time when he had a free minute, and his only pair of headphones in a sponsor backpack striped with sleek logos. A taxi cab drove him from the racetrack to the airport, and Bobby promised to deal with everything in his absence. He whizzed through the check-in and security with his modest carry-on bag, leaving 45 minutes to prowl the secure zone. He bought a magazine for his sister, managed to find a souvenir one-piece for the baby, and ate a packed burrito at one of the airport restaurants. He boarded his flight, filing into his 3-person row and securing the coveted window seat, making doe eyes at the 2 women who filed into his row after him to keep his spot. The mother and daughter pair asked Vano a few general questions, where he came from and where he was headed. He mentioned his sister had a baby, and they cooed and congratulated him, spurring another round of questioning. Once they buckled in and left the ground, the women relaxed into their seats, curved pillows around their shoulders and e-readers in hand. Vano closed his eyes, leaning against the interior wall of the airplane. The white noise of flying reminded him of riding his bike, and it lulled him into a light sleep. He listened for the informative dings provided by the stewards, when they could remove their seatbelts, use the bathroom facilities provided, and when they started the complimentary drink service. The mother, Cheryl, and daughter, Sherry, requested wine and water for their drinks. Vano ordered a beer, after Cheryl nudged him awake. Sherry and the young stewardess giggled at his gravelly voice. By the time the stewardess arrived with their drinks, he had drifted back to sleep. He drank the beer between short naps, nursing it far longer than the 2 women had with their wine. When the airplane touched down, he weaved through the crowd hailing a taxicab. He tossed his bag in the back seat, filed in beside it, and requested a trip to St. Anne's. The one on the other side of town, the driver asked. Vano nodded, a confirmation. Rolling his eyes as he watched the meter tick higher, he surrendered $70 when he reached the hospital. 60-something for the fare and a couple dollars as tip, since taxi cab drivers never carried change. The hospital's lobby was an ice chest, making his dark hair stand on end, skin puckering with gooseflesh. 2 lightly crowded sitting areas flanked the information station. Families conversed on either side, huddled together like high school cliques, some smiling, some frowning, and some with an array of mixed emotions. They paused to observe Vano when he strolled past, small backpack on his shoulder, boots thudding on the hospital tiles. He rested one rough hand on the information counter, bracing himself as the nurses rotated on a carousel in front of him. Each one greeted him in turn and promised to help him in one moment. The 5th nurse to greet him finished her mysterious hospital task first and approached the counter. The skinny little girl in faded blue scrubs bounced up to him with a charming greeting. She took his information and tapped on the clunky computer nestled on the right side of the desk. "Mr. Loveridge, let me get Dr. Baines for you," the Pepinus continued as she instructed him to wait in the provided waiting area while she contacted the doctor. With a nod, Vano wandered to the least crowded waiting area, pacing the length of the patterned rug designating the end of the hallway and the beginning of waiting area 2. He peeked at his cell phone, before turning it on silent and burying it in his pocket again. He waited for less than 5 minutes for a gray-haired doctor to approach him. The doctor shared Vano's hazel eyes and tanned skin, resembling a long-lost uncle. "Mr. Loveridge." The doctor's thick accent drawled. "Yeah. I'm Queenie's brother," Vano explained, then winced. "How's she and the baby?" "Well." The doctor studied Vano. "The baby was born happy and healthy. It's a girl. However, there were complications during the birth." Dr. Baines paused, wetting his lips. Vano nodded, chewing over the doctor's words until they sank in and weighed him down. His sister had passed during the birthing process. Queenie was dead. The doctor's lips moved again, forming words Vano's ears were too clouded to hear. The doctor continued, explaining the complications as Vano looked past his head and to the rest of the people chattering around him. The low rumble of the man's voice explained Queenie's wishes, though he missed half of them. He caught one part: she left him testamentary guardian of the baby. Trying to rouse life from Vano, the doctor forced his voice to a higher octave. Vano stared at him, eyebrows quirking together in confusion. Dr. Baines asked if Vano wished to see Roma, the baby, and he walked him down the stretched hallway to the nursery. The trip included a complimentary lecture on how they promote an initial mother-baby connection by allowing most babies to stay in the room with the mothers. But since his sister Queenie was taken into surgery right after her birth, little Roma went to the nursery where she received regular care from the nursing staff. Along with several other babies whose parents had elected to send them to the nursery rather than keep them in the hospital room, Roma slept under soft lights with a pink blanket draped over her tiny body. The doctor traded places with a nurse, who began reviewing information on the baby. Roma clocked in at 9.7 pounds and 19.86 inches. The routinely administered eye ointment glued her puffy pink eyelids together, and a mop of dark curls covered her lumpy head. Vano approved the vitamin K shot and the hepatitis B shot, after the lengthy explanation of the benefits of both. The nurse scribbled notes, nodded, and informed Vano the baby would be released to him within the next 48 hours. She encouraged him to go home, take a nap, and come back refreshed and prepared to take his baby home. Heavy footfalls carried him back through the hospital and out the sliding front entrance. He slumped into a third taxicab, giving vague directions to the two-bedroom he shared with his sister, and staring out the window as the city moved around them. The lush foliage lost its luster, and the city buildings blended together. Vano had held his first baby at 15 years old, when his mother's sister had her first baby. Queenie and his mother squealed with excitement, tapping the baby's button nose and pinching its tan cheeks. Vano's father escaped to the outside, but Vano's curiosity led him to the gurgling newborn. The women dumped the baby into his arms, instructing him to support the head in the crook of his arm and wrap his other arm around the baby in the awkward position known as the cradle position. When the women deserted him and the baby for shopping, he shifted from the ever-popular cradle hold to holding the baby belly down over his forearm or nestling the creature against his chest, supported by the crook of his arm. Each time he found himself with his cousin in his arms, the women insisted he needed to know how to care for a young child, reminding him he'd have kids of his own one day. His nephew giggled his first words to Vano and crawled after him from room to room, to the jealous displeasure of his aunt. Vano held no babies since his nephew had no plans to marry, but now had a baby. He dropped his keys on the side table beside the front door of his place and took a tally of the changes since he had last been there. Even though he left Queenie and her new baby at the hospital, he waited for her to fly at him with hugs. Vano lived in the room in the back, but Queenie had insisted on the larger room with the bathroom right next door. He wandered through the eerily quiet house, passing through the deserted kitchen before pushing the door to Queenie's room open, shoving piles of diaper boxes against the closet to get inside. Her room had been remodeled into a makeshift nursery, with a crib in one corner and a rocking chair beside it. Her childhood daybed sat in another corner, stacked high with fashion magazines and parenting books, Queenie's spirit still weighing down the center of the bed. The crib contained smaller baby supplies, 3 long strips of stretchy fabric known as baby-wearing wraps, a circular white noise machine, piles of clothing, toys, bibs, and even a baby toothbrush shaped like a peeled banana. A stroller with a convenient car seat attachment rested against the crib. The stroller and car seat spurred Vano into action. He grabbed the contraption, the single pack of bottles, and the newborn diapers, dumping the small supplies on the faded couch on the way to his car. It took him 2 solid hours to assemble the car seat, 30 minutes to read the directions, 30 minutes to start the process, and the last hour to make adjustments while wiping tears from his eyes. He fell into a deep sleep once the car seat was in place, once he had the immediate necessities, save for formula stocked in the kitchen, and once he'd moved the crib from his sister's room to his own. He woke the next morning when the sun crept into his bedroom, cracking his eyes open through matted eyelashes. He washed his face and brushed his teeth before his phone rang somewhere on the floor. He rooted through discarded pants for his cell phone, putting it to his ear and holding it in place with his shoulder. "Yellow," he grunted. "Dude. You were supposed to call me when you got off the plane. What's going on?" Bobby's concerned voice vibrated the phone. "Sorry. I was going to call you, but yesterday was crazy. Queenie?" "Queenie's dead," Vano whispered, eyes brimming with tears at the words. It hurt to say it aloud, to confirm a truth he had been avoiding. What? Shit, man, I'm so sorry. You need me to come down or anything?" I don't know. I'm picking Roma up today. Shit. I'm her guardian. Where's the kid's dad? Isn't the dad supposed to be the automatic guardian? She didn't name the father. She named me as the testamentary guardian. I'm going to call your lawyer, all right? Bobby offered. Why, yeah, good idea. Do you want to keep the baby? You could let your parents raise her, you know. No, Vano growled. I'll raise her. I have to. Look, I gotta go pick her up and I've got another call. Let me know when the lawyer can come by and I can talk to him. Sure thing, man. Good luck, I heard newborns are terrible. Yeah, Vano sighed, ending the call with his manager and answering the next call. Hello. Hi. Is this Vano? Yeah. Who's this? Emma? You know. Queenie's best friend. Oh shit. Yeah. Hey, Emma. How are you holding up? I stopped by the hospital this morning to see Roma, and the nurse said you stopped by yesterday. Yeah, I did. Just for a minute, though. Came home to get stuff ready or whatever, he rumbled. Right. Of course. I helped her write the will. She wants to liquidate all her assets and put them in an account for Roma's future, one she can only access on her 18th birthday. Smart. And some of our mutual friends have already volunteered to help with the funeral organization and costs. Yeah. Thanks. Do you want me to come over? Is there anything you need? I have a spare key. Can you drop off formula? Whatever the best formula babies are supposed to have. I'll pay you back. Oh yes. I can. Emma's smile traveled through the invisible phone line, relaxing Vano's frown lines. After more back and forth about logistics and Emma forcing her assistance on him, he ended the call and drove to the hospital in his 10-year-old black sedan, the car he used when he needed a break from riding. The black sedan rolled into a parking spot near the entrance, and Vano unhooked the car seat, shifting it to a baby carrier and walking inside with it hooked over his arm. A fresh wash of tears kissed his cheeks when the nurses handed Roma to him, adjusting his arms over her little body until she reclined in his arms, cold fingers pawing his shirt before tucking into her body. His hands trembled as a new collection of worries hatched in his brain. The nurse relayed a loose feeding schedule, an amount Roma ate, and reminders to test the warmth of the milk on the inside of his wrist. He hugged the sleeping baby to his chest, fingers combing her curls. Sadness burned the back of his throat, pride brewed in his chest, and anxiety throbbed in the pit of his belly. The swirl of emotions made his head spin, but he worked through the mandatory car seat explanation and test with the nurses, strapping it into the vehicle like he practiced. When Vano arrived back at his home with Roma, he saw weeks of dry formula laid out for him on the counter, more of pre-mixed formula, and the refrigerator was packed with convenience food. Emma tacked a note to the refrigerator, securing it in place with Queenie's wooden fruit magnets. Emma promised to help any way she could, reminding Vano all he needed to do was call. The first week with the new baby blurred into feedings, dirty diapers, and broken sleep. Roma ate every 2 to 3 hours, and since Vano lacked natural baby feeding devices, he stumbled to the kitchen, mixing milk day and night with the fussing baby in his arms. He sang punk rock tunes and bounced her as he mixed formula bottles, cradling her in football position for feeding and shifting her to her back for burping. Roma soiled at least 10 diapers a day. The first time Vano peeled back her diaper, he gagged, eyes rolling up to the ceiling with a groan. By the 10th diaper, he performed diaper changing without blinking an eye, tossing the tightly wrapped diaper in the smell-controlled nursery trash can. The funeral was the Saturday of the first week. Emma and Queenie's other friends planned the whole service, delivering a tuxedo to Vano's residence for the occasion. The morning of the funeral, Vano staggered through his house as he got dressed. First, he forgot his underclothes, throwing his button down over his shoulders before a faded white undershirt and feeling the scratchy starch against his bare chest. He skipped one button on his shirt, creating a bunch just above his belly button. He didn't forget the gifts Queenie had given him over the years. He affixed a large gold watch to his wrist, buffing fingerprints from the shining metal, and pressed square glittering earrings into both pierced ears. With a combination of gel and water, he combed and shaped his hair into a classic pompadour, his sister's favorite style. Emma arrived with the limousine 2 hours before the funeral was scheduled to start. She fixed Vano's buttons while he stuttered an apology. Then she dressed the baby in something comfortable, tucking shining black curls under a yellow hat. Emma dressing the baby grounded him in reality, inspiring a flush of tears down his face and a tremble in his strong jaw. Bleary-eyed from an incessant flow of tears making their way down his cheeks, Vano tied a green necktie, bringing out the flecks of mossy green in his eyes. He packed Roma's pink baby bag with 5 diapers, a change of clothes, a bottle, towel, and emergency supplies. Emma, Vano, and Roma began their journey in silence, soft classical from the driver's section traveling to the back seat and adding a soft soundtrack to the heaviness. The tinted windows blocked the sun's glare. Queenie loved sunny days, Vano murmured, lips shaking over his words. She did. But only because she hated being covered up. What did she say? I worked for this body, I want to show it off. Emma replied, reaching between her and Vano, stroking Roma's fingers. Vano chuckled, yeah. When we were kids, she'd sneak out back and make a mud puddle. Then she'd force me to play house. I swear she made me eat about 3 mud cakes over the years. The real question is, were they good mud cakes? No, they were mud cakes. Do you know what mud cakes are made of? Mud. Just mud. Maybe a worm. If you're lucky. A worm? Gross. Did you eat the worm too? Worms are good protein. Vano flashed a boyish grin. Oh my God. Gross. Stop. What? Mama said I had to listen and take care of my little sis. She said she wanted me to eat her cakes. I said no, she started crying. Mama would yell out the window. So I ate the cakes. You didn't try to fake it? You've met my sister. You ever tried faking something around her? She's better in a real lie detector test. She should have worked for the FBI, I'm telling you. Oh yes. Your sister could find out anything about anyone. She was a professional at screening boyfriends. She got me out of more than one iffy potential relationship. Same, Vano sighed. Roma looks just like her, you know. Emma shook her head, giggling. No, she doesn't. She looks just like you but with Queenie's blue eyes. I hope they stay though. Yeah. Vano glanced at the sleeping baby. I hope she sleeps through the service. If she doesn't, it's okay. Hey, can I ask you something? Yeah, anything. What's the deal with your parents? The doctor told us to consider all possibilities, and when we were discussing the funeral, Queenie was adamant about them not coming. Or knowing about the baby. Yeah, well, our family doesn't really like the baby out of marriage thing. Plus, the guy she slept with wasn't one of us. One of you? Yeah. Vano shrugged. He wasn't Romani. He was Gadjo. So? Well, it's a big deal. I mean? Pausing, Vano bit the inside of his cheek, glancing out the window. He dragged his eyes back to Emma. What all did Queenie tell you about us? Not much. She said her parents were strict and you guys didn't like it, so you ran away, and she moved in with you soon after. And you changed your numbers and blocked your parents' calls. Okay, well. Our parents weren't just strict. Not like American parents. Queenie? She stopped going to school in 6th grade because they wanted to keep her pure and away from boys. She can't keep herself away from boys? It's important for her to stay a virgin. It's okay to dress revealing and show off the goods. I mean, it's kind of encouraged, to find a man, but you don't want nobody thinking you've already given it up. My parents thought if she stayed in school during puberty, she'd do what outsiders do. Right. Have sex? And an education? Vano winced, scratching the back of his head. Yeah. It's complicated. Sure. I don't think I get it. Okay. We ran away from home because I didn't want her growing up and marrying some piece of shit jackass who's going to beat her and keep her pregnant and uneducated. Romani? You get married and you stay married, and the man of the house has the final say. It's how it is. And he doesn't have to be nice about it neither. Okay. Look, I'm sorry for asking. I just thought her parents would want to know their daughter passed away. Nah, they'll be happy they don't have to say their daughter had a baby with an outsider and then died. They'll pretend it never happened. I'm sorry again. You guys' parents sound terrible. They don't know any better. It's how they were raised, so they think it's best. Like what? Did your parents go to college and push you to do the same because they think it's best? I never thought about it, but yeah. My parents both have bachelor's degrees, so they expected me to go to a university. Same thing for my sister. My mom got married young, so she expected the same for Queenie. After all, she did it and it turned out nice for her, so why wouldn't she expect my sister to do it, Yeah. Emma looked down, rubbing the foot of Roma's striped one-piece. I know who the father is. Roma's father. Yeah? Emma nodded. He was an asshole. It's why she was strict about her will, just in case. I never thought we'd use it though. Emma fell silent for the rest of the ride. The funeral was set up to allow people to view the body before the service began. Vano, Roma and Emma arrived in the limousine and filed inside, Vano bringing the carrier while Emma hoisted the diaper bag over her shoulder. He sat in the front row dedicated for family and, in Queenie's case, close friends. Emma worked the crowd, introducing Vano to all of Queenie's friends as they passed by to view the body. Queenie had a lot of friends. The funeral directors moved more chairs to the back of the room, as gently smiling people moved inside. They reminisced over the good times with Queenie. Many male friends commented on her direct nature, while female friends mentioned her fierce loyalty and intelligence. Every friend stopped by to greet Vano, offering condolences and sharing their favorite thing about his sister. When it was time to start, the master of the ceremony strolled into the room, taking the podium beside the casket and greeting everyone as they found seats. He thanked everyone for coming and said universal words of life and death, his non-religious script. He opened the floor for immediate family and friends first, tipping his head to Vano and Emma. Emma stood first, grabbing a folded piece of paper from somewhere and took the podium. She smoothed the paper against the stand, studied it, and looked up at the crowd, smiling. I had a plan, but I hear Queenie telling me to screw it and talk from the heart. Her smile tightened. Queenie was my best friend, the best friend a person could have. She was the type of person who would run after a thief to get your purse back, the kind of person who would leave a restaurant if she suspected any sort of prejudices. Roma stirred and Vano scooped her into his arms, patting her back and bouncing her as he dug in the diaper bag, pulling out a bottle and putting it to Roma's lips. The kind of person, Emma paused when Vano picked the baby up. The kind of person who leaves a mark you can't erase. I remember the first time I met Queenie. We were taking a student loan seminar, and she sat down next to me. She jingled and she smiled. She asked me where I was going to college, why I wanted to go there, and if I wanted to try the new restaurant around the block after the seminar. I said yes, of course. Emma told several stories about Queenie. She thanked the crowd for coming a second time, wiped tears from her cheeks, and retreated to her spot beside Vano. She scooped the baby from his arms and glared at him to take the podium. The master of ceremony smiled at Vano. When Vano reached the podium, he turned and looked over the crowd. He recognized some faces, people they'd connected with over the years, but the majority of the faces were strangers to him. Queenie was my sister, Vano worked out, thick eyebrows knitting together as he looked down at the gaudy gold watch weighing down his arm, keeping him rooted to the ground. And I loved her. He gripped the stand, watching Roma before shaking his head, pinching the bridge of his nose, and walking past the group of people and out of the room. He paced the lobby as tears stung his eyes, and he blinked them back, desperate to avoid the emotional display in public. The funeral proceeded without him. The master of ceremony settled them back on track with a brief talk about the passage of time. The rise and fall of his voice calmed those affected by Vano's brief words. Vano had stories he could tell of Queenie, like the many times she forced him to play tea party and dress up with her. The times she clucked her tongue when he came in from outside smelling like motor oil and sweat, demanding him into the shower before she offered him a plate of food. Then there were the darker times. When she came between him and his father's yelling matches, pressing her hands into their chests and physically putting her smaller body between two brawny men, while her mother sat aside with a light grin on her face. When he confessed he had an interest in men and women, Queenie hugged him and promised they'd start new lives together somewhere else. She told him how to do it, circling jobs and apartments in the newspaper and calling the leasing company when Vano had months of rent saved. She made their first apartment a home when she finally moved in. She brought pots, pans, and energy with her. Insisting on home-cooked meals, she prepared a warm 3-course meal for Vano every evening after her high school equivalency program, despite Vano's protesting. She made his favorites: red meat with a lecture on cholesterol and blood pressure, potatoes a lecture on starches, and gravy a sighing shake of her head. Queenie enjoyed bringing potential suitors by the apartment to meet a stoic Vano who didn't approve a single one. When she found out she was pregnant, Vano demanded the boy's name with clenched fists and a pulsing vein in his forehead. She kept her lips sealed, though. The pregnancy was an accident even after they used protection, but she was excited to raise the baby away from her family, to send the little peanut to school and give them things she couldn't have. Dying cramped the plans. Vano clenched his fists as he paced, anger manifesting with the latest wave of tears. His tan skin stretched over his knuckles, and blood pooled in the tips of his fingers, turning them a solid shade of red. He released the tension in his hands, shaking them and rolling his shoulders. The service ended 45 minutes after it started, and the first person out of the funeral room was Emma. With a diaper bag over one shoulder and a fussy baby over the other, she marched up to Vano. "You okay?" Her bushy red eyebrows lifted to the middle of her creamy forehead. "Yeah, I'm fine," Vano grunted, scooping Roma into his arms. He dug in the diaper bag for a towel, draping it over his shoulder before patting the newborn's back. She produced a milky burp, spitting up on the towel. Vano had learned. He wiped her face before continuing the gentle patting. "Figures. Well, the service is over and she wanted to be cremated. The funeral people are going to take care of it, and you have the option to watch or we can mill about here. You can do what you want with the ashes. I bought an urn for you and everything." Thank you." He squinted, exhaled, and pulled Emma into a hug, burying his face in her neck. "Thank you so much." It's no problem. Really." Emma squeezed Vano's arm. "The reception is at her favorite restaurant. The Chinese buffet on the corner of 3rd and Main. I understand if you and Roma want to go home and rest." "Yeah," Vano chewed his bottom lip. "Listen. Do the reception, and let anyone who's interested know they can come over to the house afterwards for beers and relaxing. Then get some beer." Emma grinned. "Okay. Then, I'll see you in a little while. I'll get a takeaway plate for you too." She kissed his cheek. He escaped for a quick diaper change, throwing Roma's bag over his shoulders, and by the time he returned to the gathering, Emma had put the car seat in the limousine and explained the situation to the driver too. He secured Roma into her seat as everyone piled into their cars to start the funeral procession. The limo stopped by their 2-bedroom place, depositing a snoozing baby and an exhausted new father at the door. Emma promised to see him in a few hours with Queenie's ashes, cold beer, and some friends. Inside the house, Vano peeled his tie off, draping it over the worn wingback chair in the living room. He unhooked Roma from the car seat and carried her through the house as he got settled, ignoring the voice in his brain telling him he was carrying her too much. She snoozed on his shoulder as he opened a cold beer and tipped it to his lips. After the beer, he put them both down for a nap, resting the baby on her back in the bed with him and drifting off to a light sleep until her next meal. When Roma woke crying, Vano threw on a shirt and went to the kitchen with the baby in his arms, sleepily preparing a bottle. Once Roma was situated with her bottle, Vano made a few calls. First, he contacted his lawyer, asking a few questions about achieving proper custody in the future. The lawyer promised to put information in the mail for him about legal child custody. He compiled a packet of information about home visits, parental expectations, and what to expect when seeking full custody of a relative's child. Next, Vano called Bobby. "Hey man," Vano grunted. "Man. What's up? How you holdin' up there?" "Good. Funeral was today." "Yeah? How was it?" "Nice. Short. Sweet. Like Queenie. I'm home now. Getting a feeding in before people come over for relaxing and beer." "Smart. You want to talk business before you have to go back to daddy life." "Yeah. So look. I don't think racing all the time is going to work for a future. What's a better plan?" Vano adjusted Roma in his arms as he sat down on the couch. He rested the cell phone on the coffee table, putting Bobby on speaker for their conversation. "Well, bare bones man, you got a lot from this last race. First place? You got 100,000 in purse money. Just under $1 million for win bonuses, and the motorcycle brand you rode is giving you $1 million championship bonus. Right on. That'll cover a good bit. Realistically, I bet I could do a small race once a year. Nothing for the rest of this year though, nothing until Roma's a year old at least. Reasonable, but think about it. Unless you plan to settle down with a wife and a dog, it's going to be hard to justify keeping a baby and being a motorcycle racer. High-risk job. True. I need to think about it more. It's good. I got what I need for now, and I live a modest life. I'm not going back to flipping burgers or anything, so can you look into brands or sponsors not tied to racing? I could do a car commercial or something, you know." Well yeah, sure you could, except they require talking, not piecing together a series of grunts and hoping people understand you." Bobby chuckled. "Took me 3 years to get more than a handful of words out of you." "Yeah, whatever. Look into it. Do what I'm paying you for." "Hey now. Don't bring money in this." "Sure. Look into it. When are you coming to town again?" "Should be in town by the end of the week, and we can nail down some things like taxes." "Sure. All right. Gonna finish up this feeding, I'll see you." Vano let the call end on its own as he lifted the baby for another burping, changing, and nap session. Rather than dump Roma in her crib, Vano fumbled with the long, stretchy fabrics, wrapping it in one of the special newborn holds. He tucked Roma next to him, her head on his chest and her heartbeat keeping time with his. Emma knocked before letting herself in, dropping 3 cases of beer onto the kitchen counter with a huff. "Vano?" "Oh." She blinked when he strolled into the kitchen after her. "You got more beer in the car?" Why yes." Emma's cheeks colored. "I'll get it." He stomped outside, lifting the cases from the car and bringing them in one after the other. On the last way in, cars began to park on the street and people still wearing formal funeral clothes walked up the sidewalk to his place. Emma greeted them, and Vano tugged his lips into a smile. "Hey, I'm Taylor, and this is my partner Kristen." A sandy-haired man stretched a hand out to Vano, giving him a firm handshake. The equally sandy-haired female next to him waved, fingers wiggling in Vano's direction. "Vano. Queenie's brother," he coughed, nodding after the handshake. "You're making new father-baby wearing really sexy." Kristen smiled, giving Vano a quick once-over. Oh, thanks. A puzzled look overtook Vano's features, and he glanced at Taylor for an answer. Taylor shrugged and chuckled. Come in. There's beer and music and television. How'd you know my sister? We met her in college. Actually, she set us up on a date. Kristen, you were in her college algebra class, right? I was in her biology 101. Kristen nodded. Emma brought beers from the kitchen for the pair and breezed past them to open the door for another collection of Queenie's friends. Oh yeah? She played matchmaker too, eh? Pretty much. She said she thought she saw my sister in her math class, then convinced us to hang out. About an hour into dinner, she took a phone call and never returned, Taylor chuckled. Well, all right then. So what do you two do? I work as a data analyst for a private company. Taylor shrugged. I work for the state. Kristen smiled. Queenie promised she'd let us babysit little Roma. I know circumstances are different now, but we'd still be interested in helping out any way we can. Yeah? Thanks. I'll need it. Vano swirled a beer in his hands, squinting down at the ground. It's no problem. Oh, excuse me. I wanted to say hi to someone we missed at the funeral. Kristen touched Vano's shoulder and dragged Taylor to a new crowd. Vano's hazel eyes traveled around the room, comforted by the amount of people willing to drink beer and honor his sister. He engaged in many more small conversations as the evening wore on. Kristen administered Roma's next feeding, allowing a confused Taylor to burp her afterwards. Leo, a frizzy-haired black man, disappeared to Queenie's room to change Roma's diaper, bringing her back smelling properly powdered with her little pale face burrowed in his neck. Roma floated around the group, each person taking baby duty and giving the new father a chance to mingle. Towards the end of the evening, the doorbell rang again. Frowning, Emma glanced at Vano, who shrugged and nodded for her to answer the door. The door opened on two older people, an aged version of Vano and a plump older copy of Queenie. The woman pushed past Emma into the living room. The squat, bulky man followed her. When she saw Vano, her defiant features distorted, and she forced tears into the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. My baby girl is dead, she cried, throwing herself at her son. Her long straight hair draped down her back. She pressed her hands to Vano's cheeks, cold rings touching his skin. And you didn't even tell me about the funeral. You're making a scene, Vano grunted, looking around the room, spying Roma back in Leo's arms. He met Leo's dark eyes for a moment, before looking back at his parents. Why are you here? You weren't invited. Kesia saw the obituary in the local paper. We called and Queenie's Gadjo friend told us why we're having the reception here. Right. Kesia saw it, huh? What else did Kesia see? The race. You won. Motorcycle racing ain't a real job. But I'm guessing you get enough to support a family, don't ya? Kesia's still waitin', you know. We promised her family. Vano's father squinted one eye as he looked at his son, lip curling over his teeth. Yeah, well, Vano's lip curled too. His eyes narrowed and tension flooded his muscles. Ah. I brought gifts. His mother clapped her hands, slapping his father's chest. Duke. Get the presents. Get the presents for the little girl. You didn't have to bring gifts, Vano groaned as his father pulled up his slacks and stomped back outside. The man came back with one large box wrapped in bright pink paper. He lifted the box over the threshold and put it down again in front of Vano. Told ya he'd be ungrateful, Tilly, Duke shrugged, stepping back behind his wife. The funeral-goers hushed their conversations as the gift box entered the room. Even Roma was quiet, curled in Leo's arms still. Emma looked between them all, wringing her hands as the tension between Duke and Vano grew. Of course, we had to get gifts for our first grandbaby. Go on, open it. Sighing, Vano peeled back the wrapping to reveal a nondescript brown box. He opened it too, finding 3 individual gifts surrounded by packing peanuts. A stroller? You got a stroller. Vano frowned. It's not a stroller. It's a pram. Expensive pram. I hear the royal family has one just like it. Tilly nodded. Keep opening. You don't like it. Duke sneered. I didn't. The thing is, I don't need it and neither does Roma, Vano explained, pulling out the other 2 boxes. One was long and slender, while the other was small like a jewelry box. It ain't about need. It's about showing everyone you can afford it. We want people to know we can afford the best. So we bought for her the best. Vano opened the smaller box, shaking his head. What? The fuck? Okay, no. A gold pacifier. I'm not accepting this. Roma's not going to have a gold pacifier. What's this last gift? If it's something gold and sparkly, you can take it back right now. Queenie, don't tell us she's knocked up, you don't tell us she died, and then we can't get the baby presents neither? No. Well, yes. You can get presents. You can't get $6,000 gold pacifiers. It was more than 6,000. Duke snarled. And it's for the only grandbaby we getting, since you're a fag, ain't it? Duke. What did you say? Vano set the gifts aside and looked at his father, chest puffing up as his gaze sharpened. I said. We gotta spoil the only grandbaby we're getting, since one of our chaps died having a gadjo baby, and the other's a fucking dick-lovin' faggot. Duke stepped past his wife to meet Vano, eyes level with his. Both pairs of hazel eyes blazed with anger. They mirrored each other in their movements. Their left eye squinted more than the right side of their lips curled. Call me a fag in my house one more time and see what it gets ya. Vano's hand balled into a fist, clenching, releasing. Pa. His control broke, and his fist sank into the older man's face. Duke's jaw cracked under Vano's punch, and the impact throbbed up Vano's arm. His knuckles stung, his muscles ached. Duke staggered backwards, touching his bruising face. His fingers brushed over his busted lip, smearing the steady flow of blood. The slew of curses Duke dropped were ones Vano had heard before. Vano yelled and cursed back, advancing on Duke. His bruised knuckles worked into a fist again, and he reared his elbow back. Tilly rushed between them, pushing Vano back. Stop it, Tilly cried. She played her part well, painting worry on the features she could control. Her eyebrows raised, her lips screwed up, but her eyes danced with excitement. Just stop. Vano pressed his chest into Tilly's hand, swaying with a low rumble as Duke wiped his face, smearing bright red blood over his designer shirt. Emma gasped, rushing to the 3 of them and grabbing Vano's arm. Vano, please. Not today. Emma's soft voice begged. Let's go to the kitchen and get ice for your hand and another beer. You leave. Get out of my fucking house, Vano snarled, predatory eyes still focused on his father. Duke kicked the baby pram box, spitting more curses before he stormed out of the house. He broke the desk lamp and swung the front door open, cracking it when it hit the interior wall. Vano's eyes traveled to his mother once his father was gone. I'm leaving, Tilly snickered, inspiring another low growl from Vano. Good. Vano wrestled his arm away from Emma when his parents were gone, looking at the shocked group of people. Sorry. You know, parents. He knit his dark eyebrows and stalked into the kitchen. He rubbed his hands over the face as the guests started talking again, the low rumble of voices increasing steadily. Vano ran his hand under cold water, rinsing the broken skin before digging in the refrigerator for frozen vegetables. He sat on the counter, cradling the bag of peas in his left hand and pressing the knuckles of his right hand into it. Vano. Emma inched into the kitchen. You okay? Yeah, sorry. Didn't mean to get into it with them. He winced and shrugged his broad shoulders. It's okay. You get a free pass at your sister's funeral. We put the gifts in her nursery. The last gift. It's a travel baby bed. It's very good for co-sleeping too, if you've considered it. Yeah, sure. He muttered. Seriously. I saw them in one of the baby magazines. I heard you. I can get everyone out of here if you're tired. Emma bit her lip, squeezing Vano's knee. Yeah. Please. Emma nodded, giving him a quick once-over before exiting the kitchen. The rise and fall of her voice floated around the room as she spoke with the guests and explained the situation, allowing each of them to announce their departure on their own. Taylor and Kristen entered the kitchen to hug Vano, reminding him he could call them for childcare any time he needed. Leo poked his head in, passing Roma to Vano as she stirred for a feeding, having slept through the fight like a seasoned romanical child. As he scooped formula powder into a fresh bottle of measured water, more guests came in to bid him good night and remind him they loved his sister. Hearing his sister was a good person made pride swell inside him, soothing him through her loss. He burped Roma before starting the feeding process, cradling her and pacing around the room as she sucked from the bottle. He wandered into the living room and watched Emma clean up from the party, tossing beer bottles and wiping down counters. "You don't have to clean up," Vano protested. "I don't, but you have enough on your plate. After you feed her, I'll watch her while you shower if you want." "Yeah? Please." Features softening, Vano looked down at Roma sucking the last drops from the bottle. He smiled at her, kissing her forehead and burped her again. He surrendered Roma to Emma, escaping a dirty diaper, and disappeared into the bathroom. He took his time in the shower, letting the water wash over his face and through his hair. The pressurized water droplets beat his chest, making his skin raw the longer he stood under the steaming water. In a week's time, Vano had forgotten the experience of showering without worry. Since Roma came home, his showers consisted of jumping in the water at the beginning of nap time and rushing out before she woke up. Sometimes he sat the car seat right outside the door of the bathroom, leaving the curtain and the door cracked, so he had a direct view of the baby. Sometimes he chanced it, leaving her in her rarely used crib for his short wash-up. He ended his shower when the water ran cold, sending shivers down his spine. It took him seconds to dry off and toss a shirt and lounge pants on. For a second, he forgot Queenie was gone, and her name bubbled on his lips. His memory refreshed when Emma turned down the hallway. "Oh hey. I'm going to put her in bed." "I got it. I'm going to bed anyway." Vano's wet hair stuck to his face. The drier pieces curled at the ends, tickling his ears and cheekbones. "Okay. Cool. Emma passed the baby back. "Thanks. For everything." Vano ducked his head. "I wouldn't have gotten through this day without you." "It's no problem. Queenie was my best friend. We were like sisters, so you're kind of like the brother I never asked for." She offered a soft smile. "Oh damn. Well, next time I see you, put your hair in pigtails so I can pull them. It's what brothers do." "Right. Thanks for the heads up. Okay, get some rest." Emma kissed Vano's cheek and pushed him towards his bedroom. He settled Roma on her back next to him and drifted off to sleep, lulled into a comfortable snooze by Roma's soft noises and milky scent. The first few months with Roma fused together, and one day he woke up with a wiggling, smiling creature beside him. This creature had a head full of thick dark curls, bright blue eyes, and a dimpled grin like her mother. Roma loved to smile and show her teeth, spreading her lips wide any time she had the chance. Seeing her become a tiny human changed Vano. It turned tiring care into something of pleasure when Roma smiled up at him during feedings and greeted him in the morning with soft, adoring eyes. She needed him in a way no one else ever had, and he found himself fiercely protective over the little girl. He worried over little things, carting her to medical checkups with lists of questions, inquiring about her weight, her acne, and her acid reflux. Despite the doctor assuring him he was on the right track, he joined a support group focused on single fathers. These burly men greeted each other with tired hellos, babies strapped to their chest with carriers or wheeled in strollers. The chats centered around managing expectations and father-centric questions, such as caring for a female newborn without feeling awkward. It never occurred to Vano to feel awkward, but he counted a good day as a day where he got a private shower and didn't get bodily waste on his skin. A bad day, well, he didn't like to talk about it. The father group put things in perspective, releasing Vano from depression over his sister's passing. The men also talked about masculine things, like bikes. In fact, several of the men recognized him as the winner of the biggest American motorcycle race. They slapped his shoulder and congratulated him on the win, before delving into a deep conversation about bike specs while the children played at their feet. Toddlers babbled at other toddlers, and the fathers with infants administered feedings and changings while ranking motorcycle companies by best price, best mileage, and overall quality. The conversation traveled back to babies, when one father asked how long to feed the baby formula. With shrugs all around, the men decided it was best to play it by ear and let the baby wean themselves. Then, they returned to their previous discussion of motorcycles. After the weekly father group, he shopped for groceries, taking himself and the little one for a brief coffee date before the supermarket where he strapped her to his chest with his baby-wearing device, letting her face forward and smile at all strangers passing by. Vano talked to Roma through the whole process, asking her important questions, such as which can of tomato sauce he should get, and if he should stick with the wheat pasta or try the forest green vegetable pasta. He strolled down every aisle, picking up items on his list while Roma gurgled and hummed against his chest. He turned from the canned vegetables and fruit aisle onto the baking aisle, pausing the cart in front of the prepackaged cakes and cookies. "Oh my God! Is this the little one?" A shrill voice rang out from down the aisle as a woman in patterned shorts, a fitted top and high heels, strode over to the pair. Her long black hair rippled behind her, and her hoop earrings swayed. "Kesia," Vano groaned. Roma made a noise and fixed her blue eyes on the stranger, focusing on the sparkling things first. "Is this her? Is this Roma? She's so cute." Kesia pinched the little one's cheeks, staining them with a flush of pink. "Yeah. You told my parents." "Of course I told your parents. You think a man can raise a baby and keep a house? I'm surprised either of you are still alive without a woman to cook and clean. I bet your place is a disaster. Actually, I do think a man can raise a baby. And my house is fine, thank you." She glanced in his cart. Canned pasta sauce, box pasta. Telly dinners. Packaged cookies. Kesia picked up each item and dropped it back in the cart. "This ain't food." "It's fine." Vano grunted. "I'll come over and cook for ya." "Nope." "Why not?" She tipped her head, gripping the side of the cart and popping her hip out to the side. "Because I don't want you to. I don't want you in my life. I thought I made it clear. You said you didn't want to be like your parents. We won't be like your parents, you and me." "Sure we won't. We don't have the same values, we don't want the same things. You want to raise your Chavis like we were raised, and I'm done with it. Yeah, I want to raise my Chavis like us. I like how I was raised, and I want to marry a Romani man and raise them to be Romani men and women. I don't. See? I don't. I don't want anyone growing up like I did. Because it was so bad? No, it wasn't. It wasn't right. Don't you know when something's just not how it's supposed to be?" "No." Kesia quirked a dark eyebrow and inched closer to Vano, touching his rough hands to hers. "Stop. I mean, the stuff we believe isn't right. It's definitely not good for women, and not good for men either. I like how I was raised. You like not going to school and not being able to read or write? Who needs reading and writing? I learned everything I need to know from my mama. I know how to cook, clean, and take care of my man. I don't need to know more. See? There's the problem. There's more than taking care of someone else and being a little Romani princess. I don't want a partner who waits on me hand and foot, likes to buy sparkly shit and get their nails done, and thinks I work so they can buy what they want. But you would work so I can have whatever I want." Vano sighed, "Maybe. But I want my partner to be more than a sparkly trophy. I want to stop this cycle where women are uneducated and men control everything with misogynistic values. I didn't want my sister growing up and marrying a man who was going to beat her. And you know it happens, don't pretend it doesn't. It's how it is." Kesia picked at her nails, turning her eyes away from Vano and looking down the grocery aisle. "And it shouldn't be. No human being deserves to be hit, cursed at, or controlled, be it physically, emotionally, or any other way. Okay, so you don't have to be like the other men. I'm not like them, but it's more than not being like them. If I follow the path my parents expect, then I'm complacent. I agreed because I didn't disagree. And it's a snowball. So I marry one of us. So I marry you. Then what? Do you want to raise Roma like you were raised? Of course. I want to teach her all the things she needs to know and keep her pure for her husband. What if I want her to go to school? Until she graduates high school? Then you'll shame us and her. She'll be around outsiders, and you know they don't understand why it's important to be pure. I don't understand why it's important to be pure. Who cares if you sleep with someone before you get married? I care. It's my gift to my husband. If he is going to take care of me and keep me safe my whole life until I grow old, I should be pure for him. Vano pinched the bridge of his nose. I'm done with this conversation. I have shopping to do. Wait, Vano. Seriously. What? What is it? You really hate our life so much? And me? Kesia turned green eyes up to study Vano's face, painted lips parting in the center. She attempted to look sexy, but Vano only saw a child. He saw Roma in 20 years with no education, and hoping for a man who wouldn't take advantage of her. No. I don't hate you. He stroked her cheek. But I can't marry you. I will find you someone. My parents will find someone for you soon. Okay, Kesia murmured, pacified by his answer. Vano brushed his lips over her temple as he pulled her into a hug, sandwiching Roma between their bodies. With a much improved mood, Kesia retreated. She chewed her bottom lip as she dropped 2 packs of dry sugar cookie mix into his basket. Just add water. They're your favorite kind. Vano smirked. Thanks. I'll call you if I need anything. Promise? Yeah. Vano smiled a little more and nodded. Kesia skipped away, turning the corner at the end of the aisle, heels clanking until she caught up with her friends. Vano combed Roma's hair with his fingers as he continued the shopping trip, grabbing a sampler pack of baby food after promising Roma to check the prices on making their own. He also promised the humming baby he would eat healthier for them both. She coughed. Vano scowled and smoothed her hair as he moved to the checkout counter. The cashier assisted him with taking the groceries from the basket to the counter and slid them over the barcode scanner. Did you find everything okay? The high school boy chirped as he glided the bag of dry pasta over the scanner and dropped it in a plastic bag. Yeah. Vano muttered. Roma smiled, stubby hands flailing towards the boy. Aw. So cute. Is it daddy-daughter day? He touched Roma's outstretched hand in between bagging the items. Yeah. Frowning, Vano shook his head. It's every day. He added, frustration in his tone. Oh, my bad. It's just rare to see a stay-at-home dad. So what does mom do? Vano stared at the boy, hazel eyes closing before opening again in a slow, deliberate movement. Your total is $67.38. The boy squirmed under Vano's awkward stare, holding his hard gaze for seconds before looking around instead. Vano swiped his card on the machine and tapped the numbers appropriately, as Roma slapped his hand. As he paid, the boy picked up the bagged groceries and put them back in the cart. Thanks. Vano grunted, taking the receipt when it was offered and exiting the grocery store, pushing the cart to his black sedan and depositing the groceries into the trunk. He strapped Roma into her car seat and drove to the baby superstore next. Vano avoided the baby superstore most of the time, opting to order routine baby supplies from the internet, but he needed a new bouncer contraption and was curious about making his own pureed food for the little girl. The trip was unavoidable. It took a grand total of 10 seconds for Vano to remember why he hated the baby store, when he witnessed a frazzled mother plead with her toddler while struggling to get her infant in the carrier. The toddler tossed crayons and a coloring book on the ground, before turning his defiant features back to his mother. The wailing started 3 heartbeats into the parent versus toddler death stare. The baby added her impressive vocal capacity soon after. Raising his eyebrows and closing his eyes, he lifted Roma and her baby bag from the car, putting her back in the stretchy wrap. When he entered the store, he escaped to the store's quiet space to sneak in a quick feeding, crossing his legs and balancing the baby over his lap. The routine feeding ended with a good burp. He slipped her back into the sling for a nap, put the diaper bag in a shopping cart, and weaved through the aisles. He picked out a new bouncer and a new playmat for the esteemed tummy time. He swung by the middle section of the store, walking down rows of gender-specific toys, blocks and cars for the boys and dolls for the girls. He found an activity gym, a few teethers, and a gender-non-specific set of stacking rings he read good things about in the parent magazines from the pediatrician's office. Then he added a few things the parenting group suggested before circling back to the front of the store, towards the baby food and bottles. He bought a set of larger bottles, and then looked at all the options for solid feeding. Dear fucking God. Why are there so many choices? Vano grunted, picking up a blender box and turning it over to read the specifications. It's literally a regular blender with a baby on the cover and $30 more expensive. Fuck me. A slender mother down the aisle scoffed, pressing her hands over her child's ears, blonde hair falling over her slender shoulders. You're in a baby store, she informed him, lifting shaped eyebrows to her wrinkled forehead. Yeah, I know. Vano shrugged, fluttering his eyelids. So don't use dirty words. They can hear you. She clutched her child closer, scooping the 3-year-old into her arms. They're babies? Whatever. Vano shook his head as he turned back to the display of items, picking up a pacifier with a mesh attachment in the front. He poked at the mesh. I'm not prepared for parenting. It's for starting solids and teething. You can put frozen fruit in the mesh part, so the baby doesn't choke while they nibble it, a warm, deep voice offered. Pass me a green one, please. What? Vano scowled, putting the pink one back and digging through the bin for the requested color. He turned to offer the pacifier and paused. His eyes landed on the slender creature who owned the buttery voice, starting at his booted feet and trailing up his fitted skinny jeans to his slight waist. A belt held his jeans in place, and a tucked shirt highlighted his lean build, the type of body Vano adored because it was the opposite of his own. Vano's eyes traveled up to the man's square face, memorizing the slope of his jawline, the cupid's bow of his pink lips. He drowned in the man's light brown eyes, the dark halo around the iris, and the swirls of yellows and ambers surrounding the pupil. Thanks. For the thing. He reached over and plucked it from Vano's hand. Yeah. I'm Vano. He managed, swallowing past a growing knot in his throat. Gabriel. A smiling chuckle. So, who are you shopping for? Long eyelashes kissed his cheeks as he glanced down at Roma, and then back up to Vano's face. Roma. Her name is Roma. It's complicated, Vano stammered, shrugging his shoulders up to his ears. You? Who are you shopping for? My cousin's pregnant. I'm trying to get her things no one else will think of. Gabriel crossed one arm over his chest and combed his wild curls with the other. After a veiled attempt to flatten his feathery locks, he gave up and pressed his fingers to his plush lips instead. Oh. How would you know? What kinds of things to get? I used to work as a nanny for a busy couple with a newborn. I worked for them for 2 years. A nanny? Yeah. It's basically the ultimate babysitting job. I lived with them and I took care of their twins. I didn't know nannies still existed. Gabriel chuckled, the sound like music to Vano's ears. They exist. Most people are too proud to hire them, but some people are the opposite. They want someone to be around all the time, just in case. Did you like it? It was okay. The job was fine. I didn't like the people as much. It's why I don't work for them anymore. Oh. So what are you doing now? You have a lot of questions, Vano. Gabriel stepped past him, cologne and pheromones tickling his nose. It's like you're interviewing me or something. No. I mean, I don't know. This baby thing got dumped in my lap, and I love her and all, but extra help sounds nice. I see. And you want to get back to racing too, right? What? You? You're Vano Loveridge, right? Gabriel grabbed refillable squeeze tubes. Yeah. You watch motorcycle racing? Hardly. My ex-boyfriend. He liked racing. I only kept watching because, Gabriel paused. Because your ass looks good in your racing suit. Oh yeah. He gave a little nod. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said it. No, it's okay. I heard it a few times before. So, really. I could be interested in a nanny. Then you should interview one. I should. Can I get your information? Oh, me. Gabriel's dark eyebrows rose. I don't know. I have a busy schedule. I go to school in the mornings. I'm home in the mornings. Roma sleeps late. I need afternoons to figure out a new racing plan. And sometimes I might need a person who can travel for a weekend, or even keep the baby at home while I'm gone. We should talk about it over coffee, and you should finish your shopping. I have the necessities. What are you doing now? Nothing. How about I meet you at the coffee shop on the corner in 30 minutes? Perfect. I'll see you over there. Vano leaned into Gabriel, catching his scent again, letting wispy hairs kiss his rough skin before he retreated. Vano found himself desperate for touch, distracted by the soft fluorescent lights reflecting off Gabriel's smooth olive skin, the column of his long neck down to his prominent collarbone peeking from the collar of his shirt. See you in a minute. His intoxicating giggle filled Vano's ears again as he walked away, hips swaying with an easy grace up to the checkout counter and turning out of sight. Cursing, Vano rubbed his hands over his face as his mind replayed what just transpired. Gabriel was a domestic fine wine, shelved for a minimum of 25 years with the juiciest grapes of the season, crushed and sweetened and then set to ferment. He wheeled his cart to the checkout aisles, with Gabriel's airy walk replaying in his mind. Gabriel walked like a dancer, footfalls placed one after the other, heels lifting before he rolled onto the ball of his foot. Graceful. Sexy, even. Nothing like the loud Romani women he was used to, or the outsider men he'd tousled around with. The older cashier deftly scanned Vano's items, tucking them into each other rather than giving him multiple bags. She cooed at Roma, who lingered somewhere between asleep and awake, thin eyelids fluttering over bright eyes. At the car, he packed the newest collection of items into the trunk and changed Roma on the back seat. He massaged her little tummy and discussed the possibility of a nanny. As he chatted, he cradled her in his arms and let her play with his fingers. What do you think, little lady? You get sick of me all the time? Vano kissed Roma's rosy cheeks. Roma giggled. Oh, what? You do get sick of me? Here I am, caring for you day in and day out, and you're tired of me? His gravelly voice lightened when he talked to the smiling baby. She gurgled at his words, offering a primitive reply and making Vano guess her intent. Yeah, well, it's all because I love you. So you're stuck with me and we're in this together. So come on. Let's go meet the hot nanny and see if he can give Daddy a break. Inside the diaper bag, Vano pulled out a smaller backpack pre-packed with one diaper, a rolled change of clothes and a small bottle. He hoisted the backpack over his shoulders and carried Roma in his arms as he walked to the coffee shop. You think I hold you too much? You're getting kinda heavy, but you canceled my gym plans for the year. You think we should start doing workouts together? Roma smiled and hummed, resting her head on Vano's shoulder and scraping sticky fingers over his stubbly chin. He kissed her fingers. Maybe when you can sit up a little better, then we'll discuss it some more. You may need to gain a little more weight, too. Doctor says 17 pounds is good for a baby, but I used to bench about 60 of you or something. My barbells weighed more than you, dear. Vano turned to brush his lips over her forehead, shifting her from his right arm to his left as he opened the door to the coffee shop. "Let's get coffee first and then find a place to sit, yeah?" Vano rumbled. "Are you talking to the baby or me? Because I already have coffee." Gabriel stood just inside the coffee shop, on his way out, as Vano and Roma were on their way in. He lifted his travel cup of coffee. Vano's dark cheeks burned. "Aye, baby," he replied. "I was gonna get yours." "It's okay. I'm picky, so I went ahead and ordered. I'll find a place for us to sit while you order." Gabriel slipped past Vano, moving from inside to outside. The sun peeked through his curly brown hair, haloing his delicate features. "Yeah." Gabriel flashed a smile and swam through the sea of tables and people for an empty square table away from the street. Vano ordered black coffee and juggled Roma and the hot drink back outside. He sat across from Gabriel's beautiful face. "Before we start, I want to say you're real good looking, but I really am interested in a nanny." Thanks. Thank you." A light rosy blush touched Gabriel's cheeks, and he put his drink on the table, crossing his legs. "You're good looking as well, but this is a job for me. I won't jeopardize a job for a night of fun." "Good," Vano gruffed. "Good. So let's talk." "Yeah. So you said you were a nanny for another couple?" Vano balanced Roma on his lap, placing his cell phone and coffee on the table. Gabriel offered a charming smile. "Hi, my name is Gabriel Sanchez. Yes, I've worked as a nanny before. I was a live-in nanny with the previous couple for 2 years, and before I was a live-out nanny for 3 years. I've been a professional nanny for 5 years. Why did you leave the last position?" "I left because the parents and I didn't completely agree on parenting techniques. I was an advocate of open communication and providing the child with an open gender-neutral space, and they, well, weren't." "Gender-neutral space?" Vano tilted his head. "Yes. I mean, I don't like it when people buy only pink toys and dolls for girls and only blue toys and trucks for boys. They had a boy child, and he showed an interest in playing with baby dolls. They told him boys don't play with baby dolls. He cried and came to me, of course." Gabriel shrugged. "I realized I didn't want to perpetuate toxic masculinity." "Toxic masculinity?" "Correct. Gender role restrictions and the whole alpha male thing." Gabriel waved a hand and sipped his coffee. "Oh yeah. Right." Vano rubbed Roma's tummy. She smiled at him. So, do you have emergency training?" "Yes, I'm trained in CPR and first aid. I have a water safety certification as well, and I'm going to school for early childhood development." "You like children?" "I do. I like shaping them into people, watching a creature explore our jaded, terrible world with a youthful freshness." Gabriel glanced down for a moment, a softer smile touching his face, desolation flickering in his eyes. It evaporated when he looked at Vano again, a warm smile stretching his lips. "Cool. When you're with Roma, what will she be doing?" "Well, I mentioned how I'm busy during the morning. Assuming our day starts at noon, we will get a feeding in, do something interactive until she goes down for a little nap. After the nap, another feeding if she's hungry, a walk, and then some independent time where she explores on her own. More interactive time and preparation for bedtime. Alternatively, after nap can be errand time too." "Yeah," Vano sighed. "Okay. What happens if Roma's having a rough day and she's just cranky and crying?" "Well, we'll play it by ear. I don't think you can hold a baby too much, so if she's crying, she's in my arms and we're working it out together." "What if she's sick?" "I won't know this at first, but the more time I spend around her, the more I will learn what each cry means and how she sounds when she's hungry, sleepy, gassy, or not feeling too well. If she's feeling warm but acting normal, we'll continue our schedule. If she's got a fever and has other symptoms like no appetite, coughing, really fussy, then I'm calling the doctor." Vano nodded. Good. You sound kind of perfect. Tell me about your worst nanny or childcare experience." "Okay. Well, When I first started babysitting in high school, I sat for this family with a young son and a slightly older daughter. The daughter was fine, but on the first day, the son jumped from the couch and hit his head on the coffee table. He bled everywhere, and I had to rush him to the emergency room. I thought I was fired and the worst babysitter ever. The mom wasn't even alarmed when she got there, and I worked for them for 3 years afterwards. Oh damn. It was traumatic. Gabriel nodded, for me, not the child. He smiled into his coffee, giggling at his own joke. Next question? Right. Yeah. So, Roma's starting solids. What are your thoughts on nutrition? Well, I think the organic movement is obnoxious. Not everything needs to be purchased organic, and it's far more important to support your local economy than to buy overpriced organic cucumbers. Oh, you're talking about for babies? Gabriel's brown eyes sparkled. I don't like canned baby food. I would prefer to buy fresh fruits and vegetables, steam them, and then blend them for her to eat. Good nutrition from the start can prevent allergies later in life. I also think babies naturally wean themselves. There's no point where I will refuse to give her a bottle if it's what she wants. What if she doesn't like something? Well, she's human. I'll keep everything in the rotation until she tries it a few times. I mean, no one likes Brussels sprouts, but we still have to eat them on occasion, right? And I want her to be willing to try versus used to only eating what she likes. All right? You definitely passed the child part. I mean, I'd hand you the baby now. You clearly have more experience than me. Gabriel laughed. I'm supposed to, I think. What's next? More personal questions, I guess you'd call them. Do you prefer live-in or live-out? They both have their benefits. Live-in is easier for smaller children, whereas once the kids are older and more independent, live-out works just fine. You tend to work longer hours when you live in because it's like being on call 24/7, and you care about the child, but it's easier because my commute is 10 steps away and I don't have to do the typical getting ready process like I would if I lived somewhere else. Do you smoke or drink? I don't smoke cigarettes. I will smoke marijuana on occasion. I will also drink on occasion. Since this is an employee situation, I would never drink or smoke while I'm working, but as a live-in person, when I am not working, I might have a beer or glass of wine at the end of an evening. Fair. What about friends over? Not generally, no. I spend time with my best friend, but it doesn't have to be at the house or while I'm caring for the baby. You're used to strict parents, aren't you? Well, Gabriel exhaled in a chuckle. Yes. I mean, it is a job, but it gets hazy. People stop at their friends' work all the time, but I don't want to say occasionally, sure, my friend may drop off a snack for me, you know? Yeah, I know. If I meet your friend and they're cool, then I don't mind within reason and as long as Roma's taken care of. Okay, cool. I'm glad you're reasonable. Yeah. And no problem. So what about cooking and housework? I don't mind basic housekeeping and a few loads of laundry since, well, baby, but I'm not a maid. You can't count on me for a hot dinner every night, or to keep the bathroom spotless or whatever. Okay. We could do a roommate schedule kind of thing. I mean, I never really cooked before, but... You've never cooked? How old are you? Late 20s. And you've never cooked? No. It's complicated. Is it? Gabriel rose his eyebrows. Kinda? It's a thing. Men don't cook, women do. And they keep house too. But you asked if I would cook, so some men cook? I'm confused. I said it's complicated. It's how I was raised. Men work, women keep the house. Were you raised in the 1940s? And no. No. Well then? Gabriel stared at him. It's a traveler thing, cultural thing, Vano groaned, dragging his eyes up to Gabriel. Traveler? Like romanical? Yeah. Oh. I didn't realize? It's okay, I'm glad you didn't. I just? Yeah, so I could learn to cook. And clean. Vano shrugged, attention focused on the baby snoozing in his lap. He stroked her cheek with the backs of his fingers. I have questions for you. About the job. Why yeah, okay. What are they? Salary first. How much will I be getting per week? Shit. I ain't thought about it. I guess like 600. 625? With room and board free, of course. And if you are willing to buy groceries, you can add yours in for free. You know what? Deal. How long do you see yourself with a nanny? Well, I want to get back into racing or at least working around bikes. I'm a single father with no immediate family, so for a while. At least 2 years, hopefully longer with the right fit. Okay. What kind of child are you trying to raise? Are you looking to raise her the same way you grew up? You mean with the strict roles? Yes. No, I don't want to, but I'm afraid I might accidentally. Gabriel nodded, understandable. How often do you expect to go out of town, or me have to travel with you? Nothing for the next 6 months. Maybe once or twice a year overall. Perfect. Okay? You pass. Gabriel grinned. Oh, I should add. I have my own vehicle, and it has space for a car seat. I prefer communicating by text message throughout the day, and I would like a trial run before we commit. A trial weekend, maybe? Right. Shit. Forgot to ask about the car. And the communication. Blushing, Vano nodded to Gabriel's suggestions, letting him navigate them in the right direction. Gabriel's upfront nature comforted Vano even as it overwhelmed him. A trial run sounds perfect. Oh shit. I live in a 2-bedroom, 1 bathroom. Are you okay sharing a bathroom? Yes. It's fine. Vano sighed, tension rolling out of him. Okay. Good. So, I can get your information, and we can set up a trial weekend? Yes. And do a background check, of course. Gabriel relayed his contact information to Vano, and then uncurled from his relaxed position, standing on slender legs. He tossed his empty coffee cup in the trash. I have to get going, but I look forward to hearing from you. Gabriel promised, touching Vano's hand and smiling at Roma. Vano racked his brain for more words, but his mouth opened and closed on air as Gabriel retreated. He took 3 steps backwards and turned around, merging into the sidewalk traffic.
Hey guys, I hope you're enjoying the story so far. If you are, please give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel for more. Thanks.
Part 2. Vano performed Gabriel's background check the day after they had the impromptu interview, and by the weekend they were ready for the trial run. Gabriel arrived Friday evening with an overnight bag packed with enough clothes for 2 days. The trial weekend ended up being amazing, despite Gabriel's reservations. Because of how quickly everything happened, he waited for Vano to suggest something more after Roma was tucked in bed. Vano never did. In fact, Vano was all business when it came to Roma and her care. He observed Gabriel during key moments such as diaper changing and bathing, but gave them space to bond during tummy time and bottle feedings. By the end of the weekend, Gabriel was settled in the 2nd bedroom, nestling his things between packed boxes Vano promised to get rid of before he moved in. Gabriel put his green electric toothbrush in the bathroom beside Vano's, his all-natural toothpaste leaning against it. Gabriel explained the new living situation to his current roommate and best friend, who waved him off and resolved to get a temporary roommate to replace Gabriel. On Wednesday, Gabriel watched Roma while Vano and his brawny friend packed his major belongings into his car. Gabriel took the rest of the week and weekend to unpack. His official first day was the following Monday, and he spent Sunday night staring at the ceiling, listening to Vano's soft singing as he lulled Roma to sleep. The next morning, Gabriel dressed and left for classes before either of them stirred. His first class of the morning was childhood psychology, complete with an old professor and bubbly assistants. His second class was behavior and family dynamics, taught by a young frizzy-haired woman. It ended just before 11 o'clock, giving him 2 hours to waste before starting his new job. He dropped his bag on the cafeteria bench before wandering to the different food stations. He requested a vegetarian wrap, crinkle fries, made himself a large salad, and rooted around for a bottled water. As he sat down to eat, his best friend and former roommate slipped into the booth across from him. "Just because you eat healthy doesn't mean you're allowed to eat everything." She chuckled, picking at his crinkle fries. "Actually, Farron dear, it's exactly what it means. Hands off, ma'am. Get your own." He swatted her with a matching chuckle. "How were your classes?" "Ah. Boring, thanks for asking. When you take play and learning for the young child, do not take Professor Stein. She's a bore." I fell asleep again, and of course she called on me directly to answer questions. "Take a crossword from the newspaper in there with you." "To keep me awake?" "Yes. So you won't get bored." "Right. Not going to work. Anyway, today is your first day working for sexy single daddy?" "Vano." "Yes. In about an hour, I report for duty." Gabriel poured dressing on his salad, building calculated bites on his fork. "Excited?" "I don't want him to linger around. I want him to do something else, especially on my first day. It's stressful enough without him hovering." "Is he a helicopter parent?" "Hold on. I'm getting cheese fries." She held up a hand before Gabriel could answer and hopped to her feet, skipping to the food stations. Gabriel ate several hurried bites of his salad. Farron returned with a pile of fries covered in melted cheese. "Okay, continue." "Right. Not particularly. He's a new father, so he's all over the place. He means well, he's not strict, and so far he's easy to live with." "And cute." Farron shrugged. "Yes, he's cute. The eye candy is nice, but we established a clear boundary between our physical attraction for each other and the job." "Very mature of you. And you think he'll honor it and not take advantage?" "Well, I am a big boy. I can take care of myself. And he's paying me $600 a week, not including room and board or groceries. I can keep it in my pants." Gabriel finished his salad and moved on to his wrap. "Oh, Daddy's loaded." "Stop calling him Daddy. He's the motorcycle racer. You didn't notice? He was wearing sweats, I couldn't see his ass." "All right. He's the one who won the national race about 6 months ago." "Loveridge." Gabriel nodded. "Seriously?" Gabriel nodded again. "He's off the charts sexy. You're banned from reminding me he's attractive for the rest of our conversation. Are you still fighting with your man?" "Fine. Fine. No, he stopped by last night with flowers and chocolates, begging for forgiveness, and we had makeup sex." "Did you two discuss how to have it not happen again?" "Oh yeah, right, we need to discuss it. I'll talk to him about it. You know, I was thinking since you moved out, I could let him move in instead of find a new roommate." "You've only been dating for 6 months, Gabriel muttered. "And? You moved in with Xander after 6 months. And now we're both single. See how well it worked out for us?" "Well, sure. He cheated. Boyfriend isn't cheating. It'll be fine." Farron wrinkled her nose. "And Xander was an asshole, even despite the cheating. He never let you fuck him." "Don't remind me, please." "My bad. Back to Loveridge. Did he tell you how he made a baby? Mention an ex-girlfriend or anything?" "He said it was complicated." "Sounds like it if he's gay with a baby who looks just like him." "She does, doesn't she?" Gabriel's features softened, and he thumbed the whole wheat tortilla. "Spitting image. Like you cut her out of his leg. He's probably bisexual, and his crazy ex-girlfriend got pregnant and she's unfit to parent. Drugs in her system or just plain didn't want a baby." "I thought you were done falling for bisexuals?" "I haven't fallen for him." Gabriel glanced at his cell phone. "Look. I have to go, I'll see you later." He stacked his plates. "Aha. Let me know after a week of playing house." "See you, babe." See you, honey. After throwing his bag over his shoulder and depositing his plates in the appropriate place, he left the cafeteria and drove to Vano's place, parking his silver hatchback next to Vano's black sedan. Gabriel unlocked the door and walked into the kitchen, dropping his keys on the table and his bag by the door. He paused, listening for noises, before he moved into the living room. Finding Vano shirtless and asleep with the baby on his chest, Gabriel folded his arms and smiled. He bit his bottom lip as he studied Vano's weathered features, rough from years of motorcycle riding and outdoor work, his thick eyebrows sloping into a prominent nose and full lips stretched over a wide mouth, the shadow of his beard growing in. Vano hugged the baby to his body, tan skin stretched over corded muscles in contrast to the little one's chubby arms and legs. Her creamy cheeks burrowed in Vano's coarse chest hair. Vano's legs spread open, one knee hitting the coffee table. The other was parallel with the back of the couch, his bare toes resting on the arm of the couch opposite his head. Vano's jeans strained at the seams from his position. Gabriel smiled a little more as he scanned the room, spying a folded towel and empty bottle on the coffee table. He picked them up and took them to the kitchen, before returning to the living room. Psst. Hey. Gabriel approached, touching Vano's shoulder. The other man groaned, shifting the baby against his chest. Vano's eyes rolled behind his eyelids, long lashes fluttering. His lips pursed together, dimpled at the corners and smoothed out again. Roma's hand stretched, and her soft baby nails scraped Vano's skin. I'm going to do some organizing while you sleep. I'll take over when you wake up, Gabriel whispered, stroking the pad of his thumb along Vano's shoulder. He sucked in a slow breath when Vano grunted again, then disappeared into the kitchen. Gabriel loaded the dishwasher while reorganizing the cabinets, busying himself with removing all the dishes and wiping the bottom of each cabinet before stashing the dishes away again. He scrubbed the granite counters, utilizing a Brillo pad first and a disinfectant wipe second. He organized the cookware, leaving most commonly used pots on the stove and tucking specialties under the counter. After the dishes, he opened the refrigerator and made a preliminary grocery list, mulling over it as he dumped baby clothes and blankets into the wash. Roma stirred in the living room, coughing and gurgling her way to a full cry. Gabriel waited, drumming his fingers on the clean counter. Vano's rumbling voice joined Roma's shrill cries, and finally the shirtless man wandered into the kitchen. Oh. Hey. Gabriel squeaked, dancing out of Vano's way. The man meandered to the cabinet where the bottles used to live, and felt around in the shaded cabinet. Bottles? Vano scowled, one eye closed from sleepiness, the other open out of necessity. Right. Yes. I moved them closer to the formula over here. Gabriel explained, airy voice flickering with new job jitters as he grabbed a bottle and mixed formula. Vano rubbed his face while Roma cried into his shoulder, spreading a thin layer of saliva across his chest. Ah. May I? Gabriel opened his arms for Roma after mixing the formula. Yep, another grunt, and Vano passed the crying baby over. Thanks, Gabriel murmured, cradling Roma in his arms and presenting her with the bottle. After a few adjustments, she settled for feeding, eyes slipping closed as she drank. Sorry. Fell asleep for a while there. It's fine. When did you two wake up this morning? Around 10, I guess. First feeding, a change, and we were playing before we fell asleep. Weren't asleep for too long though. Nearly 2 hours? Sounds right. What are your plans for the evening? Today. Vano's eyebrows arched up to his smooth hairline, wavy locks meeting bushy eyebrows. I think I'm going to drag a motorcycle out of storage and go for a ride. Feels like forever since I've been on one. Fair. What about you? If you don't mind, I was thinking about going to the grocery store and getting something to make for dinner and supplies for the house. Gabriel stepped backwards to point out an empty spot on the kitchen counter. Do you see this spot? Yeah. This is where our coffee maker lives. There's no coffee maker. Exactly. Gabriel nodded. And next to it lives our blender. Right. I get it. Vano gave him a surly frown again. You want my card then? Unless you have cash. How much you think everything will be? At the most $300. Gabriel shrugged. When Roma finished her bottle, he rubbed and patted her back. If I'm conservative, I may not buy both a coffee maker and a blender today, but I will have to before the week is over. It's fine. What do you prefer? I can get cash and leave cash on the counter all the time, or just get a credit card for you under my account and not worry about it? Leaving cash on the counter makes me feel cheap. I'd rather the credit card. Oh yeah, sure. Vano's high cheekbones colored, a deep red washing over them as his lips pursed together. He glanced past Gabriel. His brooding hazel eyes glazed over, and he nodded. I'll do it before I go. Let me get out of your way. No problem, but I'll still need something for today unless we plan to eat cardboard for dinner? No cardboard. I'll get it. Yeah. Vano kissed Roma's cheek. Be good, he teased the baby, smiling at her. Roma cooed back, tongue practicing unique syllables. Oh, we will, Gabriel teased back, features relaxing into a smile. Vano retreated, unfazed by their closeness, avoiding the awkward trap of leaning in for a partner kiss. Gabriel's lips pressed together in a secret smile as Vano exited the kitchen and jogged down the hall. He looked at Roma. Your daddy's single, isn't he? Come on, Miss Ma'am. Have some tummy time while I finish up in here, and then we can get dressed for some errands. Gabriel laid out a blanket for Roma, setting her down and finishing his kitchen reorganization project. He filled out the grocery list, adding tortillas, grass-fed ground meat, and rice at the end of his list. He joined Roma for 10 minutes of her tummy time, lying down beside her and stretching out. His upper body rested on the blanket as he rested his head on folded arms, shirt tugging up to expose a sliver of pale olive skin. Roma pushed herself to a sitting position, grabbing at Gabriel and fussing at him for being so far away. He watched her, replying to her giggling fusses with a high-pitched voice and jumping into several simple baby games. Roma howled with laughter, testing the capacity of her vocal cords during their games. The games ended when it came time for a diaper change, and Gabriel whisked Roma to his room. He gave her a little time to be naked on the floor while he changed from school clothes to more comfortable clothes, trading jeans for sweats and a button-down shirt for a faded band t-shirt. He dressed Roma in a simple yellow jumper and packed a quick baby bag. He folded a baby-wearing wrap into the bag, next to a soft blanket. By the time he and Roma were walking through the kitchen again, Vano had placed 3 $100 bills on the counter and disappeared again. Gabriel's car sat alone in the driveway. Gabriel smiled as he strapped Roma into his car and looked around the open garage for clues to Vano's complicated situation. A broken-down bed lived in one corner, barely dusty, next to stacks of boxes piled high. They lacked sufficient garage dust and cobwebs to be run-of-the-mill garage staples as well. Other than the bed frame and boxes, the rest of the garage was packed with the usual garage inhabitants. The boxes and bed created more questions than they answered, and Gabriel stewed over the artifacts of the previous tenant as they ran errands. Shopping and the rest of the evening was uneventful. Gabriel stocked the kitchen and made himself a simple meal of tacos while taking care of Roma. He made enough for leftovers or for Vano to taste, but Vano wasn't home for the bedtime routine. Gabriel and Roma made their own bedtime routine, complete with a bath, more naked time coupled with a massage and a story. Gabriel deposited Roma into her bassinet after her story and left her to fall asleep on her own, leaving the door cracked and a baby monitor blinking on the dresser as he returned to the kitchen. Vano walked in as Gabriel finished putting leftovers away. Smiling, he hung his keys on the wall and loped into the kitchen. He grunted a greeting to Gabriel. "Oh, hello. Did you enjoy your evening?" Gabriel poured himself a glass of water. "Yeah. Got my bike, did a little work on it. Brought her home." He hiked his thumb to the garage. "Beer?" "No. This is water." Gabriel sipped the clear fluid. "Yeah, I know. Could you get me a beer?" No, your legs and fingers aren't broken. There are leftovers in the refrigerator if you want them. I made tacos for dinner. Roma had milk, and she's down and asleep in my room. Oh. Vano gave Gabriel a puzzled look as Gabriel moved from the kitchen to the two-person breakfast table. Thanks. How were the errands? Fine. Can I ask you something? Vano grabbed himself a beer once Gabriel was sitting, opening it on the kitchen counter before taking a long gulp. Yeah. His lips curled over his teeth as he swallowed, Adam's apple dancing under his skin. He went for a second gulp. Are you Roma's father? Vano paused, hazel eyes focusing on Gabriel, full lips parting in a sigh. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Sorry? It's okay. No, I'm not. I'm her uncle, technically. Why? What? Because I had a sister. Vano frowned. My sister passed away when Roma was born. Oh. Wow. I'm sorry for your loss. Gabriel sipped his water, looking away from Vano and around the room. He strained his eyes for signs of a female's presence but saw none, not even cute trinkets on the windowsill. Fruit magnets lived on the refrigerator, carved wooden ones with smiling faces. They weren't especially feminine. It's fine. Vano drank his beer leaning against the counter. When he had less than half left, he dropped the amber bottle on the counter and dug in the refrigerator for the plastic leftovers containers. Back turned, he fixed himself food. What about you? Do you have family or siblings? Oh, right. Yes. Several siblings, but they don't live around here. We're a little spread out around the United States. How many? 3 brothers, 1 sister, 2 half-brothers, 3 half-sisters. Damn. A house full, eh? We never lived all together. I lived with my half-siblings for a while and then with my sister. Never with my brothers. Why not? Vano popped a shoddily made burrito in the microwave. Gabriel pressed his lips together, rolling his eyes. My parents weren't together. Oh, right. Non-travelers do the divorce thing. Vano took the burrito out of the microwave, pinching the sides with a concentrated frown before putting it back in the microwave for another 30 seconds. Non-travelers. Right. Travelers don't get divorces? I guess maybe. I ain't heard of anyone doing it. It looks bad and the women won't get remarried, not usually. Explain. Well, Vano checked the burrito again. Hang on. Good Lord. Shaking his head, Gabriel moved over, checking the burrito, searing on the outside, stone cold on the inside. Keep talking. He heated a griddle, melting butter on the pan before putting the burrito in it. Sucking in his breath, Vano stepped away. Well, women get married young and they're pure. They have kids, get a divorce, then they ain't pure anymore, so who's going to marry them? Interesting. Gabriel flattened Vano's burrito with a spatula. Yeah. I have another question. You like men. How does it factor into the traveler lifestyle? It doesn't. Vano picked at the beer's label. Is that why you left? Partly. Mostly, actually. I like women too. I don't care what you like. Gabriel smiled and flipped the burrito. Your parents reacted negatively when you told them? Vano nodded, yep. Probably disowned me by now. I'm sorry. Gabriel slid the burrito onto a plate and presented it to Vano. Warm and crispy. You really can't cook, can you? Thanks. Vano bit into the burrito, chewed and swallowed. Good. No. Men don't cook. Women do. Right. Patriarchy. Tried to learn once. Asked my ma to teach me. And then what? Got shooed out of the kitchen. Vano put the burrito down as his mouth worked around his last bite of food, features growing tight and hazel eyes hardening. Gabriel recognized the look in his eyes, the sealing away raw memories. Understood. Hey, listen. I'm going to jump in the shower and get some homework done for tomorrow. Have a good night, okay? Desperate to touch him again, Gabriel squeezed Vano's shoulder. Thanks for heating this up for me. Vano turned to face Gabriel at his touch, hazel eyes locking with Gabriel's as he whispered sincere words. Gabriel's heart danced, his chest expanded, and he held his breath, slowing down growing excitement and lingering beside the man. Inches separated their bodies, 6 when Vano exhaled, 4 when Vano inhaled. Their breathing synced. Gabriel smelled the beer on Vano, along with the smell of rubber, oil, and the outside. He appreciated those smells. Eyelids fluttering, he fingered the sleeve of Vano's tight shirt, breathing in deep waves of Vano's masculine scent. Gabriel's ex had smelled of cologne, and the unique smell of a man who never broke a sweat. He had smelled soapy, caked with antiperspirant and clean. Vano was the opposite. The smell of salt stuck to his skin, tangling with other heady smells. You're welcome, Gabriel breathed, dragging his eyes up to Vano's and tilting his head. His eyes floated down to Vano's bee-stung lips and back up to his eyes again. You should shower, Vano purred, then pursed his lips together. Right. Gabriel stepped away. See, clean your plate when you're done. Gabriel's words trailed off as he reached the framed kitchen entrance. Good night. Without waiting for a reply, Gabriel spun on his heels and rushed down the hall to the bathroom. For better or for worse, they fell into a smooth habit. Gabriel attended school in the morning, and in the evening Vano disappeared for extended periods of time. Sometimes he came back with a little hint of cigarette smoke clinging to his body, but most of the time he returned much like he left. His comings and goings had no pattern. He helped with bath time and bedtime when he was around, and they both shared a beer once Roma was tucked in and asleep. Most nights Vano asked about school, Gabriel asked about his disappearing acts. Then they leaned into the couch for the night news before doing a baby trade-off and retiring to their individual rooms. Gabriel had weekends off, unless Vano requested a Saturday or Sunday babysitting day. In the first month of Gabriel working for the traveler and his baby, Vano traded one day, giving Gabriel a Wednesday off in exchange for a Saturday. The second month, Gabriel had every weekend to himself. His Saturday routine was simple. He went to brunch with his best friend, and they unloaded their week, talked about popular television shows and current events, and had an alcoholic drink before noon, only by the minute though. With a fond expression, Gabriel spoke like a new mother, charting Roma's growth patterns and milestones between sips of his drink. Midday was consumed with personal errands. He deposited or withdrew money from the ATM and purchased items not covered by his employer, such as new clothes or a massage. In the early afternoon, he settled at the library or the coffee shop, getting a jump start on his work for the week, both housework and schoolwork. Because it was easier, he made the grocery list and the meal plan for the week, including pureed foods for Roma and sliced deli meat for Vano. He read for class while he was away from Roma's baby giggles and Vano's baritone voice, packing up after his third refill of coffee or when the coffee shop workers hovered around him. Today it was the workers. They swept under his feet, took the napkin he had for a scone, and asked if he needed anything. He got the point, and packed his small laptop and thick textbooks into his shoulder bag. He gulped the last few swallows of coffee and threw the cup away on his way out. The drive from the coffee shop to the house allowed for one song with radio commercials slapped on the beginning and end of it, and he dropped his bag by the door as he walked inside. Something smells good? Gabriel called out, getting a full nose of spiced meat sizzling on a small indoor grill Vano purchased 3 weeks ago on his first foray into cooking. In here, Vano called from the kitchen. Gabriel smirked, glancing at the ceiling. He kicked off his shoes and strolled into the kitchen, picking up a naked baby on the way. Hi, beautiful, Gabriel kissed Roma's cheeks. Oh, hello to you too. Vano grinned, glancing over his bare shoulder when Gabriel walked in. Shirtless and barefoot with lounge pants, Vano looked back at the food, rolling sausage-like links over the tabletop grill. His shoulders curved over his work, and his back sloped into a natural curve, dimples showing just above the elastic band of his lounge pants. I was talking to baby. What are you making? Michi. I guess you'd call it rolled meat? My ma used to make them all the time. Sister too. He rolled the links and moved around the kitchen, pouring wedged potatoes into a pan of hot grease. Interesting. Gabriel stayed away from the sizzling food with Roma in his arms. Yeah. You eat it with mustard and usually a roll, but we don't have any and I don't know how to make them, so potatoes it is. Vano explained, growling voice filtered with an excited charm. The first month of their new living arrangement, Vano communicated by grunts and, if Gabriel was lucky, a longer text message explanation if he needed information. Gabriel deciphered Vano's grunts like he decoded Roma's cries. Deeper grunts meant Vano was tired or had just woken up. Sighing grunts meant he agreed. Week 5, something clicked and Vano turned into a person, joking around and providing Roma with more attentive care than accidental napping on the couch. Vano fell into the habit of housework too, and had a round of washing done a few times a week. They talked over meals if they ate them together, which also happened more often due to Vano's interest in being social. Potatoes are fine. So making tacos every day worked. What? I mean, you got sick of eating the same thing, so you decided to cook instead. Gabriel sat Roma back on her spread blanket, curiosity and hunger overcoming him. With a fork, he sliced off a corner of the michi and put it to his lips. Oh. No, I don't mind tacos. I just, wanted to cook for you. Instead. Something I'm used to eating. Vano stirred the potatoes. Is it good? Gabriel smelled the morsel of food first, then popped it past his lips, chewing and swallowing. He savored the taste, especially the mix of spices tingling the roof of his mouth and the back of his throat. Yes. Better with mustard, I think. Probably. Do I get to sit, and you bring me a plate when everything is ready? Sure if you want. Vano shrugged, removing the meat from the grill as the potatoes browned. He grabbed mustard from the refrigerator and shook it, placing it on the table as he finished up cooking. He scooped the potato wedges from the grease and let them rest as he dealt with Roma, disappearing for a few minutes before returning, settling her and fixing plates. He put 2 links on one plate and 3 on the other, leaving 3 for later. Both plates received 2 scoops of potatoes and a dollop of mustard. On his way to the table, he paused, took the plates back to the counter to add ketchup. He placed the plate with 2 pieces of meat in front of Gabriel. Thanks. No problem. Squinting, Vano sat down, eating the potatoes first with his elbows resting on the side of the table. He dipped the whole strip of meat into the mustard and bit it. Gabriel broke his into pieces, dipping them individually. So, how was your day? It was good. Gabriel rose his eyebrows, lips spreading into a smile. I did the usual, saw Farron this morning, some errands, then work in the afternoon. Farron is coming over Thursday night to watch a television premiere. The one with the awards. And no. This is a new show. It's an action-adventure romance. Never heard of it, Vano grunted. Because I said romance? Gabriel tilted his head, chuckling. Vano rubbed the bridge of his nose. Aha. Cute. I have a meeting Thursday. Finally got my lawyer in town, and we're going to sit down and talk about adopting Roma officially. Good. It's smart to talk to a lawyer first. I mean, it's not difficult to adopt a child you already have been caring for, but just to make sure everything works out legally. Yeah, exactly. So what about this show? Well, it's based off this book collection where a vampire and vampire hunter fall in love and fight paranormal creatures together. Vampires. Vampires. The sexy neck-biting creatures. Vampires are sexy? Vano finished up his food and went for seconds. How much of the rest of this are you going to eat? You can have 2. I want the last one. And yes, they are. The predatory thing combined with something stronger than you. Yeah. I don't get it. I can bring y'all food if you want. Pizza or something. Gabriel grabbed the last michi and broke it into pieces like he did the other 2, swiping the last bit of mustard from his otherwise clean plate. Yeah, sure. You can also watch with us. Hard pass. I'll disappear and stay out of your way. Okay, Gabriel giggled, whatever. Oh yeah. I'm thinking about a vacation soon. Anywhere you'd like to go? Vacation? Yeah. You said finals were soon, so I figured after finals we could all pack up and do a little 1 or 2 week vacation. Take Roma to the beach, get a change of scenery. Right, vacation. Yeah, sure. I'm down. Anywhere you want to go. No, I want you to pick. I just want to change scenery. You should pick a place you've never been before. Oh, easy since I've been as far as the block and around the corner. Gabriel wrinkled the bridge of his nose, taking Vano's and his plate to the sink. Sure. Pick anywhere. You'll get a private hotel room, and we'll keep ours pretty similar, so you'll have time to explore by yourself if you want. When Gabriel took the plates, Vano checked on Roma. What if I want to go somewhere like the Grand Canyon? Or a road trip and see a lot of places? Anything you want. We can rent a car if we need to, something bigger to make a road trip more comfortable. Okay. I'll think on it. Cool. I'm going to get her ready for bed, Vano explained, balancing Roma on his corded hip. Then I'm going to step out for a run, if you don't mind. I don't as long as she's asleep before you go. I'll watch the monitor while I finish some work. Vano exited the kitchen with Roma and her blanket in tow, and water ran in the bathroom. Gabriel rinsed the dishes and stacked them in the sink, and cleaned the rest of the kitchen out of boredom. He sat in the living room to do his schoolwork, occupying the whole coffee table with books, notes, and highlighters. He worked through bedtime and Vano's run, calling it quits when he'd gotten a half a week ahead. Gabriel coasted through the week, spending Sunday lounging in his room, catching up on sleep and organization. He emerged for dinner, eating tacos in the kitchen, and then disappeared again for a long nighttime routine. He took a long shower and then relaxed in the buff, listening to soft music and the sounds of Vano and Roma through the house. He fell asleep to the rhythmic sound of Vano pacing the halls. Monday was normal with tacos for dinner, made by a shirtless Vano. Tuesday was normal with quesadillas for dinner, made by a shirtless Vano. Wednesday was normal with michi for dinner, made by a shirtless Vano. Thursday started normal, with Gabriel buzzing around the house after school. With Roma on his hip, he cleaned, washed, and prepared pureed fruits and vegetables for the rest of the week, stocking them in miniature mason jars in the refrigerator. He lined the mason jars up by color and moved the 3 oldest jars to the front, stashing the new ones in the back. With Vano gone to his meeting, Gabriel and Roma walked around the block, stopping by the neighborhood park and the corner store. Roma giggled at the children playing, talking to anyone who greeted her. In baby language, Roma explained their whole outing to the cashier at the corner store, who smiled at her and spoke back. They carried snacks and sodas back to the house, arriving at the same time as Farron. Hello. Gabriel's slender friend waved at him from the driveway. She had parked behind his silver hatchback and had mingled in the yard waiting for their return. Are you ready for vampires and demons? Excited, she snatched the bags from Gabriel and followed them inside. Incredibly. You're too much right now. And I'm still on the clock, so we have to do baby stuff until she goes down for bed. A few hours. What is baby stuff? We have to interact with her. Hold her and engage with her. Oh, okay. Can do. Farron carried the bags to the kitchen, as Gabriel shifted Roma from a backpack hold in the baby-wearing wrap to his arms. He draped the wrap over the couch. Vano said he'd bring us food. He's going to text when he's on his way home from the meeting, he explained as he collapsed into the couch with a sigh. He balanced Roma on his lap, holding his palms out for her to slap. What kind of meeting? Lawyer meeting about officially adopting Roma. Nothing exciting. Right. How are you two? What do you mean? Gabriel glanced up at Farron. I mean what I said. How are you? You like him, it's obvious. It's cute. So, what are you going to do? Nothing, because I need this job and I like this job. He's sweet, Roma's adorable. I get paid fairly. Oh, it's his sister's baby. No crazy ex-girlfriend. Yet. There's always one. Probably. To be honest, I don't know if I like him or I'm just to the point where I want to feel someone next to me, you know? He doesn't talk much, he can't cook, and he likes the outside. I've never seen him read. Farron stared at Gabriel, then shook her head and laughed. Get a stuffed animal if you want to lie to yourself, but from what you've told me, he's good for you and you're good for him. He cooks how many times a week? Almost every day. He respects your boundaries. He's waiting on you, I think. He'll be waiting for a long time. What's he going to do? Fire me so he can date me? It's confusing. Especially for Roma. Gabriel shifted from the couch to the floor with the baby and picked out toys. Gabriel handed Roma a unicorn stuffed animal, then an owl. He allowed her to hang on to the 2 plush toys before offering her a patterned blue dog. Roma surveyed her toys, reluctantly dropping the unicorn for the blue dog. Roma's an infant, she doesn't know any different. Still. What's he going to do? Take away my money so he can have my ass? It won't work. I don't know. Lots of people marry the nanny. I read it's because men like seeing someone taking care of their offspring. It makes sense in a biological sense. You're saying he's attracted to me because I'm exceptionally skilled at keeping his baby alive. Really, Farron? Gabriel handed Roma a hard-sided red block, and she dropped the owl stuffed animal. Well, it's possible. I mean, you said he liked you all along. I'm sure he likes you more now. Whatever, Gabriel muttered, offering Roma a hard-sided green block. She discarded the patterned dog to clank the blocks together. New topic. We're going on vacation at the end of the school year. After finals. He wants me to pick a location. All expenses paid trip to go playhouse next to a beach? Let me remind you, he can't pay me if he's putting himself in me, and I am not losing room and board. Drop it, please. Okay, fine. Fine. Did you hear about Xander? You're going to have to be more specific. I heard he got a DUI a few weeks ago. I heard he was dating a guy much older than him. What was I supposed to hear specifically? He's getting married. To the old guy? Yeah, Farron scoffed. Soon too. Is this some kind of trophy wife hope he dies soon situation? I don't know. He met us all at the bar the other evening with his silver fox, and they seemed kind of into each other. He seemed happy. Well, you know what? Good. Because he wasn't happy with me. Maybe the DUI knocked some good sense into him. And I want him to be happy. I want to be happy, after all. I think he should die in hellfire, but I mean. Farron shrugged. Thanks, honey. Let me start the bedtime routine. If Vano texts, message back with whatever you want for dinner. Gabriel ran a tight ship. He started the bedtime routine at 6:30 sharp and finished the routine by 7:30 with lying a dozing Roma into her bassinet. He tiptoed back into the living room. Pizza with everything, pizza with pepperonis, cheese sticks, Farron relayed. He said he was on his way about 20 minutes ago. Cool. So, what are your summer plans? Are you and boyfriend going to go somewhere? I don't know. Like puppies, Farron and Gabriel snuggled together on the couch, curling their limbs together. Gabriel rested his head on Farron's shoulder, closing his eyes. They wrapped one blanket around their shoulders, securing it behind their backs. We may not make it to the summer. What's going on? He's not exciting. I want a man who surprises me all the time, and he's getting complacent. You can only have steamy makeup sex so many times and we're hitting our limit. Yeah, well, if you're single again, you need to take some time to date yourself. No boyfriends, spend a year alone to get to know who you are. You need it. A year feels like a long time, but you're probably right. Trust me, I'm right. And I'm here to make it not so bad. We can be single together. Yeah, Farron sighed. I'm ready to settle down, and I feel like everyone I date still wants to go to bar hopping every night. I want a homebody who thinks a riveting outing is the grocery store. Gabriel laughed. Yes. Right? Me. He wiggled under the blanket, crossing his ankles and tucking his arms between his thighs. Pass me the remote. The vampire show starts in 5. I'm recording it so we can pause it when Vano gets here. Farron grabbed the remote and shuffled it around under the blanket until she found Gabriel's hands. He flicked on the television and landed on the proper channel as the introduction was playing. Gabriel rested his head on Farron's shoulder. They winced at the show's rocky start, the awkward introduction of both characters and the premise. The show dragged on, improving by the minute as the actors fell into their roles and adjusted to the setting. On a commercial break, they paused the television for pit stops, Gabriel wiggling out of the blanket and going to the kitchen for drinks. Beer, juice, or water? He called from the kitchen. What kind of juice? Orange juice with pulp, Gabriel started. Apple juice, cranberry juice, and pineapple juice. Vano finished, hanging keys on the door as he carried pizza boxes inside the kitchen. Hey, he muttered as he dropped the boxes on the counter, scowling at Gabriel. Yeah. Hi. Shivering, Gabriel stepped out of the kitchen, shoved out by Vano's scowl and the obvious tension in his body. On shaky legs, he stood at the kitchen entrance, gripping the doorframe. Vano tilted his head to one side, then the other, rolling his head around his shoulders until his neck popped. He rolled his shoulders from curved and tight to square, but the brewing tension stayed. Pineapple juice? Oh, you could use the blender to make a pineapple juice smoothie. See, now I wish we had grabbed vodka at the store. Farron chirped back to Gabriel. You gonna get her juice? Vano snarled, still standing next to the pizza boxes, hands gripping the counter surface, fingertips bent and purpling with strain. Gabriel studied the kitchen like a chessboard, measuring the space between Vano and the refrigerator, judging whether his diagonal path from the doorway to the refrigerator would be a sound move or not. Gabriel's lips opened on words, but nothing came out. Gabe? Farron joined him at the door. What's going on? Nothing. Vano muttered, blazing hazel eyes focusing on Farron. Gabriel turned his head away, clenching his jaws and focusing on the peeling white paint over the sharp curves of the wall. His throat tightened, constricting his breath and making words impossible. Nothing. Farron looked at her best friend. Gabriel shook his head, jerking it to the side once. You know what? I should go. You said you recorded the show, right? I can come over tomorrow, and we can finish watching it. Farron squeezed Gabriel's shoulder. Sounds like a plan. Vano answered when Gabriel couldn't make the words. Gabriel winced and nodded. All right? Call me in 2 hours, okay? Farron whispered to Gabriel, pressing her lips into his cheek. Bye. She let herself out, taking the long way around the house instead of walking out of the kitchen door straight into the garage. Farron grabbed her bag, slipped on her shoes and exited the front door. Left alone with Vano, Gabriel shivered, goosebumps dusted the back of his neck and ice rolled down his spine. I know that look, Vano muttered, grabbing a beer from the refrigerator. I should go check on Roma. Gabriel managed words barely above a whisper. I think she's fine. You gonna tell me what's going on here? And nothing. The road back to reality was slow and winding, each curve threatening to take him deeper into dark memories he'd buried with better ones. Gabriel checked for the differences. The kitchen shapes were similar, long with 2 parallel sides and a middle, but Vano's kitchen had an island. Vano's kitchen had handcrafted wooden magnets, an expensive blender next to an expensive coffee maker, and a man who hadn't pinged as dangerous until this moment. Well, what do you want me to do? Go for a run and we can try this again? Vano's kitchen had a racing stripe of pink watercolor wallpaper, separating the counters from the cabinets. I'm going to go for a run, Vano affirmed his plans when Gabriel couldn't process a reply, leaving in the same clunky boots and constricting jeans as he had walked in with. When Vano left, Gabriel's shoulders sagged, the knot in his throat dissolved and his hands stopped shaking. Fuck. He closed his eyes and rubbed his hands over his face. He warred with packing his things and driving to Farron's place, or staying and facing Vano. He forced down a slice of pizza, each bite calculated, then he checked on Roma. He leaned against the doorway, letting in a small piece of light. The baby cooed, exhaling soft grunts, before resuming the familiar deep breaths of sleep. Vano returned in 30 minutes, once Gabriel had eaten another slice of pizza, and had given up on watching the rest of the series premiere. Gabriel sat at the two-person breakfast table, when Vano entered the kitchen. "Hey," Vano rumbled. "Hi." Gabriel tucked his hands between his thighs, and glanced at the other man. "You want to talk about it or not?" "No." "Okay. Did you eat?" As Vano asked, he opened the top pizza box. 2 slices were missing. "That's a yes unless you fed them to Roma." "I ate." "All right. Listen. I don't know what's going on with you, but I recognize this. I'm not going to hurt you, and I know it's just words, but I don't know what else to do or say. It's okay. I'm fine. Really. So, how was the meeting?" "Well, terrible, actually. Got a fucking letter this morning saying my parents are trying to sue me for custody. Can they do it? I mean, according to Marcus, my lawyer, they can try, but they'll probably be unsuccessful." Gabriel relaxed more. "Come sit and tell me what happened. We can make a plan together." "Okay." Vano piled a plate with 4 slices of pizza and sat across from Gabriel. "He said they're trying to say I'm unfit to be Roma's guardian, and they found a negative character witness to go with it. They can claim someone's unfit, but the state has regulations on what is considered unfit. Did your lawyer tell you about them?" "He's looking into it." "Well, for most states it's difficult to take a child away from someone who's already bonded with them, and giving them primary care. The state doesn't want to take a child from someone who knows them, even if they may not be completely perfect, and give them to strangers." "Yeah," Vano grumbled around a large bite of pizza. "So there's usually 3 things they look at. First, they look at conduct. How you act. This is where a character witness can be really bad. Second, they look at if you've abandoned the child, say left them with relatives for multiple weeks. And last, they look at the level of care you're routinely giving. Let's start with the first one. Have you done anything they could bring up?" Vano paused. "Yeah, actually." "What did you do?" "I punched my dad. At my sister's funeral." Vano avoided Gabriel's hard gaze, glancing out of the window. "Why?" "He called me a fag. Told him if he did it again, I'd punch him. I follow through on my word." "I see. 1 strike against you. But minor. It was your sister's funeral, you were a new father. Who's the character witness?" "An ex-girlfriend. Kesia. Kesia Jabard. I don't know for sure, but I'm confident it's her. I ran into her the day we met, and I have a gut feeling. Works for me. What would she say about you?" Gabriel reached over and picked toppings off Vano's pizza, nibbling them. "Dunno. She's mad I won't marry her, and she's getting old. My parents promised I would when we were younger, you know. But I didn't want an arranged marriage." Vano shrugged. "She's damn near 20, still a virgin. Besides being angry she's not married, what would she say about you?" "I don't know. I've never done anything to her, never grabbed her or nothing. I guess she could lie." "You never pressured her into doing things with you? You know, since you were going to get married?" "No. Roma men can have sex. We usually sleep with outsiders. It's the women who have to be pure." "Have you slept with outsiders?" "Yeah. Of course." Vano blinked, then his eyes widened and his cheeks colored. He chuckled, flashing a nervous smile. "I mean casually. You know, no one who would hold hard feelings. Mostly guys since I was, exploring. Right. Okay. So a bunch of closeted men aren't going to come out and drag you through the mud. It's just Kesia then. Chances are she won't want to admit to the situation. She could make something up. Do you have anyone besides me who would be a positive witness? Yeah, plenty of people. My manager, Emma, the guys on my pit crew. Vano trailed off, thinking. Who's Emma? Oh. One of Queenie's friends. Gabriel nodded. You never slept with her? No. Vano sucked his teeth, scowling at Gabriel. Good. Gabriel suppressed a grin. You should call her to give her a heads up. Okay. I'll do it tomorrow. Have you ever given the child to your parents to watch? No. Or anyone else for more than a few hours? No. What about being late to pick the child up? Never. Perfect. You're sound there. If I have to be a witness, I can say you maintain a baby care schedule with me and you haven't slacked off. And last, failing to give the child proper care. I feel like this would be impossible for them to prove, because they haven't been with the child. An easy way to fix this is by calling the lawyer or the social services office and requesting a visit. They'll drop by unannounced to check on Roma. Perhaps multiple times. They'll do it when you've gained custody too for a few months, to make sure you're keeping up with the standard. We can do it. It'll give me something saying, I'm providing good care. Pretty much. The social worker will be able to vouch for you. All right. Vano sighed, finishing up his pizza. He was on the last bite when crying exploded from the baby monitor resting on the kitchen island. I'll get it. You eat more, Gabriel murmured. A swirl of emotions grew in his belly, passion overtaking them all. He wanted Vano. Physically. He wanted to slip into Vano's lap, rest a leg on either side of his corded thighs and kiss his full lips. Gabriel's mouth watered for Vano's heady taste, beer and smoky tobacco on his lips. Then he wanted Vano to take him during the spare half hour they had during nap time, or at night when Roma slept for longer. Gabriel got halfway to his bedroom, before the crying stopped and Roma was sleeping again. He waited by the door before poking his head in, watching the rise and fall of her little chest. Convinced she was fine, Gabriel wandered back into the kitchen, fussing with the pizza boxes. It was nothing. He tucked the wings of the box into each other, locking them closed. They had a full pizza left over, considering Gabriel lost his appetite and Farron left early. Yeah, Vano deposited his plate in the sink and then helped with the pizza boxes, standing close to Gabriel. Thanks for talking it through with me. You're welcome. I think you deserve custody. It's been almost 8 months and… Shush, Vano murmured. Vano looked into Gabriel's eyes, then down at his lips, and then up at his eyes again, cradling his face with one hand. Vano's rough fingers stroked the other man's smooth jawline up to his square cheekbones. Okay, Gabriel whispered, shoulders shrugging up. His head turned into Vano's touch, lips brushing against his wrist, pressing into his coarse tanned skin. Vano stepped closer, closing the space between them. Gabriel hesitated, angels on his shoulders warring with each other, one side demanding him step backwards, the other urging him to stay. Vano's hand slipped to his neck, fingers disappearing in his curls, and he moved a little closer, his steamy breath tickling Gabriel's skin. Eyes fluttering closed, Gabriel lifted a hand to Vano's chest, fingers curling in his shirt, tugging him closer, except he didn't move, and their lips didn't meet. Vano lingered there, with only centimeters of space, before their lips met for the first time. Gabriel whined, fingers uncurling and sliding up Vano's shoulder, and closed the distance himself. Chest to chest, hips to hips, head tilted slightly to the left, he pressed his lips into Vano's pillowy soft lips. Gabriel initiated the kiss, but as soon as they were connected, Vano took control. The hand on Gabriel's neck tightened, holding him in place as he explored his mouth. Vano's tongue passed both pairs of lips, his first and Gabriel's second, and delicately charted unknown territory, sucking Gabriel's bottom lip on his retreat. Excitement grew between their bodies, and Gabriel squared his hips with Vano's, arching and pressing into him more. Panting after the first kiss, Gabriel glanced into Vano's lidded eyes, rubbing his cheek against Vano's prominent nose, lips grazing over his stubbled cheek. His lips puckered into a kiss at the corner of Vano's mouth, and opened for a deeper kiss when the other man turned his head. The second kiss left Gabriel as breathless as the first, and he cleared his throat, resting his head on Vano's shoulder. "I should feel guilty, but I don't," Gabriel confessed, tucking his face into Vano's corded neck, melting into him and having the affection he'd been craving. "Me neither," Vano admitted, kissing Gabriel's neck and sliding his hands down his back, resting at his hips. "And more?" No." He squeezed Gabriel around the middle, keeping their bodies interlocked. Okay? Cuddle me? At least until she wakes up for her night feeding?" "Yeah," Vano agreed, releasing him after a quick kiss and tucking the pizza in the refrigerator. Gabriel skipped out of the kitchen, leaving the door to his bedroom cracked as he changed from the day's clothes to loose patterned boxers and a worn t-shirt. His slender legs and arms were exposed. Draping his clothes over the rocking chair in his room, he glanced over his shoulder, smiling when he saw Vano in the door frame. "Hi." "Hey." Vano entered the room, closing the door behind himself and peeling his shirt over his head. He stepped out of his jeans, tossing them on top of Gabriel's clothes and leaving him in boxers and socks. Vano checked on Roma first, peering into her bassinet, then crawled into Gabriel's unmade bed, pulling the sheets back and adjusting the pillows for them both. Gabriel climbed into bed when Vano looked at him, setting his ass in the crook of Vano's body, pressing his back against him. "This is nice," Gabriel wiggled until he was comfortable. "Ah. Is it?" Vano grunted, one hand slipping under Gabriel's shirt, petting his lean muscles and resting on his belly. He buried his nose in Gabriel's fine curls. "Yes. How long has it been?" Since you laid next to another person. An adult person." "A year," Vano sighed, kissing Gabriel's exposed neck. "You?" 7 months. "What happened?" "He cheated." Vano grunted. "Why?" "I don't know. And I don't want to discuss it." Gabriel blinked back tears, closing his eyes. "I don't miss him, but it still hurts to be taken advantage of." "I understand. Last person I laid with was a friend with benefits. Someone I see on the road sometimes, but we have an understanding." "What's your longest relationship?" "I haven't had one. Wanted to wait until I was settled to commit to someone. Didn't plan on being settled for a while." "I see. Do you think you're ready for a relationship now?" "Probably not, but I'm trying to get ready." "Oh. What are you doing to get ready?" "Learning how to cook and clean, respecting boundaries." Thinking about what traits I want and don't want in a partner, and what I can offer someone else." "Very good. What can you offer someone else?" "Stability with excitement. Trustworthiness. Respect. I'm working on self-discipline and clear communication." Gabriel smiled. "You're trying to improve yourself. I like it." "Your turn." "Reality and loyalty. Like tonight. Open communication, ambition. I won't look up in 5 years and still be where I am now. I'm working on trust." "Do you want children?" "Why, yes," Gabriel stammered. 3, I think." 3's a good number. "Do you know what I want?" "What?" "I want a detached home with several bedrooms, a game room, living room. All of it. With a big yard I have to cut once a week, a fence I have to paint once a year, and a man inside I get to sleep beside every night, children running in and out with a dog licking their heels." Vano's rumbling voice soothed Gabriel, eyelids growing heavy and breath slowing down. "I think I want those things too," Gabriel whispered, burrowing his face in the pillows. "What else?" I want a garden in the front yard with herbs," Vano continued, giving Gabriel a detailed description of 2 perfect garden layouts, one with herbs and flowers and the other with fruits and vegetables. He moved on to his dream profession, retiring from racing and living off endorsements and sponsorships, having a small racing club or school for people interested in motorcycle riding. Gabriel listened to tales of Vano's dream house and future, until he drifted off to sleep in his arms, lacing his fingers in between Vano's and squeezing his hand. Friday morning, Gabriel woke first, feeling Vano's morning arousal pressing into him. He blinked awake, sandy eyes adjusting to the flood of soft light into the room. Roma rolled over in her bassinet. Vano exhaled in a heavy sigh. Vano's arm around his body tightened, pulling him closer before relaxing again. Rolling his eyes when Vano rubbed against him, he slipped out of the man's arms and stretched. Bare feet carried him to the chilly living room where he fished his phone from the couch cushions, tapping the screen and groaning. He forgot to call Farron, and it was too late to make it to class without running in late. Sighing, he called his best friend. "Good morning, one who doesn't return calls properly." Farron's angry voice blared through the phone. "I just woke up, keep your voice down," Gabriel groaned. "No, because if you had called me last night, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Tell me what happened. Now. And I'll know if you're lying." "Nothing happened. I mean, not like you think. He was upset about meeting with his lawyer." "So?" "His parents are trying to say he's unfit to parent Roma. He was angry about it." "Okay, understandable. I have to ask. He's never hit you or anything before, right?" "God, Farron. No." "You had the look." "What look?" Gabriel scowled. "The freaking out look you used to get when I first met you. Like afraid to breathe too loudly." "Okay, well. He's never hit me. In fact, he took a walk after you left and we talked once he'd relaxed some." "Mature. And then what?" "We discussed what it means to be unfit, and we talked about custody a little bit." "Did you tell him about your childhood?" "No, he didn't ask. I didn't volunteer." "He's going to ask eventually," Farron sighed. "Yes. And when he asks, I will tell him. He kissed me." "Sure. Wait, what? I thought you two were doing the we just have a working relationship lie." "We were until he kissed me." "Did you fuck?" "Okay, first, I'm not easy. And second, sadly, no." Gabriel chuckled gently, glancing down the hallway to his bedroom before pacing the living room and kitchen. "We slept together." "Slept? Actually slept?" "Yes. Slept. Cuddled and talked. I fell asleep as he told me about his dream home. I think he did the night feeding because I never woke up." "Cute." "Ah. He was this morning, yes. So cute sleeping." "Oh." Gabriel paused. "Oh. That was your gossip tone. Spill." Gabriel wet his lips and pursed them over a giggle. "Well, I woke up in his arms." "Aha. And I felt him against me." "Right, and it's morning, so he was excited." "And?" "Ah. My favorite kind. A little over average and thick." "Lucky bitch. He tells you bedtime stories of his dream house and has a possibly perfect cock." "Possibly perfect. Perfect enough to make it work if he has no idea what he's doing in bed. Okay? I'm not coming to class. I want a personal day." "Yeah, you do." Farron laughed. "Okay, honey. I'll talk to you later. There's love." "Oh, hey. One more thing. Can you look up someone for me?" "Yeah, sure. You know I don't mind a little light stalking." "Kesia Gibbard." "Who is she?" "The ex-girlfriend Vano's parents found to be a negative character witness. He says it's her. I can find out for sure because I want to meet with her and talk to her." Look. I think hearing her actually say he's unfit regardless of the truth is going to hurt him. I want to talk to her and see why she'd want to lie about him." "Okay, fair. And tell her to knock it off too." "Gabe, be nice." "Oh, I will. It's fine." "Aha. I'm not convinced. Anyway, I'll let you know what I find. Now I really have to go. Love." Glove. Okay, bye. Gabriel ended the call and touched the phone to his lips as Vano's sleeping face floated to the front of his mind. With a smile, he meandered into the kitchen, starting a load of laundry and cracking eggs over a non-stick pan. A half batch of frozen biscuits went into the oven, and sausage went into another pan. As he waited, he opened a textbook on the counter, absorbing clinical passages about childhood developmental stages. The authors took the organic joy of watching a child grow and turned it into an unemotional collection of words. Gabriel scrambled the eggs, dusting them with salt and pepper, and turned the sausage before going back to the white page of black text. Vano stirred when Gabriel removed the sausage from the pan, letting the sliced links rest on a paper towel. Roma woke seconds later, panting as she geared up for a full cry. By the time everything had been removed from the heat, fluffy eggs resting separately from the sausage and biscuits cooling on the stove, Vano entered with Roma on his hip, her bare chest against his. It's after 8. Vano rumbled, scratching the back of his head as he squinted towards Gabriel. I know, but I woke up late and decided to take a personal day. You can take personal days. It's just an absence. Most teachers don't care until you miss 4 or 5 days early on in the semester. This is my first absence and I made breakfast. Yeah? Breakfast smells good. Vano placed Roma in her colorful high chair, the newest addition to their fancy baby decor, and brushed past Gabriel to grab powdered formula. He kissed Gabriel's neck on the way. Thanks. Ah. Gabriel gasped, elbowing Vano. We shouldn't. I work for you. You pay me. We shouldn't complicate it with more. You're right. Vano mixed the formula with warm, filtered water. I thought about it. The options are wait 2 years if we can, or fire you and then date you. But I figure if I fire you, then dating won't happen. Bingo. Gabriel piled 4 sliced sausage links, half of the scrambled eggs, and 3 biscuits on Vano's plate. Everything left went on his own plate, 2 sausage links, the other half of the eggs, and 1 biscuit. Thought you wouldn't fix my plate. Special circumstances. Yeah? What are they? Vano carried his plate and the bottle to the table, shaking the bottle along the way. Chattering, Roma took the bottle when it was offered to her and played with it, making more of a mess than anything else. Ignoring Vano's question, Gabriel sat at the table too, watching Roma spread formula all over the place. Is this your morning routine? Sure. She's having fun. Sometimes she'll drink a little herself, but it looks like today isn't one of those days. Vano shrugged, ate a couple bites of his food, and got Roma out of her high chair. He fed her as he picked at his own food. Special circumstances, Gabe. Oh. You had a rough day yesterday. I wanted to do something nice. Gabriel twirled his fork in his hand, eyes focused on Roma and the thin trail of dark hair down Vano's belly. It exploded on either side, spreading over his chest and swelling just before the elastic waistband of his boxers. Thanks, Vano quirked his lips into a smile. What are your plans for the day? I don't know. I was planning to go grocery shopping this afternoon with Roma. Yeah? I was going to call Emma to see if she can help make sure the place is baby-proofed, and if she wanted to help me clean too. Okay, but we should get a foster parent checklist off the internet. Why foster parent? Because their rules are stricter than regular parents. They expect regular parents to be a little rough around the edges, but foster parents are expected to be damn near perfect. Oh. Okay, yeah. Makes sense. And we should get it before we go shopping. There'll be things I won't even think of on the list. I know securing bottom cabinet doors is something we need to do. But also, still have safe areas for her to explore, and then generally make sure it seems like a baby lives here. But safely. Ah. Vano blinked. Emma and I will handle it. You find the list, we'll buy what we need, and then Emma and I will deal with the house. I can do it. Yes, you can, Gabriel agreed, but it'll be faster if we do it, and you're making purchase decisions anyway. All right? Well, Let me feed her a little puree, then we can get packed and ready to go. Cool. I'll go find a checklist. Smiling, Gabriel lingered in the kitchen, shifting his weight from one slender leg to the other before chuckling and going to his bedroom. He snuck in a shower in between printing a standard foster family safety checklist and adding specific items to the grocery list. When he was ready, he flopped onto the couch in the living room, feet on the coffee table, and reviewed his grocery list as Vano fluttered around him. Okay, Vano exhaled, putting his hands on his hips after an hour of preparing. I think we're ready. The baby bag rested at Vano's feet beside the car seat, and the man had found different clothes. The baby. Gabriel smiled. Right. Snapping his fingers, Vano grabbed Roma from her tummy time mat. Now we're ready. Indeed. Here's the foster family safety checklist. Gabriel waved a piece of paper. I added the items we need to purchase to the grocery list. Aside from purchasing about 5 things, we need to make the house look spotless but lived in. It's a delicate balance. Toys can be on the floor, but not in the way on the floor. Right. Nodding, Vano led them to his black sedan, buckling Roma into her seatbelt while Gabriel slithered into the passenger seat. What's the rest of the list? It's too much to read aloud, but basic stuff you wouldn't think about but others would consider. Like we're going to have to check the dishwasher temperature, make sure we have a fire drill diagram, check all the smoke detectors. Is this social worker really going to look at smoke detectors and a fire drill diagram? To be honest, I don't know what they look at. Most times it seems like they talk the whole time, bring candy if you're lucky, then leave, but I assume they're used to knowing what to check for and can end the visit early if things seem okay. Makes sense. Vano drove to the neighborhood supermarket first. We'll have to stop by the baby store. I know, you hate it, but we need to get sharp corner covers and cabinet safety latches. And I want to buy her a child-friendly kitchen set, so she can explore the kitchen safely. Vano nodded. From the supermarket we need all manner of groceries, non-perishables for at least 2 weeks, and perishables for at least 1 week, flashlights, socket covers, and a first aid kit. And another case of beer. Ah. No. You're off beer until after this court business is over. But beer is like dark-colored water. You're off beer. Gabriel confirmed as they pulled into the parking lot, and Vano killed the car. Since Vano was on baby duty, he got Roma out of the car, carried her inside, and placed her in the cart appropriately, fussing with the cushioned seat cover in the baby bag. And why do we need so much stuff when she doesn't even eat solids? Because it looks responsible, and this is about appearances. Yeah, sure, Vano grumbled, following Gabriel down the aisles. For every single thing Gabriel deposited in the shopping cart, Vano found 2 things not on the list to add. By the time they had passed the fresh food section, the drinks, and the baking section, the amount of items pushed against Roma's quilted baby bag. Vano. What is all this? Ceasing his hand game with Roma, he peered into the cart and then at Gabriel. What's all what? The stuff in the cart? We don't need oranges, apricots, and strawberries. I figured we could blend them for Roma. They're sugar. And oranges can give babies rashes because of the acidity. I'll eat them. I have never seen you eat an orange. Gabriel's eyelids fluttered. You never know. Vano grinned. Ah. Fine. The brownie mix? And the cookie mix? And the cake mix? Gabriel dug the boxes out of the basket, holding them up for Vano to see. I'm going to make a cookie brownie cake. Vano nodded. Remind me to eat out the night you make your cookie brownie cake. Gabriel dropped the boxes back in the cart. You're sabotaging my list. I'm enhancing it. Vano's grin grew. Roma giggled. Aha. No more things in the cart. Gabriel wagged a finger at Vano, who flashed an apologetic smile, shrugging his shoulders up to his ears. Ah. You two are the cutest. A woman with a cart full of processed food strolled by in the opposite direction the 3 were headed, blocking their way and smiling with recognition at Gabriel. It's been so long since I've seen you, Gabe. She sashayed over to them. Hi, Mrs. Flores. Gabriel pressed his lips together in a tight smile. Are you going to introduce me to your little family here? The short woman beamed up at Vano and touched the little girl's cheek before either of the men could stop her. While Gabriel was appalled and Vano was shocked, Roma laughed and grabbed at the woman. Yes. Of course. This is Vano and Roma. Nice to meet you, Vano. And even nicer to meet you, sweet thing. She cooed at Roma. It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Flores? Call me Maria. I used to live next to Gabe. Used to babysit him all the time when his mother had to work. Gabriel sucked his teeth, staring past Maria. Oh. It was nice of him to have you? Vano looked at Gabriel and back at Maria. It was, Gabriel piped up. We have more shopping to do and company coming over later, so we should really get back to it. Of course. I'm just so happy to see you starting a life, and not letting what you dealt with as a child affect you now. I wish I could have done more for your brothers, but I'm glad you turned out okay. She rested a hand on Gabriel's, squeezing. I really am. Vano quirked a questioning eyebrow at Gabriel, who shook his head, working his tongue over his teeth, as a flash of despair colored his expression, filling his eyes to the brim and overflowing down the rest of his face. Well, thank you. For everything you did for me. Gabriel smiled. It's good to see you again, Mrs. Flores. He nodded to her, and steered their basket around the woman's and to the next aisle. Quietly, he finished the items on the list, dismissing Vano's attempts at conversation and never relaxing. The total exceeded $100, and Gabriel swiped Vano's credit card as Vano helped bag the goods. Vano packed the groceries in the car while Gabriel changed and fed Roma, relaxing in the back of the vehicle. Are we going to talk about what happened in there? Vano peeked into the back seat after shutting the trunk. No. Gabriel frowned, concentrating on Roma's feeding. Does it have something to do with you freaking out last night? Yes. You get one more question. Gabriel sighed, dragging his eyes to Vano's face. Okay. Did anyone harm you as a child? No. Gabriel finished Roma's feeding, carried her around the parking lot as he pat her back and put her in the car seat. Okay. Vano nodded, squinting around the parking lot before sighing and climbing into the driver's seat. He worked his hands around the wheel, squeezing it and pulling taut leather. All right. He dug around for the printed checklist, unfolding it and reviewing it. He looked at Gabriel, as the other man slumped into the passenger seat again. What? We have to have a landline? No. Yeah, but it's the first thing on the list. Correct, but having landlines is a little outdated. No one would be surprised if you didn't have one. It's okay. Okay. Don't have a private water source. Oh, windows. Smart. I'll check those when we get back, along with the electrical outlets. I bought the place a while back, but I really haven't done much in the way of working on it. Owning your home is a plus. If there's anything amiss, they give you time to fix it. Or just expect it to be fixed by the time they stop by again. Some things are less important than others. For example, drive. Gabriel scowled and snatched the paper from him. Shit. Right. The car turned over, and Vano directed them to the street, merging into traffic. For example, it's more important for the air conditioning system to be working than it is for the house to appear reasonably neat and clutter-free. Reasonably neat is all about appearances. If the baby isn't sticky and you are wearing a shirt, you'll be fine. I have to wear a shirt? Preferably, yes. At least while the social worker is here. Afterwards, you can take it off again. Oh, can I? Vano grinned, glancing at Gabriel. Gabriel concentrated on the checklist, scanning it for other worker-biased questions. This adequate lighting one is another appearance one. It'll depend on the relationship you form with the social worker. Can you be charming? I don't know. Do you find me charming? Okay, well, Roma's charming enough for the both of you. We need to focus on the concrete rules and leave the appearance bias ones alone. Gabe. Vano rumbled. What? Are you going to pretend like last night never happened? What? Absolutely. Yes. When Vano pulled into the parking lot of the baby superstore, Gabriel unbuckled himself. I'm going to run inside. Give me 10 minutes. He jumped out before Vano could stage a protest. Gabriel knew the baby superstore as well as he knew the veins of his hand, and he skipped down the aisles. He plucked the items from the shelves, holding everything in his arms instead of a shopping cart. The cashier packed everything into an suitcase, and with a few minutes to spare, he dumped the items in the back seat. Okay, we can go home now. I have everything. Gabriel buckled himself in and Vano turned the engine over and drove home. They drove in silence, Gabriel staring out the window and Vano focused on the road. Vano pulled into the driveway and killed the car's engine, focusing on Gabriel. Why are you pretending last night never happened? Because it shouldn't have happened. Me. Employee. You. Employer. We promised we wouldn't merge the two. Some of the longest-lasting relationships form from working relationships, you know. I do know. And most of the time, one party gets monetarily screwed over. Again, what are you going to do? Fire me just so we can date? Vano clenched his jaws, hazel eyes locked on Gabriel who was staring forward. Gabriel sucked in a slow breath, held it and exhaled slowly. I don't know, Vano confessed. Plus, you don't even know if these feelings are real or if you just feel some type of way because I'm caring for your child. They're real. The kiss was real. Unless you want to try it again? Frustrations growing, Gabriel shook his head, throwing the checklist at Vano. We have things to do. All right, but we're not done with this conversation. Gabriel waved a hand at Vano as he opened the back seat door and scooped Roma out of her car seat. Girl, you're getting heavy. He commented easily, giggling after his words and bouncing her in his arms. He carried Roma inside, leaving Vano to bring the groceries and baby items indoors. Vano made 3 trips while Gabriel prepared Roma for a nap, meeting him back in the kitchen once she was down. When is Emma getting here? Gabriel unpacked groceries, keeping at least 6 feet of space between him and Vano. He danced around the kitchen, waiting for Vano to move from one spot to the other before he would take his place. She's on her way now. Vano folded his arms and leaned against the counter, only moving when Gabriel lingered in a spot, awkwardly waiting for him to shift around. Okay. Gabriel reorganized the bottom cabinets, clearing one divided cabinet while putting latches on the others. He stashed Roma's new wooden kitchen toys in the empty cabinet and left the latch off. Then he approached Vano with the socket covers. You're going to check all the electrical outlets, right? Yeah. Vano unfolded his arms when Gabriel stepped in front of him and grabbed the sides of the counter instead. Will you put these on every socket Roma can get to? Yep. He grunted, I'll go do it now. Perfect. With Vano busy and Roma asleep, Gabriel worked on the kitchen. He designed a fire drill with cute lettering and an easy-to-follow path to the door exits and one low, easy-to-open window. He checked the temperatures in both the refrigerator and freezer and made sure all leftovers were tossed. The baby food he checked for freshness, rotating the tiny mason jars so the labels were easy to read. With the food-related tasks completed, he opened the utensil and junk drawers, emptying them on the counter. He tossed half of the items, reorganized the kitchen utensils, and organized the catch-all drawer. The catch-all drawer contained sharp tools and matches, and received a cabinet latch. He moved the stove and oven as the doorbell rang. It's probably Emma. I'll get it, Vano called from the living room. The door opened. Vano. Oh, you look good and well-rested for a man with a crawling baby. I brought dinner for you and snacks for the baby. Hey, Emma. Vano's voice warmed. The door closed. I'll take this to the kitchen. Sure. Thanks. Gabriel sprayed oven cleaner inside the oven and tuned it on to temperature. When Emma entered, he stood to his feet and smiled towards her. "Oh hey. I'm Emma." She extended a creamy hand to Gabriel. It contrasted with his pale olive skin. "Gabriel." He shook her hand. "So, you're ready to help?" "Absolutely. Oh, and I brought dinner." "Thank you. You can pop it in the refrigerator. Right now, Vano is working on the electrical outlets, and I'm finishing up the kitchen. Can you check the air conditioner, the hot water temperature, and the smoke detectors? There should be one in both bedrooms, and then I think 2 otherwise?" "Yep. Wait, what temperature should the hot water be at?" "Ah." Gabriel peeked at the checklist. Out of the faucet, it should be between 105 degrees and 120 degrees. "Perfect. I'll be back." Emma flounced from the kitchen, and Gabriel went back to the stove. He disassembled the burners, cleaning the drip pans and the surrounding surface before putting it all back together again. Then he crouched to clean the inside, wiping soft grease from the walls until the whole thing sparkled. Gabriel dusted himself off and checked the dishwasher, starting a cycle and then checking the water temperature in the middle of the cycle. "Good enough," he muttered. With a quick recheck of the counter space, he nodded to a job complete and searched for his 2 helpers. He found Emma first. She was running water in the bathroom sink. "How is it coming?" Gabriel leaned against the bathroom doorframe, poking his head into the room. "Well, I just turned the hot water down a little, so now I'm seeing if it changed the temperature at the faucet." "Perfect." Gabriel retreated. "Are you and Vano dating?" "What? No. I'm the nanny." "Oh," Emma looked down. "Well, if you were dating, I'd say you 2 were a cute couple." "Thank you for the conditional compliment. You know, I was worried about him at first. With everything that happened at his sister's funeral, I thought he'd be too depressed to take care of Roma, but he seems fine." "What all happened at the funeral?" "He was just a mess. His shirt was buttoned wrong, he was too emotional to speak, so he missed half the ceremony. Then we had beer afterwards, and his parents came by. He told me about it." "When he punched his father?" "Yeah. He did, but it was his mother too. She was okay with it, which struck me as weird. You know? Why would a mother be okay with her husband insulting her child?" "Because," Gabriel shrugged, "because they're romanical and she's not allowed to mollycoddle her son." "Vano explained it to you?" "No. I knew someone, a childhood friend. He was romanical, and he used to tell me stories about his parents. He didn't tell me a lot, but he told me the women weren't allowed to pamper the boys." "It's worse than how America is in general?" Emma chuckled, tilting her head. "Yes. A lot worse." "Oh. Like?" "Hey. Am I doing all the work here, and you just standing around?" Vano strolled up with Roma at his hip and a bucket of tools in his hand. A fresh sheen of sweat dusted his body, his shirt clung to his chest. Emma's cheeks instantly bloomed with a creamy pink. "Nope. I'm working. Testing the water temperature." She waved the thermometer in the air and motioned to the bathroom sink. Gabriel quirked one eyebrow up and crossed his arms over his chest. "I finished the kitchen, and I was checking on everyone. I saw Emma first." "What are you working on?" "Garage. Remember seeing on the list to make sure everything looks good and safe in there, so I went to organize it. I'm about done, so if you want to check the list with me, you can." "You guys should." "I'll watch Roma," Emma offered, still red-faced. "All right. I'll get the list from the kitchen." Gabriel slipped past Vano. "Thanks." He handed the baby to Emma and followed Gabriel into the kitchen. "This feels good." "What does?" "Taking a day to baby-proof the house." "I suppose," Gabriel twitched, biting the inside of his cheek. "Come on." "Oh, and grab the keys. We'll have to test the cars while we're out there." Gabriel flicked on the light for the garage. Previously, the garage had been a catch-all for everything not inside the home or everything banned from the home once the baby arrived. The back had been stacked with things from the second bedroom mingled with boxes from previous moves. The front was the local dump. Whenever Roma outgrew something, it lived in the front of the garage. When Gabriel flicked the light on, however, the garage was a picture of perfection. The sea of Roma's discarded items were collapsed and organized off to the side. Vano worked through the scattered amount of female clothes, furniture, and books. All of Vano's power tools lived on the newest shelving edition way above Roma's head, and the extra mini refrigerator's door butted up to the wall. The 2 outdoor trash cans were soldiers posted on either side of the garage, unmoving but ready for marching orders. A satisfied smirk spread over Vano's face. It looks good, Gabriel resigned. Good. Question for a question? You mean, I can ask whatever I want if I let you? Yeah. No thank you. I'm glad this is done. It looks good. Vano's shoulders sagged and he raked his fingers through his dark hair. I overheard you guys. You and Emma. And you're right about the coddling. I know I am. It can get real ugly. Yes. Gabriel touched Vano's cheek before he could stop himself, fingers petting over his prickly jawline, trailing down to his lips. Vano kissed his fingertips, eyes closing and long eyelashes meeting his strong cheekbones. His jaw ticked. Gabriel tapped his finger against Vano's lips. I'm sorry. For what you went through as a child, Gabriel whispered. Caution to the wind, Gabriel stepped closer to Vano, replacing his fingers with his lips. Their lips connected, electricity fusing them together. Roma's wailing scream broke them apart. Wide-eyed, they rushed inside and down the hallway, both men scrambling. What happened? Vano called. Is everything okay? Gabriel's asked at the same time. What? Emma turned to look at them from her spot on the hallway tiles next to Roma. Oh, sorry. We were playing. I think she got excited. Everything is fine. To added effect, Roma screeched again and followed the noise with a giggle, putting her hand next to her mouth. How did the garage look? Perfect. Just perfect. Gabriel relaxed, slumping down across from Emma. If you don't mind, I'm gonna run through the rest of this list real quick. I don't? Gabriel looked up at Vano from his spot in the hallway, gazing into his hazel eyes. His lips tingled with aftershocks from their clandestine kiss. Me neither, Emma agreed. We can start heating up the food. Yeah, Vano tipped his head, wetting his lips and pursing them together as he looked away from Gabriel. With an added grunt, Vano exited the hallway. Emma went back to playing with Roma. The silence lingered between Emma and Gabriel, broken only by Roma's bright laughter. They played one game after another, first patty cake, then blocks, and then they flipped through a baby picture book naming items. How would you feel about being Vano's character witness? Character witness? For the case with his parents? Yes. I don't know if he'll need one, but would you be willing to vouch for him as a responsible and loving parent? Of course. I mean, he stalks around like he's a big bad guy, but this baby's feet never touch the ground. Emma chuckled. Oh, I know, right? She a little over 17 pounds, and he carries her everywhere. I caught him using her during his daily workout. What? Are you serious? Deadass? He had her in the carrier, doing bicep curls and front lifts or something. Then squats, then squatting and tossing her in the air. Oh my God. So cute, Emma giggled. And the perfect way to get playtime and workout in, right? Pretty much. Roma loved it anyway. You could hear her giggling through the whole house. I believe it. So, how long do you plan to work for him? We discussed 2 years. Gabriel tossed one of Roma's toys in his hands. Is it awkward working for someone you're attracted to? What? Gabriel froze, squeezing Roma's toy. He avoided Emma's eyes, taking note of everything around them instead. The tension between you two is obvious. And the way he looks at you. The way he looks at me? Yeah. Like he's waiting on nap time, so it can be you and him. Oh. Right. It's because I'm around and I'm taking care of his kid. Lots of people catch feelings for someone they have to work with. Is it a bad thing, though? Doesn't it make sense? You already agree on childcare, you live together, and you've gotten to know each other. True, I guess. But this is my income. What am I supposed to do, date him when I'm off? I don't know. I'm just saying you two are obvious. And I've known him for a while. He's never looked at anyone the way he looks at you. I'm not convinced it's a good thing. Emma chuckled. You're silly. I'm just saying don't take it lightly. Love and relationships are hard and there's no manual. Just because this looks like a bad idea doesn't mean it is. True. If you were in my position, would you do it? Date him. I'd set some ground rules. You know, no taking advantage of me when I'm off. Required alone time without baby, so you two can get to know each other better. I like the idea of required no baby alone time. I like it a lot. Okay, I might give it a shot. With a smile, Emma scooped Roma into her arms, leaving Gabriel in the hallway. He mulled over Emma's words, encouraged by them, by her prior knowledge of Vano's relationship behavior, and by her words of wisdom. They reconvened in the kitchen once Emma had changed, fed, and settled Roma. Gabriel stayed in the hallway, warming himself to the idea of a relationship with his boss. Vano checked the house 2 times over before joining Gabriel and Emma in the kitchen, dropping the worn checklist on the table. Emma reheated food for all 3 of them, and they ate standing in the kitchen, Vano and Gabriel next to each other and Emma across from them. Between bites of food, Vano told exaggerated stories of his travels, inspiring laughter from Emma and stealing glances at Gabriel. Emma left when it was time for Roma to go down for sleep, hugging and kissing them both and making them promise to call if they needed more help. Because the house was spotless, they spent Saturday and Sunday around town. Saturday, they went to different parks, letting Roma watch other kids playing. Vano plopped her into the bucket swings to his own detriment, when she started wailing and pumping her legs. Not one to let Roma cry, he quickly scooped her up again, fretting even as she immediately quieted down. Gabriel smirked and glanced at the sky as Roma giggled in Vano's arms. They got looks and sighing ahs from people when Vano tucked his bulky body through the child slide and slid down with Roma in tow. They had lunch at a French hole-in-the-wall restaurant on the north side of town and dinner at a Mexican restaurant on the east side of town. After a long day, Roma snoozed in the car on the way home while Gabriel envisioned new parameters for their relationship. Vano drummed his fingers to the tune of soft-playing punk rock songs on the radio. Roma slept in Vano's room Saturday night. Gabriel fell asleep on the living room couch watching infomercials around classic movies, using the arm of the couch as a pillow. Gabriel woke with a blanket covering him, a headache and Vano's soothing voice in his ear. It was still pitch black outside, but the television was silent. I'm going to carry you to bed, all right? Vano warned before scooping Gabriel in his arms. He curled into Vano, touching his warm forehead to Vano's chest. Gabriel murmured. Vano deposited him in the bed, pulling the sheets over his shoulders and kissing his cheek. Gabriel didn't wake again until Sunday evening. When he did, he woke with a pounding headache and a rumbling stomach. He dragged himself into the shower and into the kitchen, where he poured himself a glass of water and sat down at the table. It took him an hour to down the water and another hour to pick over the leftovers from Friday before he trudged back to sleep. He felt normal again by Monday, and he jumped out of bed and into acceptable school clothes. While he made breakfast, he coordinated with Kesia over text message, agreeing to meet her in the afternoon. He returned text messages from other friends and sent Vano a text letting him know he had a meeting in the early afternoon and would be home late. He slathered pureed avocado over warm toast, nibbling the toast as he packed his school bag, eating the last bite as he tossed his bag into the car. The lectures picked up from the last time he was in class, as if he hadn't missed a day in between. Aside from answering questions about his off day, his Monday fell in line with previous Mondays, ending with lunch at the cafeteria. He made a small salad and picked at it as he waited for Farron. "There he is?" "The newly in love," Farron cooed, throwing her bag in the booth and sitting down across from Gabriel. "Nope." "Yeah. So, did Kesia text you?" "Yes. I'm meeting with her shortly. It's why I have only salad. I was wondering why you were going light today. I figured it was because you had other activities planned for later." "Gross. We spent all Friday cleaning for the social worker. I hope they stop by soon. You know how it is, if you clean too early, it takes 2 weeks for them to drop in." "Actually, no. I don't know. Anyway, for y'all's sake, I hope they stop by soon too. Anything new on the relationship front?" "I kissed him," Gabriel scowled. "Friday when we were cleaning. It just happened, but I talked to his friend Emma and she gave me an idea." "Yeah? Spill." "Basically, she said it's worth a shot, but I should set rules like no taking advantage of me when I'm not working and scheduling time to hang out without the baby, so we can see if we like each other or if it's a power thing he's into." "Oh. Those are good ideas. I'm still thinking about it though. Maybe after this custody thing is over, then I'll bring it up to him." "How much longer do you think the custody thing will take?" Farron picked at Gabriel's salad greens. "Maybe another month, hopefully less. Once all the evidence is together, it's waiting on the judge to decide." "Oh, okay. Well, good luck. Does it feel weird? Being on the other side?" "So weird. And Vano's asking questions. I want to tell him, I just don't know how. I don't want to make it a big deal. Gabe, to anyone who cares about you, it's going to be a big deal." "I know." He twisted his fork in his salad, stabbing the soggy greens. Sighing, he ate the rest. "Listen, I have to go meet Kesia and try to convince her not to speak against Vano. I don't think it'll affect the case as much as hurt his faith in other people, but I want to talk to her. I looked at her social media and she looks way messy. All she ever does is get her hair and nails done." "Yes. Doesn't she have a job or something?" "No. It's complicated." Gabriel stood with his bowl, slinging his bag over his shoulder. "I'll see you, hun. You'll have to come over so we can try to watch the vampire show again, but with less drama this time. Or you can come to my house. Probably easier. We'll see." Gabriel waved on his way out. The coffee shop he met Kesia at was across town, closer to her neck of the woods than the places Gabriel frequented. When he entered, a sandy-haired boy gave him a quizzical look and rolled his eyes as he studied the menu. Gabriel asked several questions before deciding on a simple café au lait with coconut milk instead of regular milk. It costed him an extra 15 cents and garnered him another eye roll. Kesia arrived late and looked out of place. She glanced around the room, shifting her weight from one heeled foot to the other, tugging her cropped shirt down when she noticed everyone around her was in jeans and t-shirts. Spotting a romanical was easy, especially one still trying to get married. It was a combination of cheesy writing on her shirt, rhinestones on her fitted jeans, and shining heels. Gabriel sucked his teeth and let her linger at the door for another minute before approaching her. "Hello. You must be Kesia." Gabriel plastered on a fake smile when he approached. "Yeah. I'm Kesia. You're Gabriel?" Her awkward movements continued after his greeting. "Yes. Can I get you coffee?" The barista was no less confused when Gabriel approached the counter next to Kesia, his polar opposite. Gabriel's understated confidence outshined Kesia's desperate need for attention, even though she was wearing half the amount of clothes, and he spoke barely louder than a whisper. "Yeah. I want the mocha double-shot espresso explosion. Extra large size with foam." "Whipped cream," Gabriel corrected, glaring at her as she ordered the most expensive drink on the menu. He passed over $10. "Oh, can I also get a cranberry orange scone?" "Of course." Before Gabriel could protest, The barista grabbed a scone and dropped it on a plate. Warm or how it is? Warm, please. Kesia beamed. Gabriel pressed his lips together as he thumbed through his wallet for $3 more. He dropped his coin change in the tip jar. So, Kesia, you've known Vano since you two were children? Gabriel pulled a seat out for Kesia before taking his seat across from her. Yep. He was the cutest little boy. I known him since I was born. She bobbed her head, earrings clanking together. Gabriel guessed Kesia was early 20s, late for her type to get married, normal for most other cultures. You were going to marry him, right? Yeah. We was engaged, but he ran off when I was a little teen. Some of us do that, you know, run off and come back later ready to settle down. He didn't come back later. We thought he would though, because he was a good Roma man. He worked, cared about his family. Kesia shrugged. Her eyes softened as she broke the scone into several smaller pieces, long fingernails digging into the soft dough. I get it. So, did you guys date or did you know he was bisexual at least? No, Roma men don't like other men. It's not their thing. Except he does, and no one can decide their sexual orientation. Kesia shook her head, frustration brewing under a thick layer of makeup foundation one shade darker than her natural skin color. Nope. He ain't a bisexual or whatever you call it. Okay, fine. The call of their drink order interrupted Gabriel's next words, and he jumped up to get it for her, placing the tall, frothy to-go mug in front of her. Let's get to the point. Sure. Kesia slurped her coffee. Vano has a baby. Oh yeah, I saw her. She's so cute, but men don't raise babies. Why not? Because they have to work all day and make money. Women raise babies and keep the house, it's how it is. Right, well, Vano wants to raise his baby and I'm helping him. Kesia stared at Gabriel, eyes widening until white circled her green eyes. Y'all need a woman at the house. We cook and clean just fine, but thank you. Do you know about the case Vano's parents are making against him? Oh yeah. Of course. He's out there raising a baby when he ought to give it to his parents, so they can raise her properly. She's going to grow up and be dirty, because he's raising her around y'all gadjo. How do you figure? 'Cause y'all don't care about staying clean and pure, and she needs to stay pure if she's going to marry a romanical man. Right? But Vano's parents are claiming he's unfit to parent the child. Well, he is, ain't he? He don't know nothing about raising kids or keeping house, and he's not supposed to. He can learn these things, you know. Nope. In fact, he has learned these things. And if Roma wants to be part of the traveler life, I'm sure he wouldn't ban her from it. But she won't know everything she's supposed to know, and if she waits too late, she'll never be married. Marriages are best when they're arranged, so the girl can know the kind of man and family she's getting. Right. Gabriel wet his lips, inspecting the area around them. He needed a break from Kesia's defiance, but he forged on. Here's the thing. Do you love Vano? I want to marry him and be his wife. He's the only man I want, so yeah. I love him. Gabriel refrained from resetting her thoughts on love and nodded. Okay, good. If you love him, do you want to hurt him by taking away his child? No. You're looking at it the wrong way. Out there with you guys? It's dangerous being a non-traveler. You don't have morals or values, and if Roma grows up the same way, she isn't going to either. Oh. Go on. Gabriel squinted, his jaw tightened. I'm just saying. We're trying to do right by her and raise her around Romani women, so she knows her heritage and tradition. Okay. Okay, I get it. You want to take her away from Vano because you're afraid of how she'll grow up? Exactly. We don't want her to be a gorger. Gabriel sucked his teeth, right? Well, you're welcome for your coffee, and just so you know, this case against him is pointless. He's a fantastic father, and whatever childhood things you're going to say about him will pale in comparison to hard evidence of him being a good father. Kesia wrinkled the bridge of her nose, her makeup caking around the creases of her face. "You don't know." "I'm not finished," Gabriel hissed, brown eyes locking on Kesia's as he stood up. "If you love him like you say you do, you wouldn't stand against him and lie to yourself, to his parents, and to authorities about his parenting. You would let him raise the baby however he wants to. Have a good day, Gypsy." Gabriel grabbed his coffee and left, back straight as he strolled to the exit, brewing with anger. Once outside, he rolled his shoulders and inhaled a deep breath, chest expanding. He held it in for 5 seconds and exhaled, shaking off his annoyances before he got in the car and drove home. He followed the scenic path home, needing every extra minute to avoid walking in the house, still cursing Vano's traditional Romanical upbringing. When he turned the corner into the neighborhood, compassion had replaced his anger, and he was desperate to wrap his arms around Vano's neck. However, when he reached the house, he parked behind Vano, because an unfamiliar green truck rested in his usual parking space. Gabriel dithered in his car, hoping the owner of the truck would show their face while he still had space to avoid them, but he ran out of things to do and finally moved inside the house. A brown shoulder bag rested on the kitchen island next to a pile of messy papers, a peppermint wrapper, and an old cell phone. He placed his keys quietly on the kitchen's side counter, straining his ears for voices. In the back bedroom, Vano spoke. Gabriel recognized the rise and fall of his voice. The replying voice Gabriel recognized too, and his heart sank. His limbs filled with lead, sinking into the tile floors and sprouting roots. Their voices became clearer as they left the bedroom and walked down the hallway. "So you've owned this place for 5 years? You're so young." The woman laughed. Her warm laugh carried through the hallway and rang in Gabriel's ears. "Yeah, well, I guess I'm a retired motorcycle racer. I don't like saying retired, but I ain't raced in a while," Vano explained. Gabriel winced, spying their shadows creeping out of the hallway. "Oh, my husband loves motorcycle racing. Wait, now since you mentioned it, you do look familiar. From behind, anyway." Another warm chuckle. "Yeah, thanks." Vano groaned. "Point is, I won a few races, so I bought the place for me and my sister to stay in." "I see. And your parents?" "We don't have much of a relationship." Vano emerged from the hallway first, Roma in his arms and the social worker a few steps behind. "I understand, things happen." She scribbled something down on a piece of paper, the pen scratches sounding like claws. "Oh, hey Gabe. I didn't know you were back." Vano stepped inside the kitchen, hazel eyes brightening when they landed on Gabriel. "Gabe?" The woman followed Vano into the kitchen, finishing her thought on paper before looking up. She blinked when her pale blue eyes landed on Gabriel. "Gabe? Oh wow. I haven't seen you in forever." She discarded her paperwork on the table and yanked him into a hug around the middle. Her wispy gray hair tickled his face. After the hug, she stepped back to look him over. "You look so good." "Thank you, Mrs. Fox." "You two know each other?" Call me Rochelle." "Oh, absolutely. Gabe was in the system when I first started working as a social worker nearly 10 years ago. He was this lanky little thing with those big brown eyes." She patted Gabriel's cheek. "Yes," Gabriel avoided Vano's hard stare. "This one used to keep me up at night with worry. People say your first case is your hardest." Rochelle patted Gabriel's back, squeezing his shoulder. "So you live here too?" "Yes. I help him take care of Roma," Gabriel murmured, managing a little smile to his lips. "You're responsible for the homemade cans of baby food in the refrigerator, aren't you?" Before Gabriel could answer, Rochelle shuffled back to Vano. "This one here used to beg me to buy salad when we had outings. All the other kids wanted hamburgers, but not him. Had to convince him dark chocolate was an antioxidant before he'd put it to his lips." "Yeah. I was going to buy the pre-made stuff, but I ended up with a blender and about 100 mason jars instead. It's those brown eyes, I think. Makes me give him whatever he wants." Gabriel arched an eyebrow at Vano, who returned his gaze with a broad smile. "Did you get the talk about additives and colorants?" "In the store. Vano nodded. Anyway, I think you've seen just about everything, huh? Let me think. She poked her tongue out of the corner of her mouth and scanned the room. Everything looked real good. Most people forget the socket covers until they have a close call. Only thing you're really missing is a baby gate at the hallway, but since it's just you two and the baby, Rochelle shrugged. Yeah? Right, thanks. It's my first child, so I guess I'm a little extra nervous. You read the internet one time and, I don't know. It's bad enough they can suddenly die from being left in a crib. I don't want to have to worry about electrical sockets too. Vano chuckled. Oh. I wanted to ask. You guys latched every cabinet but this one? Rochelle tapped the bottom cabinet missing a latch. Indeed, Gabriel spoke up, opening the cabinet. This cabinet is for her. It has lightweight child-safe pots and pans for her to play with while we're in the kitchen. I love it. She clapped her hands. You two could be foster parents if you wanted to be. This place is the best I've seen in a while, and Roma seems so happy. And you know babies can't really fake it. She's responsive and giggly like she should be. More scribbled notes. Gabriel observed her paper, but couldn't read her cursive handwriting upside down. Thank you. Still smiling, Vano passed Roma to Gabriel, who kissed her forehead. So how long have you two? Not sure how to phrase her question, Rochelle left it open-ended and squinted between the pair, smiling as Roma wiggled in Gabriel's arms. It's complicated. We've been living together for a few months. Vano offered. When Roma was born, I took time to adjust to fatherhood before bringing another person in her life. I understand. It can be hard for children, babies especially, if they have too many people in and out of their lives. Yeah, Vano nodded, petting Roma's hair from beside Gabriel. And this is a permanent arrangement? Her gaze changed from relaxed to concerned. We definitely hope so, but it's difficult to think past the present. What's important is giving Roma the best care in her early years, while managing to carve out a little time for yourself too. Gabriel replied when Vano found himself at a loss for words. Well, Vano, your parents are going to have to be damn near perfect to take Roma away from you, and I doubt they're perfect, but I'm not doing their home visit. She approached her purse, organizing her stack of papers and picking up her candy wrappers. Oh, where can I toss this? I'll take it. Vano stretched his hand out. Thank you. I'll send this report to your lawyer, okay? And I know this is an unfit parent case, but when you go for full custody, there will be post-placement home visits involved, so be ready for those. Right, yeah. Vano led Rochelle to the exit with Gabriel and Roma following. They chatted more about expectations. Vano asked about fostering and adopting as a single parent and as a same-sex couple. Rochelle gave honest replies. It was difficult but not impossible. Both men received a hug, Roma got a handshake, and Rochelle retreated to her truck. They stayed by the door as she put the vehicle in reverse and rolled out of the driveway, disappearing down the neighborhood street. We have to talk. We do. She thinks we're getting married. Gabriel scowled. Her and the rest of the world when we leave the house with a baby in tow and bicker in the fresh food aisles. I'm glad it's amusing to you. It is, a little. Let them think what they want. We need to talk about how you know Rochelle. Let me feed and put Roma down for a nap, and then we talk. Vano's tone was firm as he brushed past Gabriel, making a bottle before taking Roma in his arms again. He fed her in the kitchen, rinsing the bottle afterwards, and tucked her in down the hall. Sleepy baby noises filled the silence. Minutes sped by until Vano entered the kitchen again and walked over to Gabriel. She's down? Yeah. Listen. Whatever happened, I won't judge you. I just need to know. Need to or want to? Gabe. Vano rubbed Gabriel's shoulder. Talk to me. Fine. I was in foster care for a while. I figured. Why? Because my mother worked long hours, late at night, and slept all day. Because my brothers were caught with drugs and taken to jail. Because I never knew my father, but I had plenty of men pretend to be in charge, pouring stale cereal over cold milk when they remembered children lived at the house. "Oh. This was with your mother," Vano murmured, confirming the timeline. "Correct. My half-brothers and I were taken and placed in a temporary home with another couple. They acted out and were replaced with 2 tanned kids. A boy and a girl. The boy and I talked about where we came from. He said his parents traveled a lot and his father beat him." "Romanical." "Yes." Gabriel shrugged. "He used to sneak in my room, sleep in bed with me, and leave before morning. When the foster dad caught him, they beat him. We were split up afterwards. I moved in with my half-sisters then. They were babies, 1, 2, and 3. My mom gained custody of my full sister and me, after rehabilitation and years of sobriety." "Okay. I have the timeline, now fill in the details. Were the men with your mother mean to you?" Vano slid his hands down to Gabriel's wrists, threading their fingers together and squeezing. "Sort of," Gabriel sighed, resting his chin on Vano's broad shoulder. "They were strict." "What is strict?" "I cursed and one man washed my mouth out with soap. I ignored one, and he put me in my room in just my underwear. For 3 days. I wasn't allowed to go to school. If I had to use the restroom, I knocked on my door and hoped he heard me." "Oh, Gabe." Vano's features crumbled. He pet Gabriel's soft curls. "He didn't," Gabriel's voice broke. His lip trembled and he shut his eyes tight. His heart raced, desperately pumping blood through his veins. His chest expanded and his breath sped up. Senses sharpened. He categorized a new flood of smells: Vano's soapy skin mixed with a splash of formula, ripening bananas on the counter, the neighbor's freshly cut lawn. The air conditioning tapped on, rumbling. A weed whacker purred to life across the street. The constant crunch of gravel under rubber overwhelmed him. Gabriel trembled, muscles throbbing throughout his body. "You're okay." Vano pressed his lips into Gabriel's forehead. Another came home drunk. Always. The smell of alcohol was on his lips when he made us kiss him goodnight. Once my brother didn't want to. Gabriel's throat closed before he could continue. His fingers balled into fists, clutching Vano's shirt. "Were the foster dads better?" Gabriel shook his head. Worse." Gabe sniffled through a soft explanation, telling Vano of the many nights he stared at the ceiling, pressing his fists into his stomach so it wouldn't growl. The children couldn't even sneak food, due to the locked cabinets and refrigerators. If they tried, things were worse for them all. The newest kids were initiated, beaten and set in line by older kids to avoid backlash from the adults. The first story broke the dam, and Gabriel cried through years of memories, verbalizing things he had locked in the back of his mind. He confessed to punishing his younger foster siblings, taking their food for himself when rations were limited and hating himself for it. He admitted to lying about the quality of care he was given, saying his foster parents were wonderful, saying the healing scars on his olive skin were from playground accidents, saying they always had plenty of food when the weeks of food had just appeared like magic for the social worker's visit. He dissolved into tears, hugging Vano to him desperately. "It's okay, baby." Vano kissed him again, breath cooling his clammy skin. "I don't know what to say." "Say you care about me even though I'm fucked up," Gabriel whispered when his tears had run their course, sailing down square cheekbones and dripping to Vano's shirt. 10 minutes was the average cry. Gabriel counted to 64 times, but lost the first seconds. "I do." Vano wiped his blotchy cheeks, his own features tightening. Vano's hazel eyes pooled with tears. "I want to hurt anyone who's ever hurt you." Another wave of tears washed over Gabriel, before he chuckled. "How manly of you." "What?" Vano scowled, but his features smoothed when he saw Gabriel's relaxed face. "Yeah, I try." His hand glided down Gabriel's back, resting on his hip. Gabriel blew out his breath, shaking tightness from his limbs and snaking away from Vano's arms. He busied himself in the kitchen, organizing things already resting in their assigned seats. Vano tracked Gabriel around the room, arms crossing his chest. "I've been thinking." "Oh." Gabriel raised his eyebrows. Leaning against the counter, he focused his brown eyes on Vano. About you and me. If we should try dating. I was thinking rules would be best. Like, keeping business. You can't call me late and expect me to cover for you. I can't expect you to watch Roma on your day off if I need to step out. No lapsing, because no one should feel taken advantage of. And you're right. I like seeing you with the baby. Of course. So, I have a solution for it. We have to date. I mean, I'll hire a babysitter for when you and I want to go out, so we can get to know each other, and make sure it's not baby hormone-induced affection. I agree. And no sex for a while because same reason. Whoa. What? I'm not romantical. Gabriel fluttered his eyelashes, brows raising. Oh. I was seeing if you were listening. Vano grinned. To be honest, I'd fuck you right now if you'd let me. What if I wanted to fuck you? He looked Vano over, starting at his bare toes. His eyes crawled up his body, pausing at his crotch and continuing up to his face. Gabriel rewarded Vano with a slow grin, lips parting as his lips stretched over his face. I'm down. Vano shivered, goosebumps rising on his skin. He uncrossed his arms and gripped the kitchen counter, examining the tile floor through long eyelashes. Good. I have to think about it, but so far I like your offer. I think dating while this custody thing is going on is too much. Agreed. I should check on Roma and homework. Right, yeah. Vano scratched the back of his head. I'm going to go for a ride. I'll be back in a little while. Perfect. I'll do dinner tonight. Vano brushed past Gabriel, touching his side on the way. He grabbed his helmet, jacket, and motorcycle keys. Hey, Vano. Yeah? He rumbled, adjusting the motorcycle helmet on his head. Will you take me riding one day? Of course. I used to take my sister all the time. Vano groaned, not meaning you're like my sister. I'm used to passengers is what I mean. He ducked his head, fiddling his keys in his hand. I get it. It's something you and your sister shared together. Right. Exactly. Vano stood in the doorframe, color creeping to his cheeks as he lingered there. I'll see you when you get back. Gabriel flashed a grin. With Gabriel's dismissal, Vano slipped out the door to the garage. Gabriel waited until the motorcycle raced out of the driveway before he checked on sleeping Roma. As if on cue, she woke when Gabriel set his textbook and notepad on the kitchen table. He spent the afternoon with Roma, feeding her pureed avocado and formula before engaging her during playtime. After 2 stories, gentle tickling and blocks, Gabriel allowed her a half hour of independent play while he scribbled notes from his textbook. Gabriel browsed through the bedtime routine, allowing her to splash in the tub for an extra 10 minutes. He dried her and sat her down for naked exploration time as he prepared her bedtime meal. Not long after Gabriel had Roma down for sleep, he crawled into his bed. Textbook in hand, he struggled through 3 pages before falling asleep with the book on his chest. Part 3. It didn't take long after the home visit for them to go to family court. After 1 dreary week and a half, Vano's lawyer called with the news, stirring up mixed feelings in Vano. On the one hand, Gabriel promised Vano he had nothing to worry about. On the other, he was romantical. His culture had their social stigmas. Those stigmas, coupled with Vano's unconventional profession, made it difficult for him to trust the system. Gabriel's experiences added a 3rd layer of worry. After the home visit and Gabriel's teary confession, Vano watched him. Gabriel woke up normal, more pleasant than usual for the last few days. He floated around the house and left reminders to keep everything in order, rather than lapse into laziness and have to clean again. He fussed about the amount of food going uneaten despite not paying for groceries. Vano liked the change. The legal hearing happened nearly 2 weeks after the home visit on a Friday morning. Gabriel canceled class to attend and to get everyone ready for the hearing as well. He dressed Roma in an outfit of leggings and a flowy top, matting her curly hair down with a large green headband. Minus the headband, Gabriel wore something similar, slender orange pants with a neutral button-down shirt. His feathery curls framed his square face, smooth eyebrows framed his warm brown eyes. Vano picked out dark jeans, a fitted shirt, and his lucky leather jacket before Gabriel could suggest a change. He slicked his hair down on the sides, parting it into a deep V with a fine comb and lots of water. A gold watch and 2 rings later, Vano carried Roma and her bag to his black sedan. They rode in silence to the private courtroom, meeting Emma at the building. "Hey," she breathed, hugging Gabriel and inspecting Vano. "You couldn't get him in any better clothes? He looks like a greaser." "It's what he picked. I dressed the baby." Gabriel chuckled. "I look good," Vano rumbled, removing the whole car seat from the vehicle. "Okay, I'm nervous and I'm not family, so I'm going to sit outside, but I know everything will go how we want it to." Emma kissed Vano's cheek and grabbed him in a hug too. "Are you going inside?" Vano looked at Gabriel. "If you want me to, yes." "Then yeah. I want you to. With Roma, of course." "I will go inside," Gabriel confirmed, ascending the steps of the building between Emma and Vano. He asked for directions to the proper room, and bidding Emma goodbye, walked into the blue-carpeted room. The private room had a U-shaped table with chairs all around, and 3 individual chairs behind a separate desk. A court reporter sat off to one side, and the security stood on the opposite side. Tilly and Duke sat side by side on the right side of the U-shaped table, both wearing their Sunday best. Duke draped one arm around Tilly's chair, hazel eyes tracking his son as he entered and sneering when Gabriel followed. Their lawyer relaxed beside them in a tailored navy suit and patterned burgundy tie. A small stack of papers rested in front of him. He nodded politely to Vano and Gabriel, who took seats on the left side of the table, Roma and her baby bag between them. She gurgled from the car seat and Vano unbuckled her. He sat her in his lap, digging in her bag for toys. "He holds her too much," Tilly whispered to Duke, who nodded his approval to her words. Vano handed her plastic blocks, one red and one orange, and Roma slapped the blocks on the table, giggling at her own game. Kesia threw the courtroom door open, flouncing in. Her collection of bracelets and dangling earrings gave a soundtrack to her entrance as she pranced to the right side of the table and sat next to Vano's family. She hugged Tilly, bending over the table to show a peek of cleavage and brown nipples to Vano. Marcus Sterling, Vano's lawyer, entered behind Kesia. "Hey man," Marcus whispered, unbuttoning his gray blazer before sitting down. "She's gotten so big since I last saw her." He smiled at Roma. "Yeah, it's funny how they keep growing." Vano chuckled. "You got everything from the social worker?" "Yeah. Everything's fine. Don't worry." "What about Emma as a witness?" Vano. "Everything's fine." Marcus squeezed the man's shoulder. "You'll be out of here before you know it." They rose when the judge entered the room and took a seat at the head table, in the judge's seat, black robes billowing behind her. Looking down cat-eye glasses, she read her notes before looking up. "Let's get started, shall we?" With a comforting smile, she nodded to the lawyer sitting on the right side. "Plaintiff goes first." The lawyer stood, thanked everyone for attending, and then presented the case. He introduced himself as Harvey Lynn and reminded them why they were there. His clients, Senior Mr. and Mrs. Loveridge, believe Mr. Loveridge to be an unfit parent. By legal definition, an unfit parent is described as a parent who behaves in a way seriously detrimental to the child, has abandoned the child, or who refuses to provide proper care and protection to the child, Harvey explained and proceeded to beef his introductory sentence with gathered evidence. He started with the day of the funeral, mentioning the lack of adequate baby care items, Vano's volatile temper, and him allowing relative strangers to care for the newborn. All of these things were observed by Tilly and Duke. Coupled with the refusal and dismissal of important baby gifts, a pram and pacifier, the plaintiffs feel the defendant doesn't take the responsibility of raising a child seriously. Scowling, Vano glanced at Marcus, who shrugged. Vano's parents' lawyer went through each of the 3 points, taking the simple punch in the face and graduating it to a full-on brawl instigated by Vano's unpredictable nature. The lawyer made no mention of Duke's instigation. He also mentioned the prevalence of alcoholic drinks during the funeral reception as an error in good parental judgment. As for abandoning the child, the parents observed many people other than Vano holding the baby during the funeral. In fact, the baby wasn't present during the altercation at all. The parents also cited the employment of a live-in nanny as both a detrimental code of conduct and abandonment. Vano glared at Marcus, muscles jumping in a tight jaw. Marcus shook his head, motioning for him to calm down, and crossed his legs. Vano's lawyer dug in his bag, retrieving a stack of papers he placed on the table in front of him, preparing for his own chance to speak. Vano's parents spoke once the lawyer gave the introduction, reiterating most of his points while adding upbringing into the mix. Tilly spoke in a voice Vano had never heard before, mild-mannered in contrast to the shrill cursing he grew up with. Duke stayed quiet as Tilly spoke, agreeing with his wife and regarding her with a sense of pride. Tilly brought up the matter of tradition as the majority of her argument, and the matter of the baby growing up around family as the rest. Tilly wished for the child to grow up with relatives and with family. She admitted she hadn't visited the baby, but cloaked it under the guise of fear of how her son would react. Being the parents of the deceased, she wanted a relationship with her granddaughter, something she claimed her daughter would have given. After a drink of bottled water, the lawyer introduced Kesia as a live witness to Vano's quality of care. Kesia introduced herself and her relationship with the defendant, previous girlfriend, and explained her side of things. In delicate terms, she explained her strong belief in raising the child in the traditional Romanical way of life. She feared for the child's safety, as far as the child marrying and knowing her culture and family. Kesia even produced tears to show her true passion for preserving centuries of Romanical traditions. The lawyer requested her to further explain the details of their traditional culture. With a nod, Kesia discussed Romanical childhood and traditional gender roles, accusing Vano of not wanting a child, not being raised to care for children, and not knowing how to do it. She affirmed the Romanical belief of women being better at childrearing. The lawyer's closing argument reiterated the instances of Vano's unpredictable temper, his use of a live-in nanny as abandonment, and his traditional upbringing as signs of an inability to provide proper care to the baby, even as Vano deftly opened Roma's baby bag and administered a quick bottle feeding. He passed the child to Gabriel, who paced the room with the baby, patting her back to produce charming burps as attention shifted from the plaintiff to the defendant. Marcus nodded and stood, patting Vano on the shoulder. "Your Honor, my client would like to present evidence to the contrary. I have a home visit conducted by one Mrs. Rochelle Fox, licensed social worker, and a character witness, Gabriel Sanchez. I also have text message correspondences between Mr. Loveridge and Mr. Sanchez discussing the care of the child. Further, Mr. Loveridge is requesting sole custody of the child in question." Marcus flipped through his file, pulling out 2 stacks of paper-clipped pages. He presented them to the judge before taking his seat again. The judge squinted and flipped through the information before nodding. "I would like to comment on my client's mental state at the time of the physical altercation. The baby was less than 2 weeks old. My client was putting his sister to rest and was provoked in a time of emotional distress by his parents." Marcus proceeded to tell Vano's version of the story, while sliding in context. Vano was both surprised and threatened by his parents' appearance at a funeral they weren't invited to. The physical altercation was prefaced by a verbal altercation, a request to leave gone unanswered. Marcus addressed the matter of abandonment with the text message conversations, highlighting points where the men discussed times of care exchanges and the distinct lack of confusion with the schedule. The last piece of evidence Marcus presented was the home visit conducted by Rochelle Fox. He directed everyone to the last page of the defendant's package showing a home visit checklist, and he read her notes aloud. "Father promotes co-sleeping with baby in bassinet beside bed. House full of toys but pathways clear. Has well-stocked pantry and organized refrigerator. Corners protected, cabinets latched. Safe. The judge nodded for him to continue. Marcus tipped his head to Vano, giving him the floor and taking his seat again. Well, I never expected to have a kid. Vano shrugged. So, I'll be honest. This started long before Roma was born, when my sister and I left the traveler lifestyle to settle down. I bought a house, I had a job, I did what I needed to do without our parents' support. While Queenie was pregnant, I paid for anything she needed help with, including the doctor visits not paid for by insurance and supplies she couldn't afford on her own. No one planned for her to pass. I never planned to have a baby. Vano glanced at Roma in Gabriel's arms, chewing the inside of his cheek, before looking at the judge to continue. But you do what you have to do. Queenie put it in her will. She wanted me to take care of her child. She didn't even invite our parents to the funeral. She made it clear she didn't want our parents involved in the rearing of the child. She doesn't want Roma growing up with traditional Romanical values, and neither do I. And I think in this situation, it's better for the child to be separated from her extended family as to not be confused by her role and expectation in life. Mr. Loveridge. The judge peered at Vano. Please tell me what your idea of traditional Romanical values is. Traditional Romanical value strict gender roles. For a female, this means dropping out of school around puberty and marrying early. The focus is on staying pure. I mean retaining one's virginity and knowing how to cook, clean and wash. Romanical women don't seek higher education, and they often end up in abusive relationships they have no way of ending. I don't want this for Roma, and I fear if she spends time with her extended family, she'll soak up these negative beliefs, possibly be drawn to the flashy, showy lifestyle, and at an age of 13 she is too young to make major life decisions. Marcus called Gabriel, who passed the sleeping baby back to Vano, and looked at the lawyer. Do you mind answering a few questions about Mr. Loveridge and the care he provides for the baby? No, of course not. Gabriel didn't smile. He glanced between the stoic judge and Marcus's smug expression, and took a deep breath. Great. Has Mr. Loveridge ever left the child in your care for an undisclosed period of time? No. We have agreed upon hours. I provide care in the afternoons. He cares for the baby in the mornings and solely on weekends. Has Mr. Loveridge ever been absent before you started your shift? No. Has he ever handed Roma to you in need of care, such as being hungry or in need of a diaper change? No. Mr. Loveridge attends to the baby before passing her to my care. Tell me more about your experience with Mr. Loveridge. Well, he holds her a lot and, if anything, is very protective of her well-being. He is not a fan of letting her cry for any length of time past the seconds it takes him to get to her. He has also been an advocate of baby wearing since I started working for him. Thank you. Marcus smiled and took his seat again. The judge examined both parties, watching Vano hold the sleeping baby before calling a brief recess while she reviewed the information. During the recess, Vano paced, stepping out of the courtroom with Roma. Gabriel followed him out of the room, touching the small of his back and touching his cheek to Vano's shoulder. You're doing fine, Gabriel promised. You said everything you need to say. No one would rule in favor of raising a child to get married at 13, and she's been watching you with her too. Yeah, Vano grunted. Ain't even held the kid and thinks they should have custody over it. They think they're doing the right thing, Gabriel sighed. It's wrong, but they think they're right. They believe their way of life is the best, which is normal. A judge won't agree though. Emma jumped up from the bench down the hall when she saw the men rushing up to them. Is it over? Not yet. We're having a short recess, Gabriel explained. Probably for the baby. Who is asleep? Wonder how she'd react if my parents tried to hold her. I hope she'd cry, but she's so relaxed usually. Emma scowled. Yeah, right? The one time you don't want a calm baby, Vano grunted. Excuse me, guys. I'm going to run to the restroom. Gabriel kissed Vano's jawline, squeezed his arm and slipped away, hips swaying in a confident walk. Vano grunted, eyeing him until he disappeared into the bathroom. Aha. So, you're going to ask him out tonight, right? Emma wiggled her fingers in front of Vano's eyes. He ducked his head to check under her hand before rolling his shoulders. I see you. And yes, if everything goes as planned. I don't know if I'll be up to a weekend date if I lose Roma. Well, if you lose Roma, you won't need me to babysit either. You're worrying way too much. Like Gabe said, they barely have a case and you punched your jackass father one time. He deserved it and he never pressed charges. He can't now bring it up like you almost killed him, right? Don't know. They made it sound like I went from napping to punching people. I mean, yeah, okay, I have a temper. But come on. It was my sister's funeral. Any reasonable person will understand the amount of stress you were under. Just focus on tonight. Where are you taking him? Downtown, I think. There are food stands and live entertainment. It seems like something he'd be into. Then I booked a hotel for the weekend, lube and condoms on standby. Well, aren't you a father? Emma laughed. This will be the first time you're away from Roma overnight. Nervous? Yes, very. Well, don't worry. Auntie Emma's going to take good care of her. We're going to watch television and eat only fruits. Emma nodded, smiling. Yeah, I guess you can't get into much until she's completely on solids, huh? I actually feel better now. This is a time where I wish I had family. I was going to say call me with any issues. If not me, then call Gabriel, but we'll be together, so he's not really a backup, is he? If there's an issue, I will call my mother. She loved Queenie and is willing to help. If it's okay with you. If it's a small issue, yeah. Call me anyway, though, to let me know what's going on. Of course. Stop worrying. Okay, go back in there. Emma shooed Vano back inside the courtroom. Vano went through another round of feeding, burping her as Gabriel returned to the room. When the judge called them to order, Roma needed a diaper change. Vano winced, lips stretching in a tight-lipped smile. Excuse me, he stood. No, let me. You need to be here for the ruling, Gabriel whispered and scooped Roma into his arms. On the verge of crying, Roma's face cycled through emotions while Gabriel talked to her in a soothing tone. He dug through the baby bag before scoffing and taking the whole thing with him out of the room. Sorry, Vano murmured again. Nothing to be sorry about. The judge beamed at him. It's all part of childcare. Now, after reading and reviewing both collections of evidence, I have made a decision. She removed her glasses and folded them in front of the papers on her desk. There are two major things we take into consideration when it comes to custody of a child. The first thing is the fitness of the parent. The second thing is the best interests of the child. As far as the claim against Mr. Loveridge being an unfit parent, one act of indiscretion during an emotionally charged day is not enough to claim he is unfit, nor is having a beer on occasion. There is no proof of misconduct besides a tense relationship with his parents. There is no proof of abandonment in any instance. And there is no proof of Mr. Loveridge failing to provide adequate care of the child in question. It is on the plaintiff to also suggest they can take care of the child better than the defendant, and based on evidence, I do not think this is the case. During this short period of time, I have watched Mr. Loveridge administer 2 feedings, manage to engage with the child while also speak eloquently during a court proceeding, and comfort her as needed throughout the process. I have not seen the plaintiff reach for the child one single time. Vano's eyes brimmed with tears. Mr. Loveridge is beyond capable of caring for the child in question. And yes, he has full custody of the child. Marcus clapped Vano's shoulder as soon as the words left the judge's mouth. Told you, he chuckled. Worried for nothing. Yeah, Vano rumbled, pinching the bridge of his nose as tears sailed down his cheeks. Sorry. His parents and Kesia filed out of the courtroom, flanked by a security guard, with his mother crying crocodile tears and his father looking surly as ever. Kesia's green eyes peered at Vano, murmuring apologies under her breath. The guard led them outside before abandoning them. Marcus walked out of the small room alongside Vano. I looked into the other thing you asked me about. Suing either a private caregiver or the state, right? Yeah. Vano slipped his hands into his pockets, rolling his shoulders back and expanding his broad chest as they strolled the halls of the court. When a child is taken from their parents, they're placed in the state's custody, so it is up to the state to provide safe care for the child. As long as we can make a strong case proving he wasn't provided adequate care, we're good to go. What do you mean, strong case? Like witnesses? People who may have lived with him, perhaps his family members. You said there were other siblings? Yeah. There were others. I can get some names for you. Perfect. I can start compiling similar cases in the meantime. He's probably going to have to testify and tell his story. Do you think he's going to be okay with it? I can talk to him about it. I think it's important, since the system will stay the way it is if he doesn't say anything. Right, Marcus shrugged. I'm just making sure. Don't want to go through all the trouble if he's not going to testify anyway. You'll do it because I said so, Vano grunted, moving ahead of Marcus to catch up with Gabriel and Emma. She's mine. All mine. See? I told you. Gabriel wrapped his arms around Vano, kissing his jawline and then his neck. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, you did. Vano shivered, hugging Gabriel around the middle. His hand lingered on Gabriel's back, sneaking under his shirt and touching his bare skin. You two are cute. Emma giggled. I can help you guys get her strapped in the car, but then I have a few things to do this afternoon. You guys want to celebrate with drinks later? Sure. I'll call Farron. Emma looked at Vano, then smiled at Gabriel. Yeah, I'll let you know when I'm on my way so you can. Perfect. Gabriel handed the car seat to Vano, strapping the baby bag to his shoulder, and they walked out the way they came in, Gabriel leading the way with Vano and Emma flanking his sides. We could get lunch somewhere, Vano suggested. Me, you, and the baby. Sure. Are you asking me out? Nope. Vano grinned. I'm just hungry. He tousled Gabriel's hair as they stepped outside, fingers threading through his fine curls. Gabriel swatted his hand away. Okay, dorks. I'll see you two later. Stay out of trouble. Emma hugged Vano and kissed Gabriel's cheek. Waving, she strolled ahead of them, sandals clacking against pavement. We'll do our best. Gabriel waved. See you later, Vano muttered, deep voice rolling over his words. When they parted ways with Emma, they walked through a parking garage to their car, discussing lunch plans. When they turned the corner in the garage, they saw the black sedan up ahead, Vano's parents leaning against the vehicle. Fuck. Vano grumbled. Here. Take Roma. He handed the car seat to Gabriel. What? Oh. Frowning, Gabriel shifted the car seat on his arm. You need to leave. Vano growled, stopping in front of his parents. The judge made the decision. It's final. Don't make me go for a restraining order. Vano's hazel eyes blazed as he gazed at his father. You and your sister bring lads to our family name. Duke's hard eyes stared at Vano. The older gentleman pushed off the car, stepping up to his son. Their height and build matched. Duke's eyes narrowed, his jaw ticking. Vano growled, lips curling over his teeth, vein pulsing in his forehead. Leave. Now, he commanded through clenched teeth. Vano hovered over his father, blocking him from Gabriel and the sleeping baby. Now. We can work something out, can't we? Tilly asked. Get your woman. Vano glared at his father. And leave. He gave the other man 1 inch of space. Duke lingered, predators at an impasse, before he sidestepped away from Vano. Vano lifted his chin as his parents retreated. Gabriel hurried over to Vano when his parents stalked away. Is everything okay? Gabriel sat the car seat down. Better now. Vano's lips quirked. Let's go eat. Tight-lipped, he strapped Roma's car seat into the vehicle and kept an eagle eye on Gabriel as he walked around the car and got in the passenger seat. Vano climbed in the driver's seat and worked his hands over the steering wheel. Burgers. Burgers. Vano quirked an eyebrow. For lunch. There's a nice burger place near here. It serves lettuce buns instead of regular bread buns. But why? Because lettuce is healthier and gives a good crunch. Well, I'll try it, I guess. This healthy food you speak of. With a smile, Vano drove their strange little family to the burger place. Sitting across from Gabriel with Roma's high chair between them, Vano dug in the baby bag for her placemat and a bag of cooked peas. He spread them on her placemat, letting her practice her pincher grasp as they shared a meal together. After lunch, Gabriel insisted on stopping by the grocery store since they were already out. He had compiled a list of necessities at some point, mostly filled with finger foods for Roma, more coffee for the adults, and ingredients Vano forgot to buy on the last grocery trip. Vano dropped Gabriel off at the grocery store and continued to the motorsports store a block away. He traded his leather jacket for a backpack carrier, and 7-month-old baby peeking over his shoulder as he strolled into the store. He browsed the showroom first, walking up and down the aisles of small vehicles. Just wait till you can walk. I'll get you one of these bad boys, Vano chuckled, pointing to the all-terrain vehicles. Those are ATVs. All-terrain vehicles. Means you can drive it anywhere but inside the house. He explained to Roma, who pointed with him. Roma giggled and repeated his words as best she could. Oh, those? Nah, you're not getting one of those back-to-the-future-looking contraptions. He waved off the side X sides and moved to the motorcycles, eyes growing wide. His heart swelled and raced as he got closer to the bikes. Ah. See, these are Daddy's first love. Yours second. Gabe's third. Vano explained, touching the handlebars of a sleek-looking bike. Roma put her fingers in her mouth and warbled more giggling sounds. Yeah, Roma's my second love. Oh. Well, I guess you're better than bikes. Wait, Gabe's better than bikes too? Vano rumbled. Roma grinned when Vano said her name. When Vano passed the bikes, a plump man scuttled over to him. Hey there. My name's Jerry. Can I help you find anything, sir? No, Vano smirked a little. Just showing her around. We got some kid dirt bikes round back for when she's old enough, you know. Yeah, it'll be in a couple years, Vano chuckled. Roma giggled with him, adding her own bits to their conversation. Yeah, I hear ya. Man, I remember when I had my firstborn. Had to sell my bike because I never used it. Yeah. It's hard to find time to ride, especially since they can't come with you. I can't wait until she's old enough to ride behind me. Vano shrugged, but I'm liking the father thing all right. It's a good gig, makes life mean something besides eating, sleeping, and working. Vano nodded. I did come in looking for a helmet. I don't quite know the head size, probably a size smaller than mine. I got a big head. I wear a large. Talkin' the old woman for a ride? Nah. Vano cleared his throat, hoping to have a first date tonight. Was planning on taking the car, but I thought a ride would be a lot more fun. How's the baby mama gonna take dating? You know. It's complicated, actually. Vano frowned as the man led him to the helmet selection. You have anything green? Or yellow? He likes gender non-specific colors. Jerry rubbed his beard as he peered at their vast selection of helmets. Well, damn, I don't know. We have this yellow and black one, here. His pudgy hands grabbed a sleek full-coverage helmet. Vano looked it over before tipping his head. It'll work. And some gloves. Size medium. All right. Jerry handed him a pair of basic leather gloves. You had passengers before? I've been riding for nearly 10 years. Used to ride with my sister all the time, Vano grunted. What kind of bike you got? Right now. I got a custom. Vano relayed the specifications of his bike as he walked alongside the shopkeeper. Damn, sounds like a beauty. She is. I take her for a spin about once a week if I'm lucky. Anyway, can I get these? I'm kinda on a tight schedule here. Sure. The man guided Vano and Roma to the register, ringing up his 2 items. Will it be cash or card? Vano dug in his pocket for his wallet, passing over his credit card. Credit. Loveridge. He squinted at the credit card and then back up at Vano. Vano Loveridge. You won the national race a few months ago. I knew you looked familiar. My kid's been raving about you for years. Yeah. I did. Oh, thanks. I got 2 girls. Oh, Vano winced. Well, he scrubbed his cheek, focusing his attention behind the counter. They like ridin' though. You ever thought of giving lessons? You got a baby now, so I don't suppose you'll be on the circuit for a while. Lessons. Your girls ride? Yeah. Well, one of 'em does. She's been looking to get into professional ridin', but there's no one to really teach her the mechanics around here. Look, think it over. I own the shop, so gimme a call if you're interested. Yeah, okay. I will. Jerry bagged the gloves and handed Vano the helmet. Hope to see you around. Yeah, sure thing. Waving, Vano left, tucking the riding gear in the trunk behind Roma's extra supplies so Gabriel wouldn't see them when they put the groceries away. Vano arrived back at the grocery store as Gabriel exited the front, wheeling a full cart to the black sedan. Leaving Roma in her car seat, Vano jumped out to help. Thought you had a short list. He jutted his chin to the overflowing basket. I figured I'd get extra and save myself a trip on Monday. Aha. Vano packed the trunk with a grin, rolling the cart to the door. On the way back to the car, he pulled his phone out and text messaged Emma, letting her know their whereabouts. So, what are your plans for tonight? I don't know. I have a paper on the problem with growth charts and percentiles due Wednesday. I've already started, but I could get it finished early. Homework on a Friday night? It is technically my night to watch Roma, so I've got a date with an infant and then homework. Well, what's the big problem with growth charts and percentiles? You really want to hear this explanation? Yeah. Well, the thing about growth charts and percentiles is they stand for a range, and when looking at them, people expect their child to be in the middle of each one. But let's say little Susan has a head in the 98th percentile, a weight in the 50th, and a height in the 67th percentile. Little Susan's parents are going to be concerned about her head because it's bigger than 98% of the other children, but it's still just fine as long as she's steadily growing. Parents don't understand the real purpose of growth charts and only want to see them because of the consumerism aspect of the medical field. What's the real purpose of them? It's a great tool for healthcare professionals to track growth. Not to mention the growth charts have certain biases, like the first growth charts were based on a sample of white bottle-fed babies in the Midwest. Now we use a more diverse chart with a mix of ethnicities. It also includes breastfed and bottle-fed babies. Oh. Well, it's better now, right? Yes. Well, kind of. Breastfed babies tend to gain weight faster than formula-fed babies, which isn't a big deal, except I've heard doctors suggest putting babies on diets. Babies on diets? Vano rose one eyebrow. Yes, babies on diets. And yes, it's as confusing as it sounds. People want thin babies even though breastfed babies tend to gain weight faster and have a healthier body weight into adulthood. Interesting. Paper sounds like a drag. It's a little depressing, sure, but I like the topic. I like the study on human nature. I like your intelligence. You want me to cook tonight? Gabriel chuckled, peeking back at Roma as they pulled into the driveway. I'll go get her settled inside while you get the groceries. Yeah. Vano waited until Gabriel disappeared inside with the baby before digging through the groceries for the helmet and gloves. He tucked them by his bike, beside his own helmet, and then carried the groceries in. He put them away as Gabriel changed, offered Roma a small feeding, and interacted with her. Roma's laughing voice bounced off the walls from the bedroom all the way to the kitchen. Vano smiled. As he stashed the last of the groceries, Emma walked into the kitchen from the garage door. "Hey. Does he suspect anything?" she hissed at Vano, creeping over to him. "Hey. No, nothing at all. He thinks he's working on a paper all night while babysitting." "Perfect. Oh my God, he's going to be so happy," Emma squealed softly. "And I can't wait to spend all night with Roma. I may have baby fever, maybe a little bit." "Yeah, well, be careful with your hormones and don't let her cough on you, I guess." Vano shrugged, raising his dark eyebrows. "Okay. Sneak into the living room. I might ask him." "Yes, sir." With a mock salute, Emma turned on her heels and marched into the living room. Vano gave her time to hide, then called for Gabriel. "Hey, Gabe?" he yelled down the hall. "Can you come in here for a second? I am almost done. Hang on." Vano smirked at Gabriel's flustered tone and moved from the body of the kitchen to the doorframe. Gabriel emerged from his bedroom, pausing to rub his hands on his pants, and smiled at Vano. "Hi. What's going on?" Gabriel stopped in front of the other man, honey brown eyes meeting Vano's. Vano shifted, hooking his thumbs in his belt loops and squinting at the ground. "I was wondering if you wanted to go somewhere tonight. You know, just you and me." Vano cut his eyes back up at Gabriel, heart accelerating as Gabriel took his time processing Vano's words and forming a reply. "Who's going to watch Roma?" Gabriel frowned. "Emma? Are you saying yes?" Gabriel chewed his bottom lip, eyes darting around the room. "Okay. Yes, but rules." "Yes," Vano purred, yanking Gabriel into a kiss. He anchored a hand on the back of Gabriel's neck, fingers combing through his curls. "We discussed them already, and we can discuss them again and again over dinner if you want. First, you should change into jeans, a jacket, and boots." Gabriel groaned into the quick kiss, laying a hand on Vano's chest by reflex. "Why?" "Because I'm going to take you for a ride on my bike." "Is that a euphemism for sex?" Vano paused. No, I really am going to take you for a ride on my bike." Gabriel's eyes fluttered as he shook his head, suppressing a budding grin. "All right. How long will it take Emma to get here?" "She's already here. So, waiting on you, and we're out of here." Shaking his head again, Gabriel's features split into a full grin, the apples of his cheeks coloring. "Hang on." Vano had enough time to explain the feeding and bath time schedule to Emma as Gabriel changed into jeans, sleek oxblood boots, and one of Vano's punk rock t-shirts. The t-shirt drowned his slim shoulders. He tucked it in the front. He clutched the collar of a jacket in his hand. "I'm ready," Gabriel announced, standing feet together next to the kitchen island. "You're wearing my shirt." "Yes, I wanted to look like a motorcycle rider. It's my favorite shirt." "Correct. Okay. Bye, Emma." Gabriel slipped his phone into his pocket and followed Vano to the garage. Familiar with Vano's matte black helmet, he grabbed the yellow striped one. Vano handed him the crisp new gloves. "Put the helmet on so I can check the fit real quick, and these are for protection." He dangled the gloves. Gabriel obeyed, and Vano fastened the helmet and grabbed the back of it, pulling forward. It didn't come off. "Good enough. If you like riding, we can get you a nice custom one." Vano peeled the helmet off Gabriel's head after the test. "You have questions for me?" "I do?" "Yep. Ask me some questions about bikes, then I'll get to the basics." "Okay. Well, how long have you been riding motorcycles?" "Nearly 10 years. "And this bike?" "Well, Roma's a little over 7 months, so I'd say about 9 months. It's custom built, designed for me and my sister, but you're about her weight, give or take 20 pounds, I guess." "Which means?" Gabriel quirked an eyebrow. "It means I'm used to your extra weight on a bike." "Ah. How did you learn to ride?" "I bought a bike with my lunch money in high school and been riding ever since. I took a rider training course." "I'm guessing you have insurance." "Yeah. And it covers passengers. Because, well, sister, Have you ever crashed a motorcycle? I was rear-ended once, dropped a bike once. No crashes. Vano took Gabriel's hand, stroking his palm as he leaned against his motorcycle. Okay, so what about drinking and riding? No, entirely too dangerous, and you know I like my beer. Gabriel moved in between his legs. Silence followed the gentle grunt. Out of questions? Yes. All right. My turn. So this helmet is full coverage. I know it's ugly, but there's no windshield to protect you from anything. The jacket is for protection, as are the gloves. Again, nothing protecting you from the elements. You ever ridden a motorcycle before? Gabriel blinked. No. Good, you don't have to unlearn bad habits. Vano walked the motorcycle out of the garage and patiently explained passenger riding to Gabriel. They discussed getting on and off, where Gabriel needed to put his feet and where he had to hold on. Vano instructed him not to lean left or right, to stay neutral and look over the inside shoulder when in a turn. They agreed on basic signals for riding, a combination of left and right shoulder taps to signal problems and a simple thumbs up to say he was having fun. A thumbs down meant the opposite and sideways meant neutral. After the explanations, Vano noticed the healthy worry on Gabriel's face. He approved of it. They practiced getting on and off until Gabriel kicked his leg over with ease. Then Vano walked the bike to the edge of the driveway. How do you feel? This is surprisingly intimate. Yeah, it can be. So first ride. Let's go around the block. If you like it, we'll head downtown for food and live music. It's a 20-minute ride. Ah. Yes. Gabriel's grip tightened around Vano as the veteran motorcyclist revved his vehicle and left the driveway. Vano crept along, obeying the neighborhood speed limits despite being used to much faster speeds. He accelerated slow, giving Gabriel ample time to adjust his grip around his torso. 4 turns and they were back at Vano's 2-bedroom home. He lifted his helmet, steadying the bike under him. Thoughts? Exhilarating. Ready to go for longer. Yes. Vano pulled his helmet back over his face after nodding. After a quick text message to Emma, they were on their way. Vano took every turn with care, accelerating gradually and lingering under the speed limit, even on the highway. Like a jockey and his horse, Vano and his motorcycle understood each other. The wind licked at his clothes, his motorcycle splitting the air around them. With Gabriel's strong arms around his torso, his head over his shoulder, and a motorcycle between his legs, Vano was content. He pushed being a father out of his brain and remembered the feeling of no responsibilities as he weaved around cars, leaning gracefully into curves along the way. Riding energized him and sharpened his senses. The smell of fresh-cut grass made his eyes water, the scent of sizzling burgers made his stomach rumble. The sun warmed his bones and the chill in the shadows ate at his core. He was invincible, a superhero riding a motorcycle. He whipped into a curbside parking space downtown, kicking up the bike stand and killing the engine. Gabriel jumped off the bike and fumbled with his helmet, legs shaky on solid ground. Ah. Amazing. I see why you do this professionally. Gabriel handed Vano his helmet and gloves. Yeah, so you're riding back with me? Yes. Laughing, Vano clasped both helmet latches in the locked compartment under the seat with both pairs of gloves. Then he took Gabriel's hand and led him down the sidewalk. What do you want to do first? Food or entertainment? This is you, Gabriel murmured, voice barely audible over the vibrant downtown atmosphere. Yeah. You thought I would take you to a quiet restaurant? No, thankfully. Gabriel slid his fingers between Vano's, squeezing his hand. He butted his shoulder against the slightly taller man. I'm glad I borrowed your shirt. You look good. Rugged almost. Almost? Almost. Vano guided Gabriel to the collection of food trucks all parked in a lot across from the live band. The trucks had formed a circle surrounding weathered picnic tables. We should try a little bit of everything. Yes. It's weird not having Roma. I know, but it's nice because now we can get to know each other. And Vano ducked between a food truck and a wooden fence, the smell of Mediterranean and Cajun food surrounding them. He pushed Gabriel into the fence, a hand on either side of his shoulders. And I can do this. Vano rubbed his nose against Gabriel's, lowering his head and tilting it to the left so their lips met, electricity between them before they fully touched. He swept his lips across Gabriel's and then backtracked to seal their lips together in a chaste kiss. Vano's kiss was light at first, adding enough pressure to tease Gabriel with roughness but not satisfy. He nibbled Gabriel's lower lip on his retreat. Gabriel purred, sliding one hand up Vano's chest and around his neck. He glanced into Vano's eyes before leaning in for round two, pressing pillowy lips into Vano's briefly gentle, then rougher, returning to where they left off. Vano rumbled, arms crawling up the fence to bring their bodies closer together as Gabriel deepened the kiss. His lips parted when Gabriel's tongue passed across them, and his tongue greeted Gabriel's. Vano caressed Gabriel's tongue with his own, staying on neutral ground until Gabriel invited him in. He followed, too drunk to respond otherwise, but groaned when he felt teeth close around his tongue. Gabriel nipped him, a warning, and chuckled when Vano redirected his kisses. Shivering, Vano pressed tingling lips into Gabriel's jawline and then neck. Yes, indeed, Gabriel murmured, tilting his head for more kisses. Isn't there a sex shop down here? Yeah, maybe. Vano bit Gabriel's neck, teeth denting his skin. Gabriel winced at the bite, arching into Vano. We should stop by it before we leave. Frustrated, Vano sighed, another shiver trickling down his spine. Yeah, please. Don't get cranky. You started this in an alleyway. I wanted a taste. And you got one. Gabriel smirked. Vano rumbled again before stepping away, excitement straining his jeans. Where do you want to go first? I smell Cajun and Mediterranean. I'll pick Cajun and you pick the other. Vano adjusted himself, slipping his hand in his jeans to reposition his cock with a grunt. Yeah. Something small. We have a lot of places to try. Nodding in agreement, they split up for the first two food trucks, reconvening at an empty bench with 2 takeaway boxes, 2 forks, and 2 spoons. Gumbo. Gabriel opened his box, revealing a lumpy brick-colored stew with curls of green onions on top. Falafel. Vano's box opened on 4 fried balls and a closed container of sauce. Yum. Smiling, Gabriel sliced 1 fried falafel and dipped it into the sauce as Vano dug into the gumbo. 5 minutes and their first meal was gone, Vano having eaten most of the gumbo and 2.5 falafels. Gabriel didn't mind. They ate 2 vegan tacos each, one with seasoned tofu and the other with hand-smashed chickpeas. Gabe groaned at the taste, vowing to make them at home one day, but Vano was on the fence. He enjoyed them all right, but missing cheese and buttermilk dressing, they were only so good. They split a large lobster Alfredo dish, Vano eating most of it while Gabriel kept his serving light. For dessert, they split Thai sticky rice with spicy mangoes. Gabriel ate most of the dessert, all but one of the mango slices and over half of the sweet rice. When it was gone, Gabriel dumped their plates and dragged Vano away from the food trucks and to the live music. We forgot the barbecue and the seafood sandwich place, Vano groaned. I'm full now. We can get more later. Lacing their fingers together, Gabriel weeded through the crowd for a good spot to see the band, 4 young men dressed like Vano with longer hair. Each clad in jeans, a shirt, and a leather jacket, they managed to look uniform and different at the same time. One wore a tank top, exposing his belly over fitted skinny jeans. Another man's dark curls draped over his shoulders, and his hand-cut shirt dropped into a deep V-neck. The other 2 were copies of each other, wearing shirts 1 size too small and jackets 1 size too big. Well-worn jeans covered their bottom half, held up by an equally worn belt. Jamming with 2 guitars and a drum set, the men had as much fun as 4 men could have on stage without being undressed. They didn't care. The guitarists bounced around stage, and the lead singer looked to be having a seizure whenever he wasn't singing, throwing his hair about his face. The drummer bobbed his head to the beat of the music, having his own private jam session off to the side. They collected a unique crowd of people, some who were invested in the wild style of music and others who were curious enough to hang around. I don't understand punk music. Gabriel glanced at Vano. There's not much to understand. They're having fun doing what they love. Of course, but why this sound? Well, Vano smiled, wrapping an arm around Gabriel's waist. It's a garage band thing, and it's about rejecting mainstream rock. Nothing fancy, nothing overproduced, just being on stage and enjoying the process. I see. A lot of people take it as a teenage rebellion thing, but it's more. It's rejecting expectations and living your own life, saying what you want about politics too. Like dating a man as a romanical? Yeah, Vano shifted, pretty much. Gabriel fell silent after Vano's explanation, kissing the man's broad shoulder as he listened to the vague lyrics in the song. Did he just say he picks up bananas? Probably not. Laughing, Vano's hands crawled over Gabriel's body, arms roping around his torso. He rubbed his lips against Gabriel's neck. Oh. He's saying he wants to be what he wants. He wants to be blue? With you? I can't figure this out. He's probably on drugs right now, or when he wrote it. Don't worry about the lyrics. It's the feel. But. Shish. Vano laughed again, biting Gabriel's neck. Stop thinking. You think all the time. If I don't use my brain, I can't breathe. Technically, sure, but breathing is automatic. You don't have to think about it. Technically, yes. How do they have so much energy? Drugs. Obviously, not marijuana. Obviously. It's not bad. It's definitely different, though, Gabriel concluded. They listened in silence, watching the guitarists bounce around, flinging their hair as they jumped from one position to another, legs open, legs closed, a kick to the crowd. The bass guitarist screamed into his microphone and hopped backwards, drowning in his music again. The songs blended together, one blaring tune after another, separated only by musical bridges slowing down or speeding up the pace. They played 6 discernibly different songs, 2 slow songs sandwiched between 3 upbeat songs. The life of the performers entranced Gabriel, and the man stared at the stage as Vano dotted kisses down the column of his neck, tugging his jacket and shirt out of the way. Gabriel chuckled at Vano's affectionate display. People are going to notice you necking me in public. So? They want to watch, they can, Vano growled, nuzzling into his neck and hugging him closer. And judge. If they want to. Do you like it? Yes. I think I do. I like knowing you want me. Not just in the sexual sense, just the desire for touch. I suppose it's childish, but true. I get it. Vano rested his head on Gabriel's shoulder, relaxing into their closeness as they listened to the band's last song. Vano hummed along to the simple tune. Is he truly saying, I don't want to walk around with you? I don't understand this song. It has no lyrics. Sure it does. It's saying so much. It's expressing the desire of independence. Gabriel rose both eyebrows and sucked the inside of his cheek. I see. It's deep. Gabriel snorted. After their last song, the band thanked the crowd and descended the stage, wiping sweat from their faces. They gulped down bottled water before returning to break their set down, the next band setting up around them. The next band was similar but cleaner and with short-cropped hair. They embodied the devil-may-care attitude of the first band, but seemed to have found a place to bathe before hitting the stage. The people in the crowd shifted, rotating like a turntable. The people in the front wandered off for food and drink, while the people just behind them stepped forward, food and drinks in hand. It's freeing. What kind of music do you like? Vano asked. I'm not particular. I don't listen to music very much. Punk is nice. So day 2 is getting your punk band knowledge up? Date 3 perhaps. I get to pick date 2, and it won't include music. Fine with me, since you concluded I get a date 2 and 3. Vano nuzzled Gabriel's hair, burying his face in soft curls. The sex store is a few blocks down, Gabriel hinted, turning to kiss Vano's jawline. Now I wish you would have driven your car, so we could have a private place. A private place for what? Gabriel didn't answer. Instead, he started on the path to the sex store, holding Vano's hand as they walked. When they hit the first stop sign, Gabriel sighed. It's like being a teenager again, having to plan when you'll get private time. I know. Makes the private time so much more special. We can stay out all night if you want. Get a hotel room, wake up and get breakfast. Emma is okay with it? It was her idea. We sound married. Yeah, kinda. It's okay though. I mean, we raise a kid together. It's a unique situation, but I like it. I feel like we've gotten to know each other in a different way. We agree on important stuff already, and we can live together. Vano shrugged. True. What's your favorite thing about me? Your intelligence. Not the book smart, but making Roma's baby food and knowing her milestones and about the growth charts. And your patience. Every time Roma cries, I freak out, but you just pick her up and handle it. You listed 2 things. I couldn't pick only one. You? Gabriel's smiling features faded into a thoughtful frown. It's between your compassion and your unpredictability. The latter scares me, but it's invigorating. He confessed, biting his bottom lip. And I love watching you care for Roma. You're a good father. Thanks. Cats or dogs? Dogs. Medium-sized ones with short hair. Huh. I would have pegged you for a cat person. Why? Gabriel stole a kiss to Vano's jawline as they stopped on the sidewalk. Cars rushed by on a green light. Cats seem cleaner, and you like everything organized. Correct, but cats eliminate indoors, which can be a headache with a baby. Plus, cats aren't designed to withstand baby roughness like dogs. True, but you have to train dogs. I don't mind. I'd prefer an animal who will care for my child like their own, versus an animal who might claw my child out of frustration. Fair. So, I could get a dog? I believe we should wait until Roma's a little older, but yes. Maybe at her first birthday, you can adopt an older dog. I've never had a pet before, you know. First with traveling and then with racing, never had time for a pet. But I think I'm more of a dog person. You can interact more with a dog than you can with a cat. They also take a lot more maintenance than a cat. But you've successfully kept a small human alive for nearly a year. I guess you're ready for a dog. Vano chuckled. Thanks for the vote of confidence. You're welcome. I'll come with you to pick the dog. Gabriel turned the corner and stopped in front of the adult store. He squinted at the hours and then turned the brass door knob, stepping inside. The tired cashier behind the counter asked for IDs, studied them, and passed them back while explaining the store's layout to them. DVDs, outfits, and general apparel were downstairs. Upstairs contained all the bedroom goodies. Gabriel headed upstairs. Are we looking for anything specific? Vano followed him up. Maybe. Gabriel flashed Vano a grin. I'm looking for something for me since we're here, and maybe something for you if you're interested. What are you buying for yourself? Gabriel scanned the aisles. Something to put in my butt. He snatched up a box containing a smooth white dildo with curved wings. I've been wanting to try this. A $60 butt toy? It stimulates your prostate. It looks like an alien lava lamp. Vano opened the package and picked up the toy. Okay, it's smaller than I thought at least. Gabriel continued through the aisles, stopping at the selection of cock rings. And for you. He picked up an adjustable cock ring and handed it to Vano. Looks like a medieval torture device. No, it doesn't. Gabriel scowled. This one does. He grabbed the device with 3 rings for the shaft and 1 for the base and balls. Definitely does. Suddenly, this one looks just fine. Oh wait. Here. Vano grabbed a pack with 5 different cock rings in it and handed it to Gabriel. I didn't know you were into weird stuff. You never asked, and this pack is pointless aside from the donut one and the adjustable one. It's $20 versus nearly 15 just for the one. Fine, because we're on a budget at the sex store. No, it's just a better deal. Vano chuckled, kissing Gabriel's cheek. And I'm not into weird stuff. Sure. What else are you into? Tying up and spanking? Maybe. Would you let me tie you up? Sure. Then what? I could give you a hand job or a blow job? Because you said it so casually, it makes me nervous but curious. Are nannies like librarians? I don't understand. Gabriel picked out 2 pair of leather bondage cuffs. Are they kinky? I thought this was all normal. Winking, he handed the cuffs over. Yeah, okay. We should get lube and condoms. I mean, I have some, but mine are dusty and old from the before time. Before you had a child? Bingo. Then we should find somewhere for you to test all your new stuff. Gabriel picked organic water-based lubricant and a pack of eco-friendly condoms in the average size. Here. Vano shook his head. The width. Vano browsed before finding his usual brand. Unfortunately, they're not organic. Tragic. I guess it'll do. Anything else? Do you want something for your butt? No, thank you. Vano paused, considering it again. No, thank you. The cashier they gave their IDs to rang up all the items as Vano pulled out his black credit card. We could split it, you know. Nah, I got it. Isn't most of it for me, except the butt toy? The lube is for us both, and you can use the butt toy if you want. Gabriel idly bagged the items. Vano's jaw clenched and he ducked his head. Redness crept over his cheeks and down his neck to his chest. Yeah, Vano mumbled, drumming his fingers while the woman swiped his card. He signed the receipt still with burning cheeks and wandered outside behind Gabriel. What hotel did you have in mind? This place called the Ampersand. It's not far, but we should move the bike. The Ampersand? I have a friend who works there. It's really expensive. Are you sure? Yeah, I know the owner, it's fine. How? Racing. When I was looking for sponsors, I looked locally, and they were one of the first people I talked to. Turns out the guy loves motorsports. Interesting. What is your future plan? Vano shrugged. Been thinking about a riding school or just taking on people who are really serious about racing. Maybe do 1 or 2 races a year to stay relevant. You should write a will in case something happens to you. You're okay with me continuing to race as a single parent? I mean, yes and no. Racing is dangerous, but so is walking out of the house every morning. And you should enjoy your life. It would be better to tell Roma her father died doing something he loved than died in a car accident, going to a job he hates. Fair. Hey, thanks. Vano's heart turned over as he studied Gabriel, mesmerized by his brown angel soft curls, his long eyelashes framing kind brown eyes set in a square face with a sharp jawline. You're welcome. Hotel. Gabriel smiled, full lips stretching across his face, one cheek dimpling. Vano packed their items away in the motorcycle's saddlebags, and they rode the few blocks to the hotel. Be right back. Sure. Gabriel lingered outside while Vano entered the sleek lobby and secured them a room. Vano was the sore thumb, out of place, standing in the lobby of the exclusive hotel, boots on his feet and a helmet under his arm. He garnered mixed reviews, older women approving of his rough-and-tumble looks. The older gentlemen, accompanying the women, puckered their lips in disapproval. Vano placed his helmet on the counter. Can I get a room for tonight, please? I'm sorry, we're all booked up. A slinky of a man looked down thick-rimmed glasses at Vano. Male pattern baldness had claimed most of his thin blonde hair, despite his relative youth. 3 seconds, then he looked back at the computer, bony fingers dancing over the keys. You offered the couple before me 3 different rooms. Did I? Yeah. So, I'd like the executive suite, please. The one they didn't take. I'm sorry, the executive suite is. Vano Loveridge. A wavy-haired woman passed the front desk. I haven't seen you in forever. How have you been? I've been well, just trying to book a relaxing night for me and a friend, but your associate said there's nothing available? Oh, let me see. Excuse me, Tyler. Sure, Amy. Tyler vacated his perch, hips swaying as he organized returned keycards. Amy sat down at the desk and tapped at the keys. There's an executive suite and a crown suite available. Which would you prefer? Crown suite gets breakfast delivered in the morning, right? Yes. I'll take crown suite. Make sure breakfast is organic. Vano handed over his black card. Amy swiped it and handed it back with 2 keycards. I will. It's good to see you again. You too. Vano nodded to Tyler, who had gotten progressively redder during the exchange. He grabbed his helmet and strolled back outside. Disgruntled, his mood improved when he saw Gabriel leaning on the bike with their bags in hand. He flashed the 2 keycards. Ready? Yes. They took the elevator to the Crown Suite, stepping onto a carpeted hallway with room doors spaced far apart. They turned a corner to the left and found their door at the end of the hallway. Next time we decide on an overnight trip, let me pack clothes. Gabriel teased, slipping the keycard in the door and stepping into the luxurious suite. The door opened to a 4-poster bed with a couch in front of it and a patterned chair in the left corner of the room. City lights from floor-to-ceiling windows casted a soft glow into the room. Why? I paid enough for a butler service to bring you clothes. Seriously? Yeah. And breakfast in the morning to your unique specifications. Organic flavored, basically. Ah. Okay. Gabriel slipped out of his boots, socked feet walking to the bed. He dropped their toys on the couch and explored the main room, peeked in the study and gasped at the bathroom. There's a television in here. Yep. Vano followed him into the bathroom after kicking his shoes off as well. And a steam room. Gabriel peeled his jacket off his shoulders and draped it over the sink. You want to test the steam room now? Gabriel yanked his shirt over his head, tossing it on top of his jacket. Then he paused, hooking his thumbs in his belt loops and looking at Vano. You're overdressed. Yeah. Vano shucked his jacket off and threw his shirt aside. Fumbling with his belt, he set the temperature for the room. Gabriel slipped out of his jeans, leaving them in a pile on the floor and stepping into the steam room still in briefs. Vano joined him seconds later, after kicking off his jeans and boxers. He left them in a pile on the mosaic tiles. What's the point of a steam room? Gabriel pushed Vano to sit on the wooden bench, crawling into his lap with one slender leg brushing against his thighs. It's good for removing toxins from the body by sweating, he replied, nuzzling into Vano's neck. He rolled his hips against Vano's tight belly, arching his back at first, then curving it. Gabriel planted a kiss on Vano's forehead, the tip of his nose and his lips. He placed both hands on Vano's shoulders, letting one hand creep across Vano's corded muscles, clawing the back of his neck and trapping him close to his body. Oh, Vano rumbled, raising his hands to crawl up Gabriel's sides. Their journey began where Gabriel's thighs met his body, walking over bunched fabric to his hips. He tipped his head up for another kiss, meeting Gabriel's fleshy lips with a whimper, begging for more right as they started. One soft kiss turned into 4, and Gabriel licked Vano's nose with a deep sigh, lips quirking into a grin. Vano's hips danced. He arched his back, thrusting into Gabriel and sliding his length against his belly. Gabriel taunted him with more kisses, each one slightly naughtier than the last. His first kisses were gentle, feather-light brushes of their lips and a slow increase in pressure at his own pace. He went in sets of 3, the last kiss adding a bit of tongue before he put space between them and let them breathe. Vano leaned forward to initiate the next round, but Gabriel gripped his dark hair with a playful growl, holding him in place. Gabriel added more tongue as they continued and teased Vano with anticipation, leaning in only to pull away when Vano prepared for the next kiss. Vano growled each time, arousal growing as he was taunted. When he caught on, he poked his tongue out and kissed Gabriel anyway, wrapping an arm around his torso and flipping their positions. He picked Gabriel up, steadying him on his thighs, and stretched him down over the sauna bench, slithering on top of him. Ah, Gabriel grunted, hands sliding down Vano's toned chest as his kisses came faster, lips flushed and sparkling from the attention. They stopped again when they needed air, Vano arching and rubbing against Gabriel more, his bare cock against cotton fabric. With a rumble, Vano slid his hands up Gabriel's arms, over his elbows, fingers lacing and pinning the other man's hands over his head as he kissed his neck, his jutting collarbone, and down his chest to his nipples. Gabriel arched before he got there, back lifting off the hard wooden bench with a groan. His belly hollowed, muscles tightening when Vano's lips touched sensitive skin. Flat nipples peeked from the attention, and Gabriel groaned, excitement growing quickly when Vano sucked them. He writhed under Vano, ass lifting and then curling back down. "You like that?" Vano grinned, lips brushing over Gabriel's nipples again, hot breath warming wet skin. Gabriel shuddered, turning his head to the side as blood rose to his cheeks, coloring his neck and his chest. Vano curled over him, traveling back up to his face. Gabriel trembled under him again, one leg hooking around Vano's muscular thighs. He mashed their bodies together, grace crumbling as he succumbed to Vano's teasing. "Yes." Vano rubbed against him more, falling into a rhythm. He released Gabriel's hands, curling his fingers in his hair, caressing his face as their lips met again. This time Vano was gentle while Gabriel begged for more, biting Vano's lips in frustration until Vano gave in to what he wanted, kissing him hard and exploring his mouth. His tongue slithered against Gabriel's, stroking up the sides. With a shiver of his own, he ended the kiss and swept his lips along Gabriel's jawline, down the slope of his neck again. He nuzzled into his chest, ignoring his nipples and going lower. A kiss to the line of his ribs, a kiss to his belly button. Vano reached the elastic band of Gabriel's briefs with a growl, burying his face in Gabriel's crotch. Groaning again, Gabriel lifted his hips to Vano's face and let his head drop back against the wooden bench. Gabriel spread his legs wider as Vano's face dipped between his corded thighs, mouthing him, sucking him outside the thin fabric. A bead of moisture soiled the navy briefs, darkening the corner where the head of Gabriel's cock lay. "Ah," Vano moaned, tongue passing across the dark spot, encouraging more as the other man squirmed under him. Strong hands locked Gabriel's hips in place, but did nothing for the rest of his body arching and curling under Vano's lazy assault. "Ah." "Hang on, please," Gabriel whispered, nails denting Vano's broad shoulders. "We should try our new toys." "Which?" Vano kissed his belly, tongue tasting his skin. "Cuffs," Gabriel gasped, goosebumps washing over him. Panting, he raked through Vano's dark hair. "I want to get you off." "With the cuffs?" Vano frowned, dark eyebrows knitting together on his forehead. No." "Yes. I want to tie you down and get you off." Vano moved back up Gabriel's body, nibbling his bottom lip and raking his fingers through Gabriel's hair. "You're not selfless. I don't trust you, but I'm curious. You're going to restrain me and do whatever you want." "Whatever I want within reason." Gabriel smiled, hands roaming over Vano's rough skin. "All right," Vano rumbled. After another kiss, he pushed away from Gabriel and stood to his feet. He turned off the steam room and stepped into the main part of the bathroom, shivering as cold air met sweaty skin and grabbing a towel and a robe. Vano gave the robe to Gabriel, who snuggled into it, tying it at his waist, and he dried himself off with the towel. Vano lingered in the bathroom once Gabriel vacated it, pushing the door closed for a few minutes of privacy. By the time Vano exited the bathroom, Gabriel had moved the chair from the study to in front of the plush bedroom chair, and Gabriel pushed Vano into it. The anticipation roused Vano, and he stayed in place as Gabriel moved around the room. The man grabbed the bag of toys, dropping it by the plush chair. He dug out the adjustable cock ring, the lubricant, and the leather cuffs. Gabriel latched one on each limb, and connected the ones on his wrist with an included adjustable strap, giving Vano only enough room to grab the sides of the chair. He loosely attached Vano's ankle cuffs to a separate strap. "Comfortable?" Gabriel purred, kissing Vano's neck. "Enough, yeah," Vano rumbled, relaxing into the chair. Gabriel edited Vano's position, pulling his hips to the edge of the chair and uncapped the lubricant, slathering it on his hands. "Your cock is pretty," Gabriel confessed, grinning as he ran lubricated fingers along Vano's length, starting at the base. The fingers on Gabriel's other hand rolled over his balls, cupping them before exploring further, sliding over neutral ground before his entrance. Never heard anyone call it pretty before. Vano chuckled, tilting his head as Gabriel teased folds of skin, pulling them back to uncover the head of Vano's cock. And I'm fighting against putting my mouth on it. Why? You can put your mouth on it. Laughing, Gabriel shook his head. No, I want to do this first. It's called self-control. He leaned forward for a kiss, brushing the tails of his robe over sensitive skin before sitting again. It's called you like to tease. I should have known. Are you complaining? Gabriel stroked him again, squeezing the base and sliding all 4 fingers over the smooth head of his cock. Vano's hips bucked and he closed his legs a little. Ah. Too much? Vano ducked his head, wetting his lips. Gabriel smirked, sliding the extra skin back over him and continuing to stroke him idly. Rough fingers tugged the extra skin and pulled it back, just enough to tease the tip of Vano's cock. Better. Gabriel focused on Vano, taking his time stroking his cock and caressing his balls until he was rock hard and standing at attention, squirming under continued treatment and beads of clear liquid forming at the head of his cock. He gave Vano a break from the pleasure, sitting back with slick hands and watching his body curl into the chair, tight muscles relaxing and accelerated breathing slowing down again. Vano watched him during the pause, frustrated while amazed at his patience. Before he continued, he slipped the adjustable cock ring over Vano's cock, pulling his balls through one at a time and tightened it around him. How does it feel? Good. The sight of his thick cock, constricted by the black silicone, added to Vano's pleasure. With a nod, Gabriel went back to stroking him, loose fist first, then turning his hand upside down and tightening his fist. His hand hovered over Vano's cock, until Vano lifted his hips, pushing into his hand with a wavering moan. The ring made Vano more sensitive, as Gabriel continued his steady teasing. His pleasure grew gradually, starting deep inside him and coaxed to the surface each time Gabriel stroked him, each time Gabriel's nails scraped his balls. Vano's breath quickened, coming out in heavy pants from a tight chest. His muscles rippled, contracting and expanding, legs spreading apart as he lifted off the chair, silently begging for more attention. Gabriel pulled his hands away, sitting back in his chair with a smile on his lips. His fingers twitched. You gonna let me come any time soon? Vano growled, hands jerking under the restraints. Gabriel took him in his hands again, a tight fist working him over. Maybe, if you ask nicely. The extra skin covering Vano's cock retracted as Gabriel used 2 hands on his shaft, one after the other, until Vano's shivered, wave after wave of pleasure working through him. His corded thighs tightened until they ached. The veins in his cock bulged, his cock swelled more, blood rushing in but not leaving. Gabriel paused again. Vano fought against his restraints, legs dancing in frustration. If I ask nicely? Vano sighed, eyes rolling to the vaulted ceiling. His cock throbbed. The cool air against burning skin taunted him more, and he found himself on the edge of orgasm. He writhed in the chair, sucking in deep breaths to calm down. If you don't, I'll ruin it for you. Gabriel cradled Vano's cock in his hand, fingers strumming over him. The other pinched Gabriel's nipples, flicking them and forcing them to stand on end. Don't know, Vano gasped, words cutting off. He lifted his hips again, fucking into Gabriel's hand, pleasure mounting. Clear precum pooled in Vano's extra skin, and Gabriel rubbed it into the head of his cock. Oh, close. Close. Vano gasped. Telling isn't asking. Gabriel propped his elbow on the armrest of the chair, giving Vano a chance to calm down again. His fingers stretched and then curled into a fist, before Gabriel slathered a fresh coat of lubricant on them. Can I come this time? Oh, sure. Gabriel chuckled and fondled him, one hand on his cock and one hand at his balls. With a combination of massaging his balls and stroking his cock, Vano went from relaxed to humping Gabriel's hand. His hips rolled, ass clenching and releasing each time Gabriel's fingers twisted around the swollen head and pushed the skin back. Vano's fingers gripped the side of the chair, nails scraping the wooden underside as stacked muscles tensed. His blood hammered through his veins, cock aching, ears filling with cotton as Gabriel continued his nonchalant teasing. His indulgent smile and poised demeanor mocked Vano as he lifted off the chair again, hips hovering in the air. Chest heaving, Vano groaned. Louder, when Gabriel pulled his magnificent hands away. He was just there, an orgasm on the horizon he couldn't reach. Before he could come down fully, Gabriel grabbed him again, thumb massaging his base while his fingers curled around him. 2 strokes and he stopped. Vano groaned, hips sinking back down. 4 more strokes and Gabriel stopped again. Vano exhaled in raspy breaths. Vano stayed on edge, sucking in his belly in an effort to hold on during Gabriel's teasing, but Gabriel didn't stop the next time. Vano's shoulders curved and he scooted back on the chair, nervous to snap the cord on his pleasure. "Come for me," Gabriel's soft words played in his brain. With approval, Vano exhaled in a gasping moan, eyes fluttering closed. Fireworks sparked behind dark eyelids as his orgasm took over, the first contraction marrying all of his muscles together. He felt the pull of release in the tips of his toes, the braided muscles in his thighs and biceps. Vano groaned long and low, body wafting in limbo as each wave of pleasure chased the last one. He came forever, hyper-aware of Gabriel's smallest movements. Gabriel's hand squeezed and tugged Vano's cock, his fingers strummed taut skin even as Vano tried to get away, sweaty back pressing into the office chair. Vano relented with ragged sobs, and Gabriel's hands faded away. His steamy cum painted his chest. Thick at first, it dribbled down his shuddering chest over tight abs. "Ah," Vano groaned, resting his head on the back of the chair. His muscles twitched, aftershocks helping him relive the experience. Gabriel unbuckled the cuffs as Vano's pulse returned to normal. "Fuck. Maybe tomorrow." "I think you're spent," Gabriel chuckled, breath close to his ear. Vano yanked him into a hard kiss. "Your turn," he growled. "In a minute." Gabriel weaseled out of Vano's grip, cleaning his chest with a towel. When Vano opened his eyes again, he rediscovered the hotel room. He noticed the billowing curtains framing the huge windows, the white crown molding lining the ceiling. He noticed Gabriel's satisfied smirk too, and the way the light shined around his curls, haloing his square face. "Can I tie you down?" "No." Gabriel dried his hands after cleaning Vano's chest. "Can I suck you off?" "Yes." "Be right back." Gabriel trapped Vano in a quick kiss, now soft hands gripping his neck. Okay." Gabriel disappeared into the bathroom, and Vano listened to the rush of water as he sat in the office chair, unconvinced his muscles could support his weight. He closed his eyes again, listening to his own breath before standing. He put the office chair back where it came from and dropped the cuffs and straps in the bedroom lounge chair. When Gabriel emerged from the bathroom, Vano was stretched out on the bed, wrinkling the summer comforter and silken sheets. "Hi," Gabriel murmured, climbing into the bed and stretching out beside Vano. "Hey. You know, for the price I paid for this room, and the headache it was to book, it should be bigger." "I was gone for a while?" "Didn't notice," Vano chuckled, turning to his side. He pet over Gabriel's body, down the curve of his side and over his pesky navy briefs, thumbing the waistband. "We should go out for a snack." "You're hungry?" "Well, you didn't let me have the barbecue, so yes, I'm hungry." "I suppose this could be a lead into saying, I have something you can eat." Vano laughed. "Yeah, I guess it could be." Gabriel slithered on top of Vano, briefs pressing into bare skin, shoulders curving over him. Soft lips swept up Vano's jawline, pressing kisses into his stubbled chin. "I have something you can eat," Gabriel purred, lips tracing the shell of his ear. "You're so sexy," Vano groaned. One strong arm roped around Gabriel's torso, fingers splaying over olive skin. He pet Gabriel's hair, tucking the longer curls behind his ear while the others sprang back into place, and cradled his face. His thumb brushed over plump lips, parting them with the tip of his finger. He replaced his fingers with his lips, and 2 soft kisses later, Vano changed their positions, easing Gabriel onto the firm mattress and sinking down on top of him. "Thank you," Gabriel breathed, tipping his head back for more kisses. Vano honored his silent request, and when they parted to breathe, he dotted kisses along Gabriel's neck. His lips swept over Gabriel's collarbone, and Gabriel arched under him, hands resting on his shoulders, fingers playing in his hair. Vano's lips traveled down, circling one nipple. Gabriel's body arched. He circled the other nipple, and Gabriel exhaled in a soft groan. Vano had no patience. After greedy licks to Gabriel's nipples, he continued down his body. His hands went in the opposite direction of his mouth, starting at Gabriel's bony knees, trailing up his lean thighs. Vano cupped his ass in his hands as he guided Gabriel's hips to his mouth. He buried his face between the other man's legs, taking a deep breath and sighing it out. "Suck me," Gabriel suggested, brows raising as Vano scanned up his body, met his eyes. Color touched his cheeks and his shoulders. "I'm getting there." Vano licked along the outline of Gabriel's cock, wetting his briefs. He inched Gabriel's briefs down with his hands, showering each new piece of skin with affection, until he got to the swollen head. It shined with pre-cum. Vano greedily licked away. His tongue swirled over the exposed head of Gabriel's cock, under the ridge separating head from shaft and along the underside. Gabriel moaned again, eyes drooping closed as his cheeks flushed more. His cock rolled over his belly, hardening at Vano's attention. He kicked off his shorts once Vano had dragged them down to his ankles and settled back again, one elbow supporting his weight as he combed through Vano's hair again, dark eyes watching his every movement. He winced when Vano's teeth scraped against his shaft, legs closing a few degrees, but opened them again when Vano found a rhythm, wrapping one hand around the base of Gabriel's cock and taking as much of him into his mouth as he could. Vano worked a little over half into his mouth before the spongy head hit the back of his throat, and he rumbled. Flushed, Vano glanced up at Gabriel, who met his eyes with a smile. "Your lips look sexy around my cock." Gabriel's smile grew into a grin. His dark eyes sparkled. "Ah," Vano rumbled again, hiding his face between Gabriel's legs, rubbing his cheek against his thigh. Vano's jaw clenched as he pressed his lips into him, browsing back up to the head and sucking him down again. Vano had sucked one other cock in his life and it hadn't ended well, but Gabriel's was different. He tasted sweet, his moans were musical, a soundtrack Vano wanted to play over and over. Better prepared, Vano took Gabriel into his mouth again. Vano wrapped his hands around what he couldn't get in his mouth, sliding a tight fist from the base of Gabriel's cock to his lips. He created a rhythm after the first fumbling tries, alternating between his fists and his mouth. The first time his hand chased his mouth, Gabriel gasped. The second time he dissolved into a wavering moan which escalated each time after, until his thighs trembled and his nails dug into Vano's shoulders. Those pinpricks were Vano's cue to pull away. He looked up at Gabriel with a satisfied smirk. "You're not done," Gabriel growled, jaw tight and eyes blazing. His hand balled in the sheets and then stretched again. "Nope, not yet," Vano confirmed, kissing the line of Gabriel's hips before continuing. Gabriel's body rippled under him, his cock hardened in his mouth. Vano felt Gabriel's pulse against his lips, felt Gabriel's breathing speed up until he was gasping for air between desperate moans. Vano retreated again, pulling his hand away and letting Gabriel's cock linger in his mouth, only the head past his lips. Sobbing, Gabriel lifted his hips off the bed, thrusting at Vano's mouth. "See close," Gabriel whispered, grabbing Vano's arm for purchase, rooting him to the bed as he bucked under him again. He humped Vano's face until he went rigid, and the sweet taste of cum hit the roof of Vano's mouth, groans amping up despite beet-red cheeks and shoulders. Vano groaned, sucking him through his orgasm and cleaning him after he collapsed into the bed again. Vano licked the sides of Gabriel's cock, a steady growl in his throat. "Damn," Vano murmured. Licking his lips, he snaked back to the head of the bed and kissed the corner of Gabriel's lips, passing on the heady taste of cum. Gabriel stared forward, lips curving up when he was kissed. "Sleep or eat?" "I need a minute, but you can order food." Gabriel's eyelids drooped. Vano kissed him again, this time square on the lips before digging through drawers. He found takeaway menus under the room phone and ordered a barbecue platter with toast, baked beans, and potato salad. While Vano was on the phone, he left instructions for their morning meal too. He requested a spread of organic fruits, along with local breakfast tacos and English breakfast meats, as Gabriel flittered in between sleeping and awake. Done. Vano jumped back in bed, energized by watching Gabriel take his pleasure. Get tired, Gabriel muttered, fighting his way under the sheets and wiggling into Vano's arms. Food is coming in an hour. Sleep for an hour. Grumbling, Gabriel wrapped Vano's arms around his body and closed his eyes. Vano nibbled his shoulder. Thought we were supposed to talk about something? Brings us closer together or something. We raise a child together, we're close enough. Hey Gabe? Yes. You're my favorite adult person, even if you do like the expensive organic avocados. Hey Vano? Yeah? Gabriel paused. I like your face. Now shush. Until the food gets here and we can talk more. Vano chuckled. All right. They slept until the concierge knocked on their door, 45 minutes later. Gabriel pushed Vano out of the bed and listened to the vague exchange from under a pile of sheets. Babe. Food's here, Vano grunted as he popped open the takeaway container and picked at the seasoned pulled pork. The smoky flavor filled the room, luring Gabriel from under the sheets. I see. Gabriel nibbled a little of the barbecue, had a bite of both the beans and the potato salad, and ate one piece of toast before declaring himself full and watching Vano finish the majority of the meat. Vano ate the potato salad as he paced the room naked. I was thinking about redoing the back deck. Roma's getting old enough to be outside while I'm working on the bike. Gabriel reclined in bed, legs crossed at the ankles. Or, since she's getting older, we could have people over. You know, invite Emma over more often and your friend Farron. True. Or you could make daddy friends. I have some, actually, at the father group I go to. Some of them host football games at their house, different weeks. I could sign up to be a part of it. Indeed, but are you prepared to have 6 or 7 kids in your house, along with their parents? We'd need more sitting area, and maybe a baby-safe area, too. A big spot on the floor. Vano explained, motioning to the floor with his fork. Yes. And I would need to make other plans. You don't like football? I'm not particularly a fan of organized sports. So no. Gabriel shrugged while Vano studied him, eyes locking on his face. What? How do you not like football? I think it's still watching a man run a ball across grass. And I don't understand it. You know what? I'll make a deal with you. You watch football with me and I'll watch your vampire show. And not make fun of it, Gabriel warned. And I won't make fun of it. All right? Deal. When the potato salad and Vano's newfound energy wore out, he flopped into bed next to Gabriel again and held him close as he sank into sleep. Gabriel stayed awake for a little longer, watching the shadowy reflection of cars pass the window until his eyes got heavy with sleep. Gabriel woke before Vano the next morning and inched out of bed, tucking the covers around Vano as he disappeared into the bathroom. A sauna and shower later, Gabriel patted his curls dry as he approached the other man, petting soft fingers along his slack jawline. Sleep carved years off Vano's face and he looked boyish, almost innocent. Gabriel traced his full lips, thumb and first finger passing across velvety skin before he pressed a kiss into Vano's lips. Hi, Gabriel whispered, rousing Vano from sleep gently. Good morning. Gabriel's fingers swept over Vano's collarbone, skating down his chest and circling one dark nipple. I want you to fuck me. Morn what? Vano bolted upright, wide awake after Gabriel's blunt proposition. Yeah, I want to fuck you. Let me. Condoms. Vano motioned to the bag from the sex store with one hand as he rubbed sleep from his eyes with the other. I will get them. Gabriel retrieved the lubricant and the condoms, opening the box and pulling out one. Oh, I should get a towel. Vano grabbed Gabriel's arm. Don't worry about it. We have to go home after breakfast anyway. Do I have special instructions? Vano's natural morning excitement turned into real excitement as he looked over Gabriel's naked body. No. Gabriel tore open the condom with his teeth and rolled it over Vano's cock. Well, yes. Use the lubricant. Any other requests, comments, suggestions? Vano uncapped the lubricant, adding more to the condom, and then holding it in his hand as Gabriel tilted his head, rolling his eyes up to the ceiling. No, I think not. Good. Vano nodded and tackled Gabriel into the bed, pinning him under his body. Ah. Hey. He cried, arching and fighting against Vano. He squirmed from on his side to on his belly, before Vano placed a hand on his back between his shoulder blades, mashing him into the fluffy sheets. The other hand teased his entrance. Gabriel shivered, bracing himself while looking over his shoulder at Vano. I asked? Plus, you asked me to fuck you. I'm going to fuck you. Vano rubbed his cock against the other man, sliding in a little at a time. Gabriel relaxed, biting his lip over a groan. His hips danced as the invasion continued, until Vano's hips dented Gabriel's ass. Vano rested his hands on Gabriel's sides, rubbing up to his shoulders. Gabriel lifted up, hands supporting his weight as Vano started fucking him. With a low groan, Gabriel dropped his head between his shoulders, rolling his hips in time with his slow thrusts and keeping up as his speed increased. Vano's hands traveled, roaming over his body, squeezing his sides, his ass, and migrated to Gabriel's chest. Vano squeezed his nipples, sending liquid fire through his nerve endings. Oh, Gabriel groaned again, wetting his lips as Vano pinched and flicked his nipples, forcing them to harden and then punishing them for doing so. Gabriel trembled, fidgeting under Vano, who abandoned one nipple for Gabriel's cock. Vano stroked it, fingers twisting along the ridge and over the spongy head as he rolled his hips in circles, taking a moment for himself. Fuck. Your ass feels so good. Vano bent over Gabriel, sinking his teeth into his shoulder as he held back his own deep sounds of pleasure. Oh yeah? Yeah. Fuck yeah. Vano rumbled. Gabriel dropped his head back on Vano's shoulder, exposing his long neck, his Adam's apple dancing over quick breaths. Nice and tight? Gabriel panted, eyes rolling closed. Oh yeah. You like the way I fuck you? Gabriel's reply dissolved into a sound of pleasure when Vano went back to thrusting into him. Vano's fingers curled in Gabriel's hair, keeping him in his stretched position and hitting the spot each time. It took no time for Gabriel's pleasure to build. With Vano's expert fucking and the memories of the previous night playing in his mind, Gabriel's excitement grew. His cock rubbed against the bed sheets, keeping pleasure humming through his veins, building up until Gabriel had to touch himself. His body twisted, one shoulder sinking into the bed as his hands wrapped around his cock. Gabriel stroked himself to the same speed as Vano's thrusts, mounting groans spilling from his parted lips. Vano released his hair to pet over his warm skin instead. Goosebumps chased his touch and Vano woke up long retired nerve endings, connecting them all to each other. Gabriel's orgasm snuck up on him, his hand paused around the head of his cock and he looked up. He inhaled, muscles rigid as he tried to hold off, to move over this wave of pleasure and keep going, but Vano found the spot and hit it enough times to push Gabriel to the edge. I'm gonna come. Gabriel's head spun as he choked out those words, eyes crossing. What few things he noticed slipped out of focus as his orgasm took over. He saw sparks, red bursts in the corner of his eyes until he finally shut them, and they danced behind his eyelids. His moans amped up as Vano fucked him through his orgasm, pleasure singing up his spine, strumming every vein in his body, tapping the well of pleasure until it ran dry. Fuck yeah, Vano growled. Gabriel squeezed his cock as the first burst of cum exploded from him, then looked down, watching each one after. His pearly white cum dribbled over his knuckles, staining the bedsheets. Vano's orgasm came after his, the other man's groans escalating in the distance as Gabriel came down. Gabriel pursed his lips, studying the room in the stunning afterglow of his orgasm. His eyes focused on the weathered posts of the bed, hand-carved from quality wood but chipped from ages of use. The carved posts spiraled down to a smaller bead, mimicking fabric. Gabriel's eyes followed the curved pattern until the mattress blocked his view. Vano slipped out of him, slapping his ass with a grunt. Ah. Gabriel glanced back at him, sitting back on wobbly legs and rubbing his thighs. Yeah. Vano peeled off the condom, and dropped it in the wastebasket before he wiped his sweaty body down with the towel from the previous night and lied back down. I suppose breakfast will be here in a moment? Should be, yeah. I could go check on it if you want? In a minute. Gabriel stood and stretched, raising his hands above his head and getting on his toes. He leaned against the bed, hooking his arms around a post and resting his head against the wood. What is it? We have to go back to regular life soon. Aha. Come here. Vano grabbed Gabriel's hand and pulled him close, meeting his face for a kiss. We're going to talk about rules when I get back with the food. I'm going to go check on it. The front desk kid gave me shit last night. He probably expected me to prepay for the food or something. Of course, Gabriel resigned, soothed by the kiss but not eager to discuss the terms of their relationship. He stole Vano's spot on the bed when Vano got up and prowled around for clothes. Vano threw on his clothes from the previous night, minus underwear, finding his pants and shirt in the bathroom. He raked his fingers through his dark hair and slipped his room key in his pocket. All right? I'ma go find your organic grits. I'll be back. Gabriel lingered on the bed until Vano closed the door. Then he jumped to his feet, grabbing his phone and calling Farron. Saturday? Farron groaned when she answered. Yes, I'm aware of the days of the week. Vano took me out last night. Good, finally? So you're calling because he proposed and you need a bridesmaid? Groomsmaid? Actually, no. Gabriel chuckled. I'm calling because I'm happy, I think. You're doing the stupid thing where you look at him, but you have no thoughts in your head. Yes. And he asks you what's wrong or whatever, and all you can do is shrug and keep staring at him? Yes. Oh, honey. So cute. His dick is pretty, isn't it? Okay, you know what? It's not just about his dick. And you passed the test. We still hanging out later. Maybe a little later than expected. Vano and I went out last night and had a night away from the baby. Sounds nice. Where is he now? Finding food. I just needed to talk to someone. Talk to him. We call it a relationship. When the two people having sex together also talk to each other. Yes, I'm aware of relationship terms. Good. Discuss those rules you two were thinking about. We will. Okay, good. Then I'm going back to sleep. I'll see you later today, honey. Fine. Bye. Gabriel tossed his phone on the bed, frowning. He strolled around the room, pushing curtains aside to peer out the full-length windows, collecting their items together and putting them back in their shopping bag. He threw the sheets up over the bed, making them a space for eating. He stared at the door, willing Vano to come back before grumbling and taking a post-sex shower. He slipped into the rainwater shower, washing sweat and potentially dried comb off his body. He lathered soap in his hands and over his body, through soft curls of chest hair and between his legs, and allowed the warm water to rinse him clean. He closed his eyes, losing himself in the rhythmic patter of the water beating against the hard shower wall and the pebble tiles under his feet. He turned the water off when it went from steaming to lukewarm, wrapping himself in a thick towel. He took his clothes to the main room and lazily got dressed. When the clock marked 30 minutes Vano had been gone, Gabriel slipped his feet into boots, the second keycard in his pocket, and grabbed his phone. His hand touched the silver door knob and Vano's phone buzzed, cutting silence with angry vibrations followed by a generic ring. Gabriel bit his lip, glanced at the caller ID, and put the phone to his ear. Hey man, sorry to call you on a Saturday, but I hopped on your case early. Marcus's excited voice filled the phone. I checked up on who to sue in a case of foster parent negligence. I'm sorry. This is Gabriel. Vano stepped out. Oh hey. Hey Gabriel. What's going on? Nothing. Gabriel paused. Vano asked you to look into foster parent negligence? Oh well yeah. You know, just something to look into. For himself? In case Roma ever goes to foster care. Gabriel feigned curiosity as he questioned the lawyer. Well no. I'm probably not supposed to tell you this, but he was looking into it for you. Nothing set in stone. I decided to do a little digging, Marcus sighed. Turns out you sue the state for anything to do with foster parents because the state's social services hires them. If the foster parents aren't doing their job properly, it falls on their employers. I think you could still bring a case specifically against foster parents, but they're just people after all. Interesting. Yep, so if you don't mind getting Vano. You have examples? Gabriel cut him off. Yeah, sure. We have a case file database where we can search by keyword or by name if we have it. I found a couple. For the most part, suing just for emotional distress with no violation of rights gets thrown out with the wash. Basically, you can't say social services ruined your life the one time they interrupted dinner. I see. I know your case is more serious. I'm just letting you know what I came up with so far. Yes, of course. Continue, please. Gabriel framed it as a question, but it wasn't optional. Sure thing. I found a major case where parents sued social services for removing children without a warrant, which is something to start with. Then, I found several cases of suing social services for negligence on the part of the foster care system. There's too many to sift through, but the basic gist is we have to prove a history of abuse before the child, you in this case, was placed there, or prove it was obvious once there. How do we do this? It can be difficult because we're relying on another program to have taken adequate notes. In one case, I saw the social worker put a child down for being completely healthy when he was in the hospital for a bashed skull. I see, Gabriel's voice fell. Don't get discouraged. There's more to look at besides just the social services files. We can seize them, of course, and look through the files on the particular foster parents you lived with. We can also turn it into a case of multiple plaintiffs. Say if we need to obtain medical records to prove the foster family had a history of abuse and neglect before you were placed with them. There are lots of options. Oh. Aw, thanks. Thanks for doing this. I didn't know Vano had asked you. Well, it's my job. Plus, I deal with stuffy people wanting to sue over crowded grocery store aisles. It's nice to look into something with a cause. People need to be made aware of these sorts of things, and the people doing them need to be held accountable. It's become far too easy to take children away from families, and too hard to place them with new ones. Why yes, Gabriel gasped, I'm sorry. I should go, but I will let Vano know you called. A wave of emotions surged over him, eyes brimming with tears. You all right? Why yes. Happy. Thank you again, for looking into this. Sure. You take care. Have Vano call me back Monday. My woman's banning me from working the rest of the weekend. Yes. Gabriel ended the call, dropping Vano's phone in his pocket next to his own. He rode the elevator down to the first floor and followed voices until he made it to the lobby where Vano was talking to a slender, unconcerned man. The Romani's patience was dwindling as the hotel employee glanced over his head and murmured a dismissive reply to his complaints. My partner is hungry. I put an order in for breakfast last night. I don't understand why it hasn't reached my room yet. Our kitchen is busy, sir, the man explained, glancing at his well-trimmed nails. Gabriel wandered over to the pair, touching Vano's back and peering at the worker. Hey, Vano gruffed, they say the kitchen's broken or something. His muscles relaxed under Gabriel's touch. Oh. I suppose that's okay. We can go to breakfast at the little place around the corner. What place? Ahem. The man adjusted his name tag as Vano and Gabriel spoke between each other. Gabriel squinted at his name tag, then gazed up at him with a neutral expression. Tyler? If you would excuse us. We'll let you know if there is a way you can compensate us for the breakfast and poor service. Same kid who wouldn't give me a room last night. Call the owner if you want to get him fired. I wish there was a way to avoid getting a person fired, but fix their discrimination problem. I'm sure other people love him. I'm sure they do. What breakfast place were you thinking about? There's a place on the corner called La Chaussure Rouge. Read something. Okay, sounds good. It's in walking distance, Gabriel explained as they greeted crisp morning air. And I brought your cell phone. Oh, thanks. I figured I'd be back up in a few minutes. Didn't think it would be nearly an hour fighting with those people. I understand. Marcus called. It's a Saturday. Did you answer? Should I call him back? No, it's fine. Everything is fine. He called because you asked him to look into suing over foster parent negligence? Oh yeah, I did. You weren't supposed to know about it. Ah. He said there could potentially be a case. It may end up having multiple plaintiffs, depending on the information he needs to secure. He also said to call him back on Monday. His female partner doesn't enjoy him working on weekends. Understandable. And cool? Why didn't you tell me you were looking into it with a lawyer? Well, I wasn't looking into it as much as curious. Vano bit his bottom lip. I know you wouldn't want other kids getting abused, so I was trying to think of ways to stop the cycle. I know it's always going to be around, but you know the government doesn't change anything until it costs them enough money. I know. It's a good thing to look into. Gabriel shrugged, sliding his hand down Vano's arm and lacing their fingers together. He squeezed his hand as they walked down the sidewalk. It's up to you if you want to pursue a case or anything. I know you may have reservations about it. I don't want to see them again. Or anyone from when I was a child. I get it. I don't want to stand up and say what happened aloud either. Gabriel analyzed the gravel sidewalk crunching under their shoes. Understandable. You don't have to if you don't want to. Thank you. It depends on the information he gathers, I guess. If it seems very cut and dry, then I will speak. If it's messy and bloody, I don't want to be in the middle of something heated. Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. So what kind of breakfast does this place serve? A little of everything but mostly French. I think they have an English breakfast plate. Even with blood sausage? Gabriel paused, face wrinkling at Vano's idea of good breakfast food. Perhaps. I am your partner? Well, boyfriend sounded weird and juvenile. And trying to explain we've known each other for a few months, live together, raise a child together, and are just now having a first date is a lot to say. Indeed. Gabriel's features tugged into a pleased expression. I'm okay with partner, it's much better than the guy I'm seeing, but it implies a more serious relationship overall, especially with Roma in the mix. Oh. Huh. Speaking of Roma, let's talk about rules. Rule number 1. Don't take advantage of me when I'm off because our relationship model is different. Yeah. Rule number 2. Don't take advantage of my position as employer because the relationship thing. The grocery budget can't expand to include random stuff you're buying because you know I won't care. You mean I can't include personal stuff? The budget will increase as Roma gets older and starts eating solids. Yeah, basically. Rule number 3 should be about affection and daily relationship activities. Are you going to fire me for inviting my boyfriend over while Roma is napping or cuddling on the couch with him while she's playing independently? Oh, I get it, Vano nodded. I expect Roma to come first. Before us. Always. If we're spending time together, say watching television or hanging out, I expect you to get up if it's your time, and I will get up if it's mine. It goes for watching a movie together, sitting at the table working outside in the backyard. Yes. Perfect. To be fair, part of why I'm here is to allow you to do more than care for a baby. So, I require you to leave and go somewhere to further a career path while I'm watching Roma. Yeah. I think I'm going to teach people how to ride and tutor people on how to race. There's more to racing than kicking your leg over a bike. Anyway, I want at least one date night a week. Emma can babysit once a week. It would be good for Roma to be around people besides you and me, Gabriel agreed. Even you friend Farron could babysit sometimes. No. I trust Emma. And I like these rules. One more. What about affection on the weekdays? If you're okay to play it by ear, I'm okay to do it as well. If other child-rearing couples are an example, we'll probably be too tired for more than a kiss and a cuddle. Vano laughed. Yeah, you're right. I think it'll be okay. Vano pulled Gabriel closer for a kiss, roping his arm over Gabriel's shoulders as they turned the corner again, seeing the restaurant up ahead. Part 4. Gabriel's birthday marked the 8th month Gabriel and Vano had been dating. They added only one extra rule to the first established ones, to have more intimate time after the baby went to bed. While Vano was settled in the relationship after the first month, it took the 3-week summer vacation for Gabriel. Vano confessed his love first, and second and third, until Gabriel reluctantly set it back over spilled scrambled eggs and a racing heart. As their relationship became more serious, they warred with what to do concerning Roma and Gabriel's position. 2 years wasn't going to last with Vano paying his lover to watch his child. Vano's features colored with confusion when Gabriel brought it up. Gabriel, on the other hand, fretted. He looked for other jobs, had several interviews, but couldn't imagine not seeing Roma's face day in and day out, so he pushed those worries out of his brain. Roma said her first word a month before Gabriel's birthday, and it wasn't Dada. It was no, and when the men heard it, they burst into gleeful laughter. Roma laughed right along with them. To encourage Dada, Gabriel stuck to calling Vano Daddy. The first time Vano heard it, his eyes went wide. Gabriel swatted him and explained it was for the baby. A week after the first word, Roma produced the words Dada, Daddy, and Baba, Gabe. Somewhere around the same time, Roma went from crawling to running. Little bursts of energy took her from one room to another. When Vano wasn't paying attention, Roma toddled her way into Gabriel's room. When Gabriel wasn't paying attention, Roma went to the kitchen. Gabriel begged Vano to ignore his birthday. No gifts, no big fancy surprises. Vano agreed, head nodding each time while a grin spread on his face. The night before Gabriel's birthday, as they laid in bed, Gabriel reminded him again. No surprises. No big gifts. I want a regular day. Promise. Yeah. You've said it. Vano pressed his lips into Gabriel's shoulder. I have nothing planned. Lunch with Roma, work on the bike, watch a movie. We have lunch with Roma every day. Exactly. Regular day. Nothing to see here, but you're still having lunch with Farron, right? Yes. It's our thing. I'll see you for dinner. All right? Okay, look. I did get one gift. Of course you did, Gabriel chuckled. Wait, no 2 gifts. I got 2 gifts. Gabriel sighed. Ah, of course you did. He reached back, petting Vano's square jawline, his thick hair. So, how old are you going to be again? 45? No. It's time for sleep. Right, 44. Gabriel shook his head, burrowing into the blankets. Good night. Good night, babe. I love you. Vano kissed Gabriel's neck. Love you too. Mornings were always Vano's, and Gabriel's birthday was no different. By the time Gabriel woke, the sun was high in the sky, and Vano and Roma were in the kitchen. He took his time dressing and preparing for his lunch with Farron. He kissed the top of Roma's head and Vano's jawline as he passed through the kitchen to the garage, jumping into his silver hatchback. He met Farron at his favorite restaurant, a hole-in-the-wall Chinese buffet. He piled his first plate with fried rice, chicken, noodles, vegetables, and crab puffs, sitting down across from Farron in the booth. What? He doesn't feed you? No, we just eat healthy at home. I haven't had greasy food in ages. Gabriel nibbled the broccoli. Anyway. Happy birthday, Farron cooed, to you? Yep, thanks. What did Vano get you? No idea. He said 2 presents. I didn't see anything awkwardly stashed or wrapped in the house. I also didn't check. Maybe he's proposing. It's been forever since you started dating. Maybe. Who knows? I hate surprises. Yeah. I know, Farron laughed. Took you years to let me take you to this crappy restaurant and buy your meal. $15 is what I get my best friend for his birthday. Aha, Gabriel moved on to the rice. One day, we'll graduate to a good restaurant. Why do you like this place anyway? Honestly? It was the first place I came to when I was done with foster care. I don't know if the food was ever good, but it tasted good to me. So I like coming here. Gabriel shrugged, a soft smile touching his lips. Anyway, you signed up for your next semester classes? Yes, sir. Last year of school for childhood development. I think I want to have a daycare or preschool, one focused on kinesthetic learning. Admirable. I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe turn around and become an early childhood psychologist. You could have a private in-home daycare and take care of children Roma's age. I could. I don't know. I think the nanny thing is ruined for me now. With Vano, it's not just a job. Gabriel sighed. Plenty of people do in-home daycares though, and you're excellent with children. I'll have to hire someone to take care of the kids in the school, but I know what kind of systems to put in place. Right. We'll work it out. We've got a year. Well, a year and a half for me. How's dating going? Terrible, honey. Terrible. Farron groaned. So bad I'm considering going back to the last guy they first was with. Everyone's either milquetoast or sending me dick pics. Any good-looking dicks? You, no? The usual overhead crotch shot. Someone needs to tell these men overhead crotch shots are disgusting. If you want to impress me, give me a side shot at least. Right. I read one article about this girl sending all the dick pics she received to the guy's mother. You. First, inappropriate. Second, it takes work to find a guy's mother and then transfer the dick pic to her. I know, right? It's a weird boundary for me, like walking in on your parents naked. Too much. Gabriel shrugged, but they shouldn't have been sending dick pics anyway. Pretty much. Farron finished her plate and went back for seconds. They chatted more, going into detail about school plans, all the friends who have ended up pregnant or married in the last few months, and then circled around to television shows. The vampire show's second season was scheduled to air soon, and they planned to watch it together. Again. After Gabriel ate a second plate of food and they shared a soggy apple pie, Farron walked him to his car. For years she'd suggested extending his birthday to more of an event, but he declined spa day, shopping, and even visiting the library. So Farron walked him to his car, gave him a tight hug, and stood in the parking lot as he peeled away. Gabriel took the scenic route home too, halfway avoiding facing Vano, and halfway avoiding the fight for a midday nap. There was a chance Roma was already down for sleep, and a bigger chance she was fighting it tooth and nail. On his own time, he stopped by the bookstore and browsed the aisles, rousing a few brief conversations with charming men aspiring to see him undressed. He went to the supermarket and picked up a few clothing necessities, purchasing new undershirts for Vano, socks for Roma, and tossing in a pair of lime green pants for himself. When he finally pulled into the driveway, he killed the engine and listened for noise before entering the house. Home. Gabriel called, voice soft in case Roma was napping. He dropped his shopping bags on the table with his keys and wallet. In here, Vano replied. Living room. Vano waved a hand over the couch. Is Roma napping? Yeah, but probably not for long. Come here so we can make the best of it. Rule. I'm throwing a flag. Is that how it's done in football? Gabriel sank down on the couch beside a shirtless Vano. Yeah, sort of. Turns out I have 3 surprises. By bedtime you will have 4, I'm sure. Hope not. Which one do you want first? Vano grinned. Perhaps go in order? Boring. All right, Vano rumbled, first. The biggest surprise. He held up a finger and launched himself off the couch, pulling a manila envelope from under the cushions. Why? Vano shook his head, expression stern. Fine. Gabriel rolled his eyes with a chuckle. What is it? I'm starting a motorcycle riding school. It's all in here. The whole plan. And I want you to be the public relations coordinator and the training coordinator. The secretary. I thought my titles sounded better. Vano bit the inside of his cheek, handing the folder to Gabriel, who opened it and thumbed through the paperwork, the corporation information, the purchase of the property, the business plan, and even a loan from the bank. You're serious? Yeah, been working on it a while now. I figured we'd start small, 2 people running the operation. As it grows, we can hire more. With you being the coordinator and it being a corporation, this awkward "you work for me" thing can go away. In fact, it'd be more like me working for you, since you're scheduling and setting everything up. Perhaps. Who's going to watch Roma if her father and former nanny are working on a business? Wait. This is time for the next surprise. I had this thought. We should get officially married. Vano. What? Gabriel's attention shifted from the paperwork to Vano, eyes blazing. Wait. Hear me out before you get angry. I love you, and you are the only person I want to be with in this world. When Roma grows up and goes off to ruin her life, I imagine myself cracking open a beer with you beside me. You want to grow old with me? Well, yeah. Yes. Okay. Are you saying okay to my proposition, or are you agreeing to marry me? Gabriel squinted at the paperwork in his lap, turning pages as tears welled in his eyes. He blinked them back, sucked in his breath, and looked up at Vano. The second one. Oh, good. Then I should give you the ring. Vano dug in his jean pockets, pulling out a jewelry box. I think traditionally you're supposed to stand up. No, Gabriel stared at Vano, tears evaporating. No. Vano sank to one knee. Stop, Gabriel groaned, please. Just give it here. He snatched the ring box from Vano, opening the ring box to show a white gold ring with diamonds channel set in the center. The diamonds spanned half of the ring, comfortable in the smooth-cut groove. Really? What? It sparkles and understated. Gabriel pressed his lips together as he plucked the ring from the box. It's not understated. For me, it's understated. Put it on. Glaring at him again, Gabriel slipped the ring over his finger, twisting it over his knuckle. His brow knit together as he studied it. It's not understated. Do you like it? Vano, Gabriel's tilted his head, prepared for protesting, but then he shook his head and sighed. Yes. I like it. So, who's going to watch Roma while we're both working? Well, hopefully me. If I'm with a client, you, and if we have to, we'll hire a babysitter. You know, the thing couples do. Aha. She'll be there with us. She's getting old enough to start entertaining herself. 30 minutes here and there where she has to play by herself is good for her. Especially while seeing her caretakers work on their own projects, not just ignoring her and sitting on the couch. True. Gabriel mused, and I'm the boss. Aren't you already? Vano chuckled. It's a corporation, which takes away liability from falling on our shoulders considering the nature of the business, but you're the smart one, so I figured all that business running stuff would be up your alley and I can ride the bikes. Why? Because of the way you run the house? You have a tight ship here. The refrigerator, for example. Roma's toys. Her bedtime schedule. Vano smirked. I know it's not childhood development, but it's something we control, and we can use it to do other things. Travel, start another business, anything. I would like another business. To go to school for child psychology specifically. We can make it happen. Vano bit his bottom lip. Why, yeah. So, next surprise. Marcus called about the case. And social services agreed to settle. For what we asked for? Yeah. For $300,000. Oh my God. Gabriel's hands trembled, the collection of paperwork gliding from his lap, hovering in the air before hitting the ground. Vano explained more, but Gabriel stopped listening. His mind floated away, and all he saw was his soon-to-be husband in front of him in all of his rugged glory. Vano hooked his thumbs in his jeans, full lips moving in slow motion. Gabriel moved faster. He leapt from the couch, grabbing Vano's face and pulling him into a hard kiss. Gabriel devoured him, strong arms snaking around his shoulders and trapping their bodies together. Gabriel's nails dented Vano's bare skin, his hips squared with the other man's. "Damn. Oh hey," Vano groaned when the kiss broke. One more surprise. He ducked his head this time, redness blooming on the apples of his cheeks. "Figures," Gabriel smiled. "I love you." "What is it?" Vano wet his lips, chewing over the words one more time. "I want you to fuck me tonight." "Oh." Gabriel's smile grew, features softening. "Yes." He purred, pulling Vano into a second kiss.